it was, I literally, like, I was sitting there talking to Zach, and I was like, wait, there's no fucking music coming out of my computer. What the fuck is going on? And I came over here, and like, the YouTube video for music was playing. Everything was playing. It wasn't muted. Nothing was wrong. I checked my audio. I'm sure you guys saw. I like flipped open my audio sources rapid fire, freaked out, opened up GoXLR. Like, I didn't even, GoXLR just opens when your computer starts. It was already open. All I did was click the app, boom, sound. Goosh. Sometimes is all I'm going to say. Just can't with that shit. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a fucking wonderful morning. I apologize for being exceedingly late. I will stream later because of that. I could not stop sneezing today. It was really just kind of absurd. I just was sneezing nonstop. Just like I couldn't go 3 seconds without my nose starting to tickle, and I would just sneeze and just like blowing like pounds of snot out of my face. It was really sexy and attractive, and I'm feeling like a sex bomb today, let me tell you. Dude, I'm telling you, we need an exorcism, a fire, I don't know. And it's just, yeah, I don't know I don't know why it's me. I think it's just computers. Computers suck. They're just not a finite, like they're not a good, they just suck. I don't know. Oh, it's actually a mix of DMCA free music. I'll give it to you. I have no idea what the individual songs are, but I'll give you the whole playlist. I literally, before stream, all I do is go on YouTube and look up DMCA free music or, license free music or whatever, and just try to find some stuff that's boppy and not, generic. There's so much like license free music out there, and it all sounds exactly the same. I swear to fuck. It's all just this chill hop beat with no lyrics, and I want to vomit. I just can't. It's too much. It's too much. Robo Blake, thank you for 27 fucking months in a row.
Hail the Dank Lord, motherfucker, and thank you. How are you, love?
Oh, it's definitely. You should see the bruises I have on my leg. My upper thigh, which is wild. I have no idea what in this house is tall enough to hit my upper thigh, but I have like this huge bruise going across like 6 inches below my vagina on my thigh. I have no idea where it came from. They're mysterious. You're hungover? Oh God. Stayed up way too late last night, Mon for Gassy. Was it fun though? Sister Sarah. Oh my God, I'm so excited. It's so soon. Wait, what? It's in a month. It's in a month. Today's the 2nd, isn't it? Happy Gay Month, by the way, everybody. I hope you are feeling delightfully homosexual this month. And I hate to say it, but I every Pride Month I bring it up. Try not to just buy rainbow shit from brands that like to market my sexuality this month. I don't know how else to put that. But, there are brands who are 100% 365 pride. And then there are brands that decide to put rainbow on everything for June only. And they're like, look, we like gay people for a month. And I hate it. So thank you so much for being awesome and thoughtful about that stuff. I really appreciate it. I'm sure a lot of people appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Roland, welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucktabulous to meet you. Take my breath away with the choice on my fucked up family today. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I invite you and your brethren to take your pants off and enjoy your time here. And let's stream with pants on. Therefore, I invite you to do the same. Embrace your goddamn nudity, mother fluffer. That's a lie because it's cold. It's June and we're getting like warnings for torrential snowstorms or something. It's crazy. Semen Sugar. What up, Cum Sugar? How you doing? How is everybody? Sorry if I missed you. Nice going live photo. Look cute. Thank you, David. Oh my God. I took like usually what happens when I take a morning photo, I'm sure everybody does this. You just hit it like 3 times. I always hit the photo button like 3 times because I blink or whatever. But one of the photos, I almost posted it because I look crazy. I don't know if this will come up on camera. Do you see my eyes? What the fuck? I don't know what happened. I completely rolled my eyes in the back of my head and kind of look like the devil in it. It's a good one. I'm gonna keep that one. I don't know what I'm gonna use it for, but I'm keeping it. Should we watch the new Hi Gay video? It's not as good as last year's, but it's still pretty funny. Oops.
Hi, gay. In the bedroom or just hanging out. Yeah, we wouldn't. Wouldn't, hey.
Sarah. My little sister Sarah here, as well as one of my best friends in the whole world, Sarah, is here. There's a lot of Sarahs here today. Don't be confused. Nameless. It's been so weird here. We've had days of 80 degrees, and then the next day it literally snows a foot. It's the mountains. Actually, you know what's really weird though? So I've been blaming it on Colorado and the mountains. I'm not even shitting you. I yesterday we had it was just a slew of strangers coming to my house yesterday. I'm very exhausted and I never want to have small talk ever again. Like I banked my small talk yesterday for the rest of my life. I'm done now. But we had like three different people come over and do quotes for the fence because the first quote we got was like $13,000, which seems excessive, but I don't know. So we had another person come quote about the same, and then I had two other people, and one of the people that came last night, she was really nice, and we were just bullshitting, and I was like, "Have you lived here your whole life?" She's like, "I've lived here for about 20 years," and I asked her, I was like, "Has the weather always been fucking weird here like this? Like just it's one thing to be unpredictable. I've lived in Washington's unpredictable. I've lived in lots of places with unpredictable weather, but to have snow in June is something I have never experienced before." And she said, "Absolutely not. It's only started in the last like 5 years." She said she remembers the exact year 5 years ago when she knew weather was getting weird because for the entire month of June it rained. She said that was the first year. She was like, that was the weirdest weather pattern year we've ever had, and ever since then it just keeps getting weirder. So global warming, my dudes. Great. It's awesome. I love it. Put it on a Valentine's Day card. So, fun story. Oh, wait. The YouTube music you shared has a mute section in it. So, it might not have been your fault or your computer's fault. No shit. I wonder. Oh, my God. That would make me feel much better because I cannot stand when my computer. I mean, it's just, it happens out of nowhere. It bothers me that, like, when I take a day off, my computer works perfectly. But when I go to stream, it decides to be not nice. Rent some lesbians and have them build it for you, dude. I wish. I mean, if I knew how to do it, I'd do it. Were you turning tricks yesterday, or was it Zach? Oh man, I wish that would have been way more fun. It was just small talk with strangers trying to get me to buy a fence from them, but it's like fencing material right now because of the world and the shortage of pilots and truckers and everything. Lumber is insanely expensive. So it's all just the lumber is what's costing us, but I have to do it. Like I have to put a fence in. My dogs will die. They're going to knock this fence over, run into traffic and die. My worst nightmare ever could be realized. So I'm not going to do that. Rent some lesbians. Liza, are you up for sale? I literally hear, "Thanks, Rolla," and then "Buffers forever." No. Dude, fuck yes. Roland, I'm so sorry it buffered weird. Here. I'm gonna do it again. So, just because you deserve it, and fuck that shit. Back in the day when I first started streaming, every single time someone would follow me, I would do this insanely excessive welcome speech. And nowadays, I only do it once in a while because it's just excessive. But I did it for you, and because you didn't get to hear it, it seems really wrong. So, welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucktabulous to meet you. Take my breath away with your show my fucked up family today. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I invite you and your brethren to take your pants off, place your hands upon your genitals, and enjoy your time here. I don't stream pants on the front. I invite you to say embrace your goddamn nudity, motherfucker. Thank you for the follow. Still got it. Dude, well, our internet's been weird. Yesterday morning, our fucking power went out again. Just blinked twice in the morning before Zach went live. I was like, this is a great time. I don't know what's wrong with Colorado. I don't think people are supposed to live here. Like, it's just my house. It's so weird. Like, when the power goes out, you know how you can go online and usually there's a map and it'll, like, show the map of all the people with the power outages? It's usually only, like, 4 houses. And we are always included. I hate it. It's so stupid. Thank you so much for the Bezos bucks. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving an anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Thank you for the sub. And the Prime sub. That brings up a great point. If you guys have Amazon Prime, did you know you have a free sub to throw anywhere you want every month? You're paying for it whether you use it or not. But instead of giving it to a dope streamer you like, doesn't have to be me, no pressure, anybody, you're giving it to Bezos, who makes like $8 million a minute. Does he need more? Please use your Prime subs. Again, I am in no way blackmailing you to use them here, but find a cool streamer who needs a sub. Fuck. They're free. I mean, technically, you're paying for it, so it's like, it's there no matter what. What up, Jose? How are you? My Prime dropped yesterday. I think getting a welcome greeting twice deserves at least a Prime. Thank you very, very much. I used to love doing it, but it became a thing, like, people would raid me with, like, 1,000 people, and they would all follow me at the same time. So there used to be clips before the, grand deleting of clips because of DMCA and whatever. There was many clips of me doing that welcome speech over 1,000 times in a row. Like, I was so committed. I was like, "I can't not do it. I have to do it." And then one day I was like, "You know what, guys? I'm tired." Honestly, it was just, like, interrupting, our conversation. Like, we talk a lot. I'm mostly just a just chatting streamer. Don't utility companies in the US have obligations to keep up service in order to be allowed to provide utilities? Allegedly. Allegedly, David. Yes, you are correct. Allegedly, yes. Oh, 100%. We have way more. It's ridiculous. I mean, you heard about what happened in Texas was it last year or the year before? How the power grid went down, and because the way that Texas is very special. So the nation is on a power grid except for Texas. Texas had decided to have their own power grid. So if something horrible happens in Texas, they can't take power from the grand power grid. They're just fucked. So what happens is it's like how would you put that? What's the word for it? It's like the more people that are paying for power, the cheaper your power bill is. So if 90% of the states lose power, the 3 houses left with power have to pay the bill. And so there were some people in Texas getting landed with $16,000 power bills, and they couldn't pay them. Like, they literally, I mean, who the fuck? This is, please correct me. We have a lot of Texans in the community and chat. Correct me if I'm totally wrong. I could be wrong on that. I'm just regurgitating what I from when this happened, either last year or the year before. Time doesn't mean anything anymore, and I don't remember. A very long time ago, I did this, probably average 10 viewers, and Tim the goddamn Tap Man. Oh my god, Tim the Tap Man. He's rated me before too. Yep, I've definitely been rated by a few front pagers, and that's been a rough day. Have you thought about solar to run your power? We have. The only problem is the only companies around here that install solar, they don't sell you the solar panels. They install the solar panels on your house, and then they take all the energy and they own them. It's really weird. I don't know how it's legal, but that's the only one we've seen around here. It's really fucking weird. Yeah, it's the leasing shit, exactly. So, like, you get free power and they take all the leftovers, but you've got this thing stapled on your roof you don't own. Yeah, and we don't. I mean, I'd love to do solar, but not that. The solar scam, it's a huge scam, yeah. Good morning, Berserker. How are you, love? Texas is special. It seems to be the understatement of the century, dude. I don't know what to say about it. Like, touched? I don't know. It's the government. I mean, the people there. I know so many wonderful people in Texas. I have a hard time believing it's the people. Sucks to suck, Texas. Word. Word. They basically pay for your roof space. Exactly. So then when you want to go, like, sell your house, you have to, like, talk to them because you're selling their thing as well. It's really weird. I highly advise no one staple anything to their house they don't own. It's very weird. Rod just gifted a fucking sub to Berserker Rage. Berserker Rage. Go forth and be a consensual motherfucker. You know what's up. The anus wings. Ass mansory. All the beautiful things. You would have to contact someone out of state so you don't get fucked by the lease nonsense. Yeah, which is ridiculous. So we probably will eventually, but we have so much work to do on the house. This house is old and it's falling apart. Like, literally, some of my siding is just falling off of my house. So we have so much work to do on the house. That'll probably be a last thing. I don't think our roof is bad, though. That's one thing I don't think we have is bad. I think our roof's decent. Hello, Bull V. How are you, love? I'm all right, dude. My stomach muscles are sore. I sneezed for like an hour straight this morning. I just could not stop. It was to the point where I was like getting angry about it because I couldn't do anything without my nose starting to tickle. It was insane. I'm last month's Twitch friend. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, no shit. You used to work in the power industry. Texas is way scarier than people realize on electric infrastructure. I didn't even know what they do is legal until this thing happened a couple of years. Was it last year or the year before? I really don't remember. It wasn't this winter, so I think it was last winter, right? Like the 2021 to 20 no, 2020 to 21 winter. And that's when we all learned about it, and it was fucking I mean, I still don't think it was ever resolved. I think there are people paying off $14,000 and up power bills. Things Zeke said they were working on the fence yesterday. We had a bunch of people. We had 3 different people come over and quote us for fences. We haven't had anybody we haven't said yes to anyone yet because it's insanely expensive, Kino. It's gonna be like the first people that quoted us, it was 13,000, like 13.5. And then the second people, it was like 12.5. They're all around the same so far. I'm waiting on 2 quotes right now in my email to just see, but so far it looks like I'm gonna have to sell my soul for a fence, which sucks. I've been saving Seiko solar watches since 1989. By 2045, I'll be able to do my roof. Shut up. That's amazing. That's fucking beautiful. It's legal because the corporations bought those fair and square. Jesus fuck. You're probably. Ugh. It shouldn't be legal, but I think they just get away with it. I had kidney stone symptoms on Sunday. Oh no. Do you have a kidney stone? When you got the CT scan, did they confirm anything? Oh, was it last? Yeah, it was the big ice storm, and it knocked out. I mean, half the state. But what happened was the other half had to make up for that power bill, and they can't. They physically couldn't. I mean, it was insane. I don't know how it's legal. Then they're like, we have crap electric infrastructure, so let's jump into crypto. Oh my god, are they doing that? That's not real. What? Hi, beautifully. How are you, love? What's insane is Joshua was telling me that when everyone was losing power in Texas, so many people died because they were running their generators inside their houses. Yes. That people died from that and freezing to death. Thousands of people were found frozen to death in their homes in Texas. And now they want to make it so every elementary school has one door in and out. We're just trying to murder everyone by thermoregulation, I guess. Oh my god, did you guys see that Kellyanne Conway actually went on Trevor Noah's show and got interviewed yesterday? Well, it was on YouTube yesterday. It might have happened the night before. The world is wild. A simple ultrasound should do both. Yeah, I mean, usually that's what they do when they thought I had a kidney stone. I had an ulcer. They did an ultrasound, just like the goop on my side, you know? It's weird how some tech companies get an office there in Texas and then they find out about the power grid issues and they're like, wait, what? Anybody that knew about those power grid issues would not move there. I mean, the potential of being landed with a like $1,000 power bill because your neighbors lost power due to an ice storm. I'm sorry, no. Oh, it's this coming Monday. Oh, okay, good. In 2017, I had a big one they had to go in and remove. Oh, fuck. At the time, the doctor said he did see a few small stones, but no need to remove them. Make sure to drink lots of water. Just stay hydrated, man. That's what I hear is like the best prevention and treatment for kidney stones. They've been trying to get big crypto farms into Texas for a while. Their claim is the crypto miners will help pay for beefing up the infrastructure. No. They literally poison themselves with carbon monoxide. Yeah. I mean, it was that or freeze to death. What do you do? I mean, it's crazy. It's just insane. I don't want to make jokes about it, but like the alternative is just crying all the time. Tech companies are not known for making careful, considerate decisions. True. They probably just look for cheap land, cheap labor. Is Texas a right to work state or whatever that's called? Where they can just pay you whatever and fire you for nothing? Love him or hate him, Elon being in Texas will probably help the power grid situation. I don't see him liking that much. I I have zero feelings on Elon Musk. I try to just ignore him. He seems to be kind of a narcissist that just likes attention. And just once he starts losing attention, he does something else weird to get more. Popping in for my bi-weekly howdy, y'all. What up, Funky? How you doing, honey bean? Thank you for coming by and saying hola. Hello, Miniman. How are you, love? But you do not need to run it inside. That's the part that kills me. Well, I think it was so cold outside that the generators would die. I read about that. I very vaguely remember reading about it, but they brought them inside because it was so cold the generators couldn't run outside because of the ice storm, and people just didn't think, I guess. How are the utility companies not liable for not maintaining the power grid? Is it they don't own the power grid, or is it they are arguing that it's a force? That's it. Yep, the force majeure. It's Texas decided to be their own power grid. and make their own rules around it. Whereas every other state, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, every other state in the US, we're all on a national power grid. So, like, if I lose power, my neighbors aren't making up for my power bill. Like, they're not getting charged extra. But I don't know why. I don't know where. Like, it'd be really interesting to look into the history. Like, where did this come from? Why did Texas decide to do this? I really don't know. Other than making money off their own power grid, that's the only thing I can come up with. The Hyperloop turned out to be so disappointing. A tunnel that Teslas could drive through. I don't even know what the Hyperloop was. He'll throw money at it. I mean, he'll throw money at anything that'll make his life better, which will be if it makes the other people's life better, I'm all for it. I mean, it's something a rich person can do that's not just going to space in a penis. I can't even do the gun stuff right now. I'm severely disappointed with some folks on the left that are parroting some of the same pro-gun BS. Really? On the left side? Really? We like shooting for fun sometimes. We gotta stop making an excuse on behalf of people that own 10 guns and only break out one of them once a damn year, shoot it for 10 minutes while people are dying left and right every damn day. I couldn't have said it better myself. I grew up around guns. I don't feel bad around guns. I feel very safe around them. However, obviously, the vast majority of Americans cannot handle the responsibility of guns. That's just facts. Yes, the last week tonight by John Oliver about the power grid from last winter is how I learned about it. And it's great. It's horrifying, but it was really educational. Being connected to the federal power grid implies being subject to federal rules and standards. Oh, Texas decided to disconnect itself to avoid those. Okay. And in turn, fucked their population. Yeah, minimum, my day's been pretty good. It's starting to get sunny, so allergies. I sneezed for like an hour straight this morning. It was great. The grid isn't isolated. The stupid weird billing structure laws are the problem, and those are special to Texas. Okay, also, physical infrastructure is terrible in Texas also. Isn't it mostly flat? Like, how do they fuck that up? Greed and lack of forward thinking is what has fucked the Texas grid. Is that what it is, Robo? Robo's like my resident. He's a Texan, but he usually gives me the real talk. Because all we see, people outside of Texas, all we see is the politicians of Texas being themselves, which gives that state a very bad name. The people of Texas, for the most part, are very wonderful human beings. I know lots of them. I have a sister who lives there. Joshua lives there. Like, she would not live there still if it was, like, her neighbors are nice. She likes, you know what I mean? It's really, really gross when you villainize a chunk of land for what a couple choice politicians are doing. It's like villainizing America for Trump. Not all of us love Trump. Do not. Hi, Bubblicious. How are you, love? I'm sorry I'm late today. I sneezed so much this morning. I couldn't do anything. Like, I just kept sneezing. Something was in my nose. I don't know. I felt like a dog. You know when a dog gets something in their nose and they're just like boogers, man. It was crazy. It was a wild morning. The Hyperloop was something that Elon Musk was saying they were building. It was supposed to be similar to a train, but in a tube with a vacuum and train cars that could go, oh, but it's literally just a Tesla tube. Yeehaw. Oh, Robo. When the GOP came into power, it all went downhill. Yeah, I mean, we can all see that and feel it. It's gross. The company I worked for in the industry, we built substations, etc. We did work for Oklahoma, I don't know. Oh God, is MO Missouri? No, that's MI. What's MO? Montana? Oklahoma, Montana, Arkansas, Nebraska, Kansas, Wyoming, Colorado, never Texas. Wow. So you basically literally just danced to the borders of Texas your career. Good morning, ghetto. How are you, love? Ooh, edible of the day. White chocolate, cocoa biscuit, cinnamon biscuit, milk chocolate. Milk chocolate sounds really good right now, I'm going to be honest. Normally I'm a slut for cinnamon, but milk chocolate just sounds really good. Merman, me too. I woke up and I kind of had a headache, like not a migraine headache, but just that tension in your face. You can already sense your sinuses are like a rock. And when I took a shower, it all just started to drain out of me. And then I just started to sneeze and it wouldn't stop. Like for 15 seconds, it wouldn't stop. And it was just like boogers. I'm a fucking gross machine of snot. Hell yeah, dude. Should we cheers? I have a stoner bowl from last night. I have no idea what's in it. If you're new to my channel, just swinging by. Hi, my name's ClassyKatie. I am a registered respiratory care practitioner, medical professional who specializes in surgical shit and tuberculosis, but I also smoke a shit ton of marijuana. Welcome. And I have a little stoner bowl from last night. I have no idea what I put in it, but I'm gonna smoke it. Cheers to your coffee. Lady Snotterly, I'm not even kidding you. Sometimes Zach calls me Hawker. That's like his nickname for me around the house because that's me all the time. It's just never ending, just all day. I'm a snot monster. It's been my life though. I'm used to it. I don't really notice it until someone else is like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Why?" "You just coughed up a booger the size of a softball." "Oh, that's normal." "Don't worry. I have a shitty nose." Dude, the random bowl, that's what I always call them my stoner bowls because it's whatever I loaded last night, took a hit of, and then went to bed. No clue. I took a hit out of it. Let's smoke it. No idea. Nope, I have no idea what it's gonna be. Normally, I try just in general not to get strains that are gonna make me sleepy because I'm streaming and I don't want to be sleepy, but that's it. My nose hasn't stopped running since Sunday. Dude, Pyro, that's if it wasn't so dry, my nose would be running, but because it's so dry, it's just like especially when you're in the shower. Oh, the shower is the best though. That's where it all comes out the most and it feels so good. As a Missourian, Missouri is trash, but what do you expect from a conservative state? That makes me sad for you though. I mean, the hawking, it just never ends. I'm just a mucus machine my whole life forever. My parents, I've told this story. It's not really a story, but the house that Sarah and I grew up in. I guess it's the house that we stayed in the longest. That's why we say it's the one we grew up in because we moved constantly. This house I stayed in for at least 5 years. I was in it for 5 years. That's the longest I've ever lived anywhere in my life. But it was was it a hexagon, Sarah? It was like a hexagon or an octagon shape stacked 3 tiers like a cake, and it was a 3-tier house, and I was in the basement. That's where my bedroom was, and my parents and my little sister were on the 3rd floor. But my dad built the house and designed it, so what he did is he stacked all the bathrooms on top of each other throughout all the floors, so then the plumbing, just straight up the house and little plumbing, didn't have to worry about it, whatever. My dad's a plumber, he thinks of these things. And I would be showering in the basement, like in the basement of the house, and my parents on the 3rd floor could hear me in the shower going, and I'd come upstairs and they'd just relentlessly make fun of me every morning. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. I love it. Stephen Hawking? I mean, I wish. More like Hawker, like Hawk and Loogies 24/7. I used to actually like. I never let my phone ring. But because we had so many goddamn people come over yesterday to measure our fence, I actually had to turn my phone on. Yucky. I have to mute it now for the next 70 years. That's been enough for one millennia of sounds. Bye bye. And she's muted forever again. Anyways. Because I've never chosen a ringtone in my life. I have never let my phone ring. Like you have to force me to turn that shit on. Like, hey, 3 people are coming over to our house randomly to measure the fence. Turn your fucking phone on. But other than that, I ain't turning my phone on. I don't want to hear it. I don't even know what that is. That ringtone? It's the stock ringtone. I don't know. Same. Mine is on like the lowest vibrate ever, just so I can tell it's there. Let's cheers, nameless. I see what's up. Good morning, Gorg. How are you, love? Yeah, I don't listen to that shit. Twitch's biggest lurker. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucktabulous to meet you, and I jerk my heart off in your general direction. Just kidding. Cheers. Shireen, thank you for being a dope ass bitch who slays every day and makes me smile on a constant, regular basis. Right back at you, ho. Hold up. I gotta catch. I think I'm. When my phone goes off, always be on silent, and you're like, "Who disturbs my slumber?" Seriously, I'll throw my phone. I'm personally offended. Like if my phone has an update and resets all my settings, so it suddenly rings, I'll like ah, because it's someone else's phone. My phone doesn't ring. Who's stranger? What stranger's phone is in my house? That's how I feel about that. Fuck. Okay. Good time zone. Good evening, Gog. I don't ever know. I mean, times of day really. Honestly, do times of day mean anything unless you like have an appointment? I really have no idea. None of it makes any sense to me. Coffee, cheers, love. You know what? I have not named this bong merman, and this is why. Previous to the purchase of the egg bong, I have named all my bongs, and they have all met a tumultuous end, either being shattered in a sink or something. And I just accidentally didn't name this bong, and it's lived over a year now. That's the longest living bong I've ever had in my entire life. I don't believe in superstition. However, I am not going to name the bong. I don't want to buy another one, please. It's a curse. I mean, I didn't believe it, but I think it's real. I mean, seriously, we had Wactus the Cactus. We had Wactus the Cactus 2. We had multiple bongs that have all met very tumultuous ends because of names. I mean, not because of names, but they were named. That's all I'm saying. So it's just my bong. Where's my bong? That's all I say. The bong. The bong. It's a real thing. I don't know what it is, but it's fucking real. My fuck off time is 24/7. Don't call me. Word. Hi, Mickey. How are you? Good morning. I hate phones in general, messages in particular. I just, like, I think I've got a little bit of PTSD with phone calls because when I first moved away from home, when I first moved to Baltimore, we had rapid fire, like, a lot of death in my family. So every single time my mom called me, it was like, your brother died, your sister died, your Nana died, you're dead. Like, to the point where I was like, I'm never answering the phone ever again. Because people don't call for good news. No one's calling you for something positive. That's a text with some emotes or a GIF. No one's calling with good news. That's why we shouldn't name kids. Oh my God, can you imagine? It's a Warehouse 13 artifact. It is. I mean, it's just amazing that it's lasted this long. And I'm not reckless with my bongs. Bongs are just in general tend to be kind of fragile. I've weirdly never named a piece of glass, and so far I haven't broken one. I'm not saying, but I'm saying. I'm not saying, but I'm saying. Don't name your bong. Nick, absolutely. Hold up. I got you. I got you, boo. I was just catching up on chat. Sorry. Boom. Permiso, lover. Work is hectic up to summer. Oh, fuck. So how much time do you get? Do you get any, like a week off or something for the break? Or do you work through the whole thing? Kato Poke Nerd, welcome. I've spent the last 10 years of my life living out loud and proud, and as lucky as I am to be able to live my life how I want, I can't help but call attention to our rainbow family who dull their true colors for one reason or another. In honor of those not ready or unable, I will be coming out again on their behalf. My heart. I'm Kato, I'm gay, and I couldn't be prouder of who I am. Happy Pride Month, my friends. Stay fierce, stay fabulous, and let your colors shine.
Hi, gay. In the bedroom or just hanging out. Yeah, we wouldn't. Your part wouldn't. Hey.
Fuck yes. I'm gonna load a bowl and cheers to that. That's one of the most beautifully positive messages I've ever had in my chat. And you're a wonderful human. Thank you for that. I truly hope that everyone in their souls finds a place in their life where they can come out and be their true selves. Like I can't even fathom. I feel very, very fortunate to have parents that, I mean, being gay wasn't even a fact. Like, it wasn't even a conversation. It was just like, you're lucky to find love. Love something. That was basically it. It was never like, be gay, don't be gay. Gay wasn't even a thing. It was just like, be loved, love, and, be respectful of other people. Which is, I was very fortunate, but there are a lot of people who do not get that kind of, they don't get that chance. And I think that's really unfortunate and horrible and heartbreaking. But I completely understand the insecurity. Like, it's not easy to come out, especially when the consequences could be, getting kicked out or your family disowning you or whatever. You guys know our boy Neuro. I've told his story a couple times, but my friend Neuro Fournier, he's a streamer, but he currently works with the CDC on developing vaccinations and COVID information and regulation for the United States of America. But when I worked with him, I worked with him at Johns Hopkins, and he was a neurosurgeon. And he is one of the coolest people, like most like charismatic, fun, hilarious human beings. And when he came out before he went to college, his parents literally kicked him out on the street, and he lived on the streets of Baltimore for about a year and a half to 2 years before he was able to finally scrounge something together to get a place to live and go to school and put himself through college. And his parents didn't accept him again until he was a doctor. And that, I mean, you all know Neuro, and that shit, no one deserves that, but it hits so hard when you know it personally, and you just see this wonderful, glowing person that's so full of life, and to imagine that the person who made them could do that. I mean, they're talking now, but wow, wow, I cannot imagine. Oh, Cake went home. Oh, well, that's why you're feeling bummed, honey. I get that, 100%. Happy Pride. Be gay, do crime.
Hi, gay.
There's a new high gay video, and I really want to watch it with you guys. I'm going to pack a bowl first. I just ground up some. It's that new one. It's called Flavor Crystals, is the strain by Boulder Built. It's a good strain. Good morning, Raguti. How are you, love? Hail Satan, motherfucker. There's a great trans independent wrestler who came out as trans last year, and they got bullied so hard they just decided to hang up their wrestling boots. By fans of wrestling or by the wrestlers? Not that it makes a difference, really, but that's fucked. By shitty wrestling fans, that's disgusting. That's so weird because all the people I grew up watching wrestling. I love wrestling. I'll watch it. I haven't really watched it since they gave away the streak that Undertaker had to Dick Chest, fuck McFuck, bastard bitch. But all the wrestling fans I know are really like awesome, open, accepting people who are usually very bullied themselves. So they tend to like be very loving. That's so fucking gross and sad. My allergies are crazy today, Raguti. I sneezed so hard this morning, my abs hurt. Straight and cis as fuck, but all the support to our rainbow fellow humans. A to the fucking men. And I said this at the very beginning of stream, but I will say it once more. If you can, and if it's within your power, try to avoid, buying into the capitalism of Pride Month. We all know there's wonderful brands such as Black Craft Cult. I'm not sponsored by them, but I like wear their clothes every day because they're amazing. They are an amazing fucking clothing brand that is fucking pro Pride all the time. Not just June, which is dope. And this is a hoodie from them. It's one of my favorites. But like that's just an example. There's many amazing clothing brands and otherwise out there who are, 365 gay, not just June gay. Lesnar's a piece of shit. I hate him. I do not like. He should have never been in wrestling. Get the fuck out. He ruined everything. I still remember that pay-per-view so clearly. I was sitting on the floor. My friend Chase was in his recliner, and I was sitting there petting his Norwegian forest cat. I can't even remember her name now. I was sitting there petting her. Willow was her name. I was petting Willow, and it happened. And we just sat there in silence, turned the TV off, and we never watched another pay-per-view, and that was it. That's what you did, Wrestling Federation fucks. My cousin later came out as a lesbian, which was marginally more acceptable, but now I just don't answer questions about my orientation other than to say that we're all trisexual. I like that. We'd all try anything in the right circumstance. I've never had anyone question my sexuality before. Like, actually, like, what is your sexuality? I've never. Maybe I'm unapproachable. I don't know. Rainbow capitalism? Yeah, I just don't like it. I think the Satanic Temple does that stuff all the time, though. Like, they have pride shit all the time. They always have stuff out. Like, they're very much into doing a lot of trans rights charities and stuff like that. We used to have Lesnar's walk-on music as a that's the only reason DMC was a positive. The only reason the whole DMCA thing was a positive is that I no longer have to hear fucking Lesnar's music. 'Cause that was some shit. My parents and I clash often, but they've always said, "We just want you to be happy, and we don't care who you love and how you identify." They told me this at 4 years old. That's beautiful. My mom, I mean, it wasn't even like I don't think I ever felt the need to, like, ask, like, "Would you be upset if I was gay or something?" Never. And my mom has never asked. She's like I think the only comment she has ever made about anyone any of the kids date is, "Your father and I can't figure out any of your tastes. Like, none of you have a type." That's all she said. That's it. That's, like, the end. None of you have a type, and that's it. Which is true, I really don't, and I don't think any of us do, because none of us kind of follow a trail. The Marine Corps put out a helmet with rainbow bullets? It's odd timing to decorate with bullets. Ghetto, amen. I cannot tell you the amount of times I've been asked outright if I'm a lesbian. Really? Like, 1, that's none of your business, and 2, why the fuck do you care? I mean, I get that on the internet, but that's like 12-year-olds who don't even know what lesbian means. Never in my life have I got that IRL. Other than, well, no. No, I really haven't, Sarah. That's weird. That is fucking weird that people would do that. Same, Shireen, same. Like, I think it's honestly because I'm more attracted to people's personality than anything. Like, there's certain features of humans that I find attractive, but their personality is definitely what wins me over, which I think is why, like, I really don't have. It's not like I'm like, ooh, tall, dark, and handsome. I've dated all over the spectrum, man. My parents asked me several times if I was gay growing up. I just kept my relationships to myself because they were always fighting due to stressors, and I don't think I ever wanted to get married. So weird. I don't think my mom ever asked that ever. She pushes me to have kids constantly. That's it. Like she definitely. I mean, she wants Sarah and I to breed so fucking bad. That's the only thing. That's it. They are still jarheads. Don't think too hard about it. I mean, I'm assuming the jarheads didn't design it though. Like someone said, "You know what represents pride? Bullets." Is that just me? And boo bitches. Ghetto, I kind of feel the same. Honestly, I pity them because having those biases just walls yourself off to a potential world of a lot of fun and love. Or like months after knowing me, people will say they thought I was a lesbian at first. What does that even mean? Like, did you hump a woman in front of them? Because barring that, I just have no idea how someone can assume a lesbian or gay. Unless they were in the bedroom with you, then maybe. I don't know. That's just fucking weird to me. It's so weird if someone even tries to brand people's sexuality when you first meet them anyways. Why is that in your mind? Why is that? Unless you're trying to fuck me, none of that should be that should be a non-factor. Right, Mickey? I know. She doesn't know that though. But she doesn't really ask, so it's not like I'm withholding. I mean, maybe, but that's just how I say hello. That is weird to be honest. Only time time a new person's sexuality even crosses my mind is if I'm hoping they might want to jump my bones. Amen. That's me too. Like the only time, like if you say anything about my sexuality, I assume you want to have sex with me because it's the only time you should be thinking about that, which that's not going to happen. So maybe stop thinking about that. Pride kills. I mean, the only positive way I could spin it is that like get gay penetrated. I don't know. That's weird. But just the bullets like doesn't. There are so many things that have to do with the military that aren't bullets that you could have rainbowed. It just is bizarre that that's the one thing that got designed as rainbows bullets. Sure. Is my cock in your hands? And what business is it of yours? Fucking right. Amen. Like, is your mouth on my tit? Then I don't think that's a conversation we should need to worry about. Merman, that happened to me a couple times when I was young. When I was similarly, like when I was, middle school, early high school, I grew really fast, tall, boobs, everything just super fast and really young. And so I developed a style of just wearing baggy clothes. Like I just, it was the 90s, so it was kind of a style anyways, but it wasn't I didn't like feminine it up or anything. I just wore baggy clothes. I wore my brother's clothes a lot. Like I'd steal my brother's clothes all the time to hide my body because I looked different than all the other kids. No one else got boobs for like 2 more years or something. And it was I would get like before I moved to Kettle Falls. So when I was in middle school in Seattle, I would get bullied heavily that way. Like, I don't know if kids knew they were bullying when they would do it, but like, literally, it was like out of a movie. I remember standing outside the school at lunch, and then there'd be a group of giggling girls near me and my friend, whoever I was talking to, and then one of the girls would come over and go, "Hi, we're wondering if you're goth or gay." T, and then they'd all run away from me, and I'd just be like, "What is that? I'm 12." But I remember that very clearly, but it only happened when I was in the huge school in Seattle. Kettle Falls was so fucking small, like, there weren't enough humans to create cliques, really. Like, I'm sure there was bullying, there was always bullying, like, you guys know, I've told you my stories about my friend AJ and how he was gay, but God forbid he came out because they would literally try to lynch him or something terrible like that, like, there were bullying, but nothing like that. I don't remember anything like that happening because there just wasn't enough people. Like, it was small as fuck. I know, and it's like you gotta know they were being hateful. I don't know. Well, like I never did anything like that when I was a kid. I was too wrapped up in myself to worry about other people, I guess. I think homophobes are just bitterly jealous of those of us who can lay naked in a bed full of multiple sexual partners in complete and utter liberation and satisfaction. I think it's a lot of jealousy. I think it's a lot of like I don't know if it's jealousy is the right word, but like they hate to see the happy. They don't want to see you being happy doing something that is like, unknown to them, like, that's what they wanna crush is the happy, which is weird. People would ask my friend and I if I were gay out at tea places and shit, but I think it was because we were always stacked up next to each other. We were on swim teams, so we were used to being stacked up on top of each other in Speedos and small swim lanes, yep, of course. Unrelated to what my parents thought about me, though, that was all previous to this. Yeah, that was a big part of mine. My best friend in Kettle Falls, where I, like, ended my high school years, was her name was Talitha, and she was literally 5 foot, if not 4'11", and bleach blonde, sky blue eyes, the palest little, like, albino-looking creature you'd ever know, and I was me, 6 foot tall with black hair and dark eyes, and we were best friends because we were neighbors. Strong quotes. We were like 5 miles apart, but that's about as close as neighbors get on the road we grew up on. So it was 5 miles on the road, but if you walked on the beach, the lake beach, it was only like a mile, so we would walk to each other's houses. And we would spend the night at each other's houses constantly, and everybody assumed we were gay. Like, that was just the whole school. I mean, in 8th grade, people were wondering about gay, which is weird. Like, do you even have a pubic hair at that point that you're wondering about gay? It was so weird. And, like, the weirdest part is, like, I took this girl to get an abortion. She was kind of slutting it up with multiple mans, but for some reason, the gay thing stuck. It was weird. Small schools, man. But it didn't feel like bullying. I don't know. It was different because maybe I grew balls. I don't know. I remember being all, "That's gay, you're gay." Oh my God. Ragutis, my little sister has a letter I sent her when I was a freshman in college. And I'll never forget, she showed it to me just a couple years ago, and I swear to fuck, every other word is, "School is gay, math is gay, my professors are gay, everything's gay, I hate my fucking roommate, she's gay, everything's gay, everything. I'm gay." And I didn't even like, it didn't even I think when you're that age, you don't even question words, you know? It was just so commonly, like, prevalent in the language, that was just it, you know? Fucking Slurm, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus swings. Use a butt was of the highest order. I jerk my heart off in your general direction, lover. Thank you for the 20 months. With the Prime sub! Use your Prime subs. Do it! Life is short, taste the rainbow. Shut the fuck up. That needs to be on a shirt. Life is short, taste the rainbow. I like that. I think it's about time we replace the nuclear family with a new societal idea of engaging in as much hedonistic debauchery we can fit into human life. 100%. Hail Dionysus. I'm into it. Let's go. David, on a serious note, I've thought about that a lot. Like, if you look at, older civilizations and how kids were raised by the community and everybody helped bring up kids and, it wasn't just a mom sitting alone being like a milk machine on a couch crying, watching Friends on repeat for months in a dark room. I think about that and like how we've as a society like become more and more secular, like we must have our own little apartment, our own little unit that is private and locked up and no one knows our life and stuff. And I wonder if maybe like the way that we used to do things was a little bit better. Not that I want to do that, but I don't know. Sometimes I wonder. But debauchery, 100%. Agreed. Fuck. Responsibly. My hot take about homophobes is that they see all relationships and sex as more about power rather than love or pleasure. And since there's no transactional nature to gay pride, it breaks their brain. Ooh. Ooh. I hate it, but I get it. I hate it, but like 100%. Like I can see where you got that, and it sounds sound and gross, and I hate it. But yeah, I mean, look what they're if there's gay relationships and it's not just a man woman relationship, then how are they going to successfully write my genitals out of the Constitution? Because gay men don't give a fuck about my genitals. And if I'm in a gay relationship, I mean, then there's two people really giving a fuck about their genitals. I think that's probably plays into it a big part too. Whereas if you can keep everyone in this straight, hetero, white man woman relationship bullshit, you can keep that power. Guns have an amendment, but my pussy doesn't. So there's that. Why does my country hate me so much just because of the chromosomes I was born with? It just, I mean, all countries, really. Is there a country that's like, yeah, women? I don't think so. Yeah, okay. Sounds like you thought about it more than I did. I think too much, David. You know this. I just want to take sex. I just want to take sex, drugs, and chill. Wait, take sex drugs or take sex, comma drugs? Because how do you take sex? I'm curious. Teach me. CJ, thank you for the resub. I probably did. Hold on. I got you, Lilith. I talk too much and then I miss chat. There it is. My parents only once interfered in my dating life. It was way pre-trans, and I was dating a guy who was a lot older than I was. And my parents found out that he was a predator. Oh God. Literally 30 minutes before I was gonna go out with him. Oh no, your parents did. I mean, even if they didn't save your life, they saved your sanity and any possible like, emotional scar that could have happened because fuck that. I am beautifully just redeemed 5,000 points to thank the mods.
Hey mod team, thanks for keeping chat free of the homophobes and the bigots and shit. You guys are the dopest, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, love. Want to talk about hate? I've officially been banned from my local library because I had a slight issue with what they're not doing. Public libraries will no longer be allowed to display books highlighting controversial topics or specific segments. Hold on, I'm not high enough to read that bullshit yet. Fuck off. That. What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta read this. So what Tank said. So Tank got banned from a library, which is insane. Quote, public libraries will no longer be allowed to display books highlighting controversial topics or specific segments of the population such as Pride Month, Black History Month, Women's History Month, Native American history, and Cajun heritage. What? What the fuck? Fuck? Isn't I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. The point of a library is to expand one's personal knowledge base via finding things that maybe we didn't know about. Removing stuff that I might not know about doesn't seem. Sex, drugs, no comment. Okay, cool. I was really wanted to know how you took sex, but I guess I'll deal with sex, drugs. Speaking of, if you guys have never fucked around with a little blue pill, let me tell you, worth it. Ask for a sample. It's super fun. That's in Louisiana. Is it that way like everywhere? Or is this just a specially very racist library? Yes, libraries are for exploring new ideas, 100%. Like, I would think that would be the last place to start banning shit. That's insane to me.
Shireen Lilith has just redeemed 5,000 points yet again to thank the mods! Hey mods. Sub. It's just you and me right now. I'd first off like to apologize for not changing your litter box. Secondly, thanks for keeping chat happy and sick. We ain't got room for hate in this nonsense. You guys are the dopest. I appreciate you. And so does Shireen. Thank you.
My cat rubbed it. I don't know if that. What's jingling on me? I heard a jingle. Something's jingling. What the fuck is jingling? I hear a jingle. I don't know what it is. I'll figure it out. Or it's crickets. I do have some crickets. They might be cricketing. Highly probable. Hold up. At some point, libraries just have to close because they don't have books left. Exactly. I was not a happy camper. I mean, did they say did they try to back up this sign or anything, or were they just like, get out of here, you lover of different people, or something bullshit? I don't even know. What do you say to that? Is it even if a movie can be politically correct-ish, then anyone can do it? I mean, for real though. In dictatorship, libraries can be tools of propaganda. I mean, word, Adam. Sorry, I read that wrong. In dictatorships, libraries can be tools of propaganda. It's true. I mean, if there's nowhere to get the information, you just think it doesn't exist. It's insane.
Sarah, hail Satan. But more importantly, hail yourselves. I love you. Thank you, Bill. I meant to say bitch, and I said bilch. Bilch?
Why is speaking so hard for me lately? I don't know what's going on. My mouth's giving up on the world. Little blue pill question. Yes. If I can't ask here, where? You can absolutely ask here. Dude, I talk about like prolapsed anuses, Raguti. You know this. We can talk about anything. I think that shit needs to be talked about. Beautifully, that emote scares me because it looks like me. I always think it's me. Like, I could do it. It's creepy. That girl looks way too much like me with long hair. The blue pill, oh, it's Viagra. Or any other generic name for it. A lot of people, like, feel a lot of shame if they have, they're pushing rope or something just because we're getting older or whatever. I've had a couple lovers in the past who have, just asked for a free sample just for funsies from their doctors. And let me tell you, they are for funsies without getting too graphic. Calm sugar, you're right. Dude, yesterday, my neck, I did something. What did I do? Day before yesterday, I did something to my neck. I don't know what the fuck I did. Lifted something, so this side it was all tight. So all day yesterday, in between all the fencing appointments, I was at my computer like this. I was, sorry. Like this. Propping myself up all day because I was like, I will not have a painful neck for stream tomorrow. I refuse. I can't stand it. Not being able to look at my monitors, for fuck's sake, drives me nuts. And it's a little sore today, but not near as bad. But thank you. I appreciate the reminder. It is good to sit up straight, seriously. Slouching is terrible for everything about everything. Speaking of controversial topics in libraries, Copernicus, wow, I can say that word, Copernicus, only published his book of the solar system after his death because it was a controversial topic. Turned out to be the truth. If we start banning controversial topics and learning, what's the point of research? Amen. I don't think any information should be off limits. Like, information. I'm not saying people should be able to Google child porn. That should not be out there. Information should be. The fuck is going on? I just don't even know. I have no. I feel like I'm just parroting what you guys know and think already. But what the fuck is going on? In traditional Luciferian ways, isn't hailing Satan hailing yourself? Doesn't oh god, chat. Satanism, Luciferianism teach us that we're our own gods as we have power over our own lives. I don't know, honestly. I've never looked into like the church of like the I can never remember which one it is. There's a church that literally thinks there's a devil and worships Satan. They believe in God as well. Then there's a church who just calls themselves the Satan Church and like, goes about doing charity and stuff kind of as a mime of the opposite of what the Catholic Church does. What up, Kills? How you doing, honey boo? Um, I forgot what I was saying. What was I talking about? Jesus Christ, Catherine. Oh, but in the Bible, which we read on stream, unfortunately, um, the the first mention of Satan in the Bible, he's just a dude who tells a human that maybe we should question the voice in the sky before we slaughter our family or something. I can't remember what the voice in the sky told the farmer to do, but another dude walks up and he's like, "Hey, it's kind of weird just to listen to booming voices in the sky. Maybe question it." Satan just translates to the questioner, which is why Catholicism's all about like don't question anything. Do not think for yourself. No independent thought, no questions. That's Satan. That's literally the direct translation. And then he turns into a dragon with like 10 heads, 7 crowns, blah blah blah. It gets weird towards the end. But yeah, I guess hail the questions. I think there's no such thing as a stupid question. I kind of like it. If you ever have a question about something, you should seek that information. Especially nowadays with the level of information we just have available to us, for fuck's sake. God. Yeah, the blue pill. Never thought I'd admit this, but my past partner, now best friend, and I tried once because I'm on hormones and testo blockers, and we were curious, since I'm pre-op for science reasons, if it could still work, but it made me very sick. Yeah, I wouldn't fuck with it if I was on other pills either. Just the combination. Ooh, I took blue pill once. It went well. The girl I was seeing thanked me, but after a while there were massive pressure behind my eyes. Ooh. My eyes turned really red. Oh no. I've never heard of that. Was it like brand name? Ooh. Did you get it from your doctor? You should tell your doctor about that if that ever happens to any of you. Isn't Satanism these days? There's the satanic church that's like trolling. They actually don't have a religion. They just go about doing charities and stuff. But there is a church that worships some sort of devil entity as well. And I every once in a while someone comes to my stream and thinks I actually worship like some sort of devil thing. I don't I'm like borderline atheist. Let's not. Recovering Catholic. This is a line in the Doctor Strange movie that goes something like, "There is no banned knowledge, just certain practices," or something like that. I remember that one. Oh my god. I had it and it went away within a second. Fuck. You're right though. I remember that line. God damn my brain. There's multiple streams, some literal, some figurative, some tongue in cheek. Yeah, the Bible's fucking trippy, dude. It's just the same story written over and over by someone who thinks they did it better. So is most of our idea of Satan from Paradise Lost? Yeah, most of our idea of Satan is from Paradise Lost or from like Dante's Inferno shit, like poetry and stuff. There is no other than a beast with, I think it's 10 heads and 7 crowns. A dragon with 10 heads, 7 crowns. Don't ask me why there's not enough crowns for all the heads. Emergence from the water, like later on when the stories are getting retold. But there's no talk about a red horned devil with a bifurcated tail hopping around with a pitchfork in the fires in the Bible at all. Like that's completely just media and shit. Which was cool. That's stuff you learn about when you read the Bible, as boring as that was. I could never do it without chat to laugh at it with me because holy shit was it dull. It was just so dry. So dry. It's not written for entertainment purposes. I believe in demons, but not the biblical sense. I believe in Satanism, Luciferianism, as in believe in yourself, create your own future. Yeah, 100%. Me too. Yeah. I think you've got one life and you should pay attention to it and live it like, it's short because it is. If you think about it, the people who wrote the Bible probably had some mental problems, which is not the problem at all. It's just maybe you shouldn't take it so damn seriously when a guy listens to a voice in the sky and tries to kill his own child. Word. Word. I mean, they definitely had mental problems. Saul and Ezekiel, for fuck's sake. I hate that I remember them. I mean, that shit stuck in my brain like poison. What the fuck, though? Doodle-doodle-doodle. Little Camerine, did I say your name right? Lita Camerine? I really hope I said your name right. If I didn't, let me know. Welcome to the channel. Hello, how are you? That's why I love my gods. They don't give two shits about what we do. Just live in honor and protect your family. Dude, if there is a god, it's Earth. Like it's nature. Nature astounds me and is more magical than anything you could ever fucking show me in a building. Yeah, it's called Psycho. At quick glance, I thought you were drinking out of a soup can. Oh my god. Only cans. My mom got me these for Christmas. They're huge. But they hold like 24 ounces of coffee, which is amazing. Yes, it's very cringe and attention seeking. I 100% agree. Yeah, it is. It's you're not doing it because you're seeking some sort of inner solace or some sort of spiritual peace. You're doing it to get a reaction out of people, kind of like most of us that shopped at Hot Topic when we were 16. As George Carlin once said, I was once an Irish Catholic, now an American. You know, you grow. God, I miss George Carlin so much. Have you guys watched the documentary on him yet? I don't want to talk about it because it just came out. No spoilers. But man, he had kind of a very tragic life. You can really see where a lot of his dark humor came from, which is, I always hope the comedians I identify with most and worship don't. I'm like, I know where my darkness comes from, but I just hope they were clever. It never is. They always have some horrible tragedy in their life. It's sad. Sociological theory dictates that when forming an identity, a society must have an opponent or counter identity which they exist in opposition to. Without Satan, there is no social cohesion in being Christian. Yeah, I mean, it's like good and evil. You can't believe there are good people without believing there are evil people. There has to be like the opposite because what's your scale? Huge mugs are everything. I hate a tiny mug. I mean, who the fuck? Like these little, all the cute, all the fun, like meme mugs that I want to get are like 8-ounce mugs. Those belong in a diner, period. Like, end of story. Nowhere else. Why do those exist? It does kind of, no, I totally get it. It looks like a soup can. Yeah. It's just my mom, she shops at like those little like boutiques and stuff, like personally owned. This was made by some person in the Pacific Northwest who probably makes it in their garage or whatever. It's cool. I try to do that too when I can afford it. Wicca and animism are about the only religions I can understand. 100%. Yeah. Which is basically like nature. Stop fucking with it. I believe in Mother Nature and the powers of the universe, and I stand in awe of them. Partly the reason I'm vegan. Mother Nature will always reign, dude. It's all you have to do is like watch a spring burst, and that is enough for me to believe in fucking. Especially like when you live somewhere like here, winter it's like gray and brown and fucking dead, and nothing. There is nothing. We don't have evergreens, so there's nothing left. And then all of the sudden, crocuses are coming up along my sidewalk, out of nowhere, out of the dead, the death, and I'm just like, oh, thank God, life is here. And that shit to me, like, think about it. A seed. Look at a carrot seed. Have you ever seen a pyro? Thank you. What the fuck? How? Bit. I like big jugs and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny that when a little mug walks in with an itty bitty volume. Please ignore me. That's terrible. Pyro, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs in the chat. You silly bee. Geraltimo, F-Thread TV, Nate's Gamey, Media Brat, and Prime. It cut the name in half, and for some reason my brain can't fucking put it together now. My chat cut your name in half. I'm blaming it on chat. Thank you for being here today to accept these wings upon your anus. Go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Pyro, for that very generous gift sub. I appreciate you. It's really good, Shireen. It's sad though, so make sure you're kind of in a state of mind for it because as is with most comedians, they were usually didn't exactly have the brightest childhood. Without dark, there's no light. Exactly. Like you do not have a scale unless you have the polar ends. So you can't say like, I see good everywhere. I don't believe in evil. Like you cannot believe in whatever you want to believe. But if you see good, you have to have a scale. And what is not good, you know? And it's all subjective, but like that's life. And then there's the gray area, which a lot of people hate. Big mugs, but small spoons only. Amen. Sarah, do you have the problem where spoons, like, if it's like a huge soup spoon or something, it like cuts your lip? I don't know if I have a I do not have a small mouth. Shit is gaping, but like I have to use these really narrow like teaspoons whenever I eat soup or something because they fucking cut my lip right here. Trying to use a spoon, I get cuts on my lip, like actual cuts. Is it the turtle? Is it this? Is it because I have a turtle lip? I don't know. I hate it. I hate a giant spoon. Sarah, seriously? Okay, cool. I have to tell Zach because he makes fun of me. He thinks I'm like the pickiest spoon person in the world. Sarah, same. But those wide spoons that like the bowl is too heavy, they'll cut my lip and it's just an unpleasant. It's an unpleasant. English is hard. English is hard. Need to call my mom. Oh, yes, go call. Tell love. Share the things. I'm not religious, but I really think we have something to learn from the philosophy of Stoicism and the way they looked at life. I'm not religious, but I love the study of religions. I agree. I think you can gain a lot from like just reading about and learning about cultures and where the origins of religions and why they came about, and what different parts of the world were trying to explain by using deism or multi-theism, whatever you want to call it. That to me is fascinating. You can learn a lot about people that way. Like what certain people in the world desperately wanted to describe, and they just didn't have the tools. I think that's really cool to me. You don't have to believe in it to study it and appreciate it. It can be part of history and not be real. Fucking Beowulf. Hello. I can craft professional logos and mascot logo and animated package, emotes, and badge screens and overlays. You sound talented. I'm happy for you. That's what I miss about snow. When flowers would pop up through them, like, yo, the earth is warming up. It is us, the heralds of spring. Yes. What is the other one? It's crocuses or the purple flower, and then there's a flower that comes up and has all the little bells on it. It's another one. It's like a bulb that will just never not come up for the rest of time because someone planted it here 50 years ago. But I love them. I can't remember what those ones are called, but every spring, that's like the sign of spring. Good and evil is like canned goods. There's a gunk layer you have to scrape away to get to the good stuff. Word, to get to the good people. They're in there. I mean, there's shitty people everywhere. Darkness happens, evil is intended. Ooh. Just Harry carried my motherfucking aorta with that one. Darkness happens, evil's intended. Oof. Oof. Word. Hurts, but word. I'm not sure if you're aware of the Great Garbage Path in the ocean, but they found life thriving there. I am aware. You mean the islands? The garbage islands? Zoe with that 22 months.
Third tier resub, the fuck bitch. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, giving the in swings, and helping me question reality every fucking day. I hope you're gay and ready to get fucked. Love you.
Wrong button. My bad. Yes, I am aware. I did a huge charity actually to help pick up some of that ocean trash. Life has adjusted to live within the plastics and has adapted to that particular ecosystem. It's now a question of, is it ethical to clean it up because these organisms couldn't live without the plastics? So they're like new organisms that have evolved to it. I mean, that's kind of like there's life in Chernobyl. Like there's animals there, tons, birds, all sorts of life. Plants still grow there, but it's all just adapted to live off of radiation. But the question is, would it live without the radiation? If we ever found a way to clean up radiation, would it be ethical to clean up the said radiation? Similar idea. It's interesting. Hi, Media Brat Love. Thank you for lurking and being awesome. Can you even fucking spoon, bro? I just have a tiny lip, I guess, because I don't have a small mouth, but I have a tiny lip. This little turtle thing. I don't know what it is. I'm religious in the Elder Scrolls universe. You'll say this. I took a meaning of lice class. Love lice? Oh my god, can you imagine a meaning of lice class? Go fuck yourself, Katie. I can't speak today. A meaning of lice, Katie. What even though? Meaning of life class a semester ago, and we looked at different schools of thought like Stoicism, and it was most fascinating. One of the best classes I ever took in college was literally just called Islam, and it was the whole quarter was just learning about from start to finish to work to present day Islam, and that was so educational because I was raised in that 9/11. Everybody hated anything that had anything to do with the Middle East, so we got zero education at all, and that was so enlightening. I mean, I thought it was like fucking vital to my brain to be like, because I'd just been over inundated with if they're from the Middle East, they're evil. Like that was America for a while. It was fucking horrible. Not that that was encouraged by my parents or anything, but that was just society, everything. And so my freshman year, I signed up. I was like, I'm fucking learning about this country. I'm not taking media bullshit anymore because they get paid. Fuck that. I'm gonna make dinner and everything, but I'll be listening. Like, oh fuck yes, I love you, Shireen. Make something delicious. Happy Pride. Be sure to tip your local transes, pay the gays, and buy cute things for all the bi folks. Amen. And don't support companies that are only gay in June. Just gonna tack that one on there because I know Zoe agrees. My D&D character is religious if that counts. Hell yeah. Also, speaking of that, finished my first D&D game. Oh my god, where you weren't DM for the first time ever? Nico, what did you think? Like now that you've finished one, what do you prefer one over the other, do you think? Because I have an itch to DM. I've never DM'd before, but I've been kind of designing my own campaign for over like 2 years now, and I just don't have the balls to do it. But I've always been curious because most people either they DM GM or they play. You know, it's one or the other. I'm curious. What do you prefer? Is that an ASMR? Do you hear the little like? It's crickets. Every time I talk, my mic will pick them up every once in a while. I got a bunch of crickets and threw them into my animal cages yesterday, and obviously some survived. So they're chirping. It's great. I'm having a great time with them. They'll die, don't worry. There's organisms adapting to eat the plastic. That's kind of amazing though. Like are they metabolizing plastic? Cuz that'd be fucking amazing. I don't think anyone could deny that. That'd be incredible. Internet people, don't let Katie and I not get a tattoo together in London. Oh, Sarah, I wouldn't. I mean, I'll walk you into the most ghetto place where we will probably get some unknown disease ever before we leave London. Don't even worry about it. You know me and self-harm and paying someone to do it for me. Most people are average people. We're probably average as well in terms of where we land on the moral scale of good and evil. I hope so. I mean, I pray, I strive. I think you should be in the middle. I don't think it's healthy to be an extreme. You think, David? Like to striving for an extreme of both doesn't really scream stability. I think it's good to be balanced. I mean, no one's perfect, and accepting that is a huge part of just personal growth. Your use of the word cooter is still rebounding around the inside of my skull. Cooter sweat. Tell your fat to fuck off. Zacrarion. I knew there was another resub. My chat did the double thing again. I just don't know why. I think I gotta like delete all my add-ons and re-add them back or something. It goes back to regular real fast, but I've missed so much chat, which is very annoying. Fucking 22 months.
So carry on with that 22 months. Like, how do you listen to me all? Like,
Hi, gay.
that's it, that's all. What up, gay? I can't listen to me that much. You got a gift. Thank you for resetting the glass, giving the glass alive, and giving an air swings with that prime gaming stuff! Stop shoving your dollars into the greasy G-string of Bezos. He's got enough. Use your prime sub somewhere. Doesn't have to be here.
Doesn't have to be here. Use it somewhere. Jesus fuck. Forgot I was still on Satan. Sometimes just get used to it. Lice. I can't do lice. Dude, you don't even want to know how many little bugs crawl on your body all day. I try not to think about it because I would just set myself on fire if I did too much. But microbiology really fucks you up if you ever get a chance to take a funsies class. History, I mean, I wish I would have had Christian history classes like available to me. My only I read the Bible. Obviously, we read it on stream together. It was a weird experience, but then being raised, Catholic-ish and going to Catholic church and shit like that, like I don't I wasn't really given the history on it, which was kind of a they don't want you to know it, you know, because they clip and choose and put it in Latin. Like, yes, I did. Is this the one you literally posted right before I went live? Yes. If you guys want to watch it, it's so cute. You guys have officially met Gizmo. If you weren't in my stream last week, Rod brought Gizmo over, so you guys got to meet him. For those of you who haven't followed my friend Rod Johnston, he's in chat, obviously, but Rod is the how do I word this? Gizmo has a pet named Rod. And this is Gizmo. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. I love that the bird joins in. The bird's like, Dad, give it back! I love him so much. Sarah, that's Gizmo. I mean, aren't we all broken a little bit? We're all a little broken. That's what makes us special. Tank, same. Oh my god. I don't know if I've ever told you this story. I actually got to go to the Vatican with my mom and my sister one time. And I can't remember like if it's been a bit now. But there's one part where you walk down this enormous like white marble hallway, and the marble hallway is cross-sected. Like every 10 feet there's a hall that bisects it right down the middle. And so as you're walking down this one, all the little halls that bisected are roped off, but you can look down them and it looks like a hoarder, an antiquity hoarder's dream down every hallway. I'm not fucking with you. It is beautiful, legitimate, ancient relics that the Catholics have stolen over the course of time, and it's just stacked up like a garage sale. Forever, as far as your eyes can see. And it's so bad. This is just a really good example of it. This happened like I think like a couple months before we were in Italy. My sister will, if my sister remembers, she'll correct me because she's got a really good memory. But they told us when we were there that selfie sticks are illegal in Vatican City now. You'll get arrested if they see you with a selfie stick because someone tried to take a selfie in the Vatican, and because these hallways were like overflowing, they beheaded an ancient lion statue with their selfie stick. Like, fuck knows from what era or culture or whatever it was stolen from. But that was eye-opening as fuck seeing that. Like, that is not. I was there to see Sistine Chapel. Like, that's all I really knew about the Vatican, which that was probably the least exciting part of the entire tour. And again, none of my family is Catholic. So we just went because we were all raised Catholic. We went to Rome. We were like, why not see the fucking Vatican? It's a piece of history. And holy shit, is it a lot of other pieces of history you didn't even know? Like, so many pieces of history. Like, nauseating amounts of pieces of history. Like, they might have the Alexandrian Library underneath. I don't know.
Underscore 419 tipped $5. CK, I spent time ringing in Pride with a nice queer named Asplaster 9000 who gave me a nice haunted puss and pudding butt spiders and indulged my hypno-prey fetish whereby convincing me I'm someone who works at Tesla and they were Elon Musk. Woo.
Did you convince him by carrying around your liter bottle of urine all the time? Was that your like? No, really. See, I carry my bathroom with me. I love you so much. Ass blaster over 9,000. That's all I could think. You know, I've never been to the British Museum. That's one thing I didn't go to. It's so weird, but when I went to London, there was a knifing, and a lot of places were shut down, unfortunately. but I'm excited to see it. Yeah, there's been holes put through like ancient paintings and shit by selfie sticks. It's crazy. The fact that anybody feels the need for a selfie stick to me is weird. If you want that much of the background in your photo, just take a picture of the background, get your fucking ugly mug out of it. Stop it. I don't get it. But sure. But what? Can you imagine being the tourist that puts a hole through an ancient painting? Or beheads the lion that like guarded the Parthenon with your fucking selfie stick? Oh my god. A good museum are the ones in Manchester. Dude, I've never been to Manchester. One of the most Madmar, one of the weirdest parts to me when I went to the UK for the first time was realizing that even though you are this island that is, smaller than most states in the US, you can't drive from north to south of it in a day, which is really weird to an American. Like I've literally driven the entirety of my country in one go, just like driven it. Took me like 3 days. Right? So I was bummed out because like I've never been to Manchester simply because I went to Wales, and to get to Manchester from Wales it would have been like two 12-hour drives or something across like this much land space. What the fuck? It's wild. Like why? Honestly, Kel, I cannot tell you. I really don't know. There's just no roads. I think there's like one road because most people use public transportation. They train or something. I think that's my assumption, but it's you can't. It's so weird. Like imagine Washington State, but imagine not being able to drive from the east side to the west side in 6 hours. Instead, it's 24. I don't know. So if you guys ever get to go to the UK, like plan a lot of time if you want to see the whole thing because you will not make it. It took us to get from the Midlands to Wales. It took us like 4.5 hours. Go look at that on a map and tell me that should take 4.5 hours with one pit stop to piss. It's just insane. I don't know. Maybe it's because everything's like this. You fucking got me. Because I'm just so used to I could just drive for the next 16 hours and end up on the other side of my country if I wanted to. It's weird. I don't know. It's, you fucking got me, but I'd love to see Manchester. Scotland, I've never been to Scotland or Ireland yet. I'd love to see all of them. But Sarah and I are going to be there for a week. I don't know. We have zero plans other than a concert. And other than that, we're just kind of flying by the seat of our dicks. Hear about the guy who slapped some cake on the Mona Lisa? Yeah, I still don't understand why. Like, I know why he did it, what his purpose was, but why also. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why the Mona Lisa? Why cake? Why was that the way to make a statement about the environment? I don't know. I don't get it. 100% Kino, yeah. And I think it was just like molded and, it was molded and shifted the story to whatever means the author was trying to achieve. From South Wales, you can get to Manchester in 6 to 8 hours. Yeah. So you're about like 2 hours north of the Midlands then, two-ish, 2.5. And I think honestly, like, we went south because Wales is where I got my tattoo. That was the only reason we went south. But Wales is beautiful. Have you been there, Myanmar? Of course you must have. Your country's not that big. I hope you have. It looks like a Ghibli painting. If anybody here has not been to Wales and you ever get a chance to go to the UK, please go check it out. It is quite literally a Ghibli painting. Like you feel like you're just sitting in a scene from My Neighbor Totoro. Like the thick, lush green trees on the tiny mountain hills, and then like the train going through the middle in the silence with crickets. It's Wales. It's real weird. Beautiful though. You can drive on the island I live on in Madeira in 4 hours. Does that ever drive you crazy? Do you ever get like island fever? Like you kind of want to go further? Oh man, the Indian food in London is so fucking good. In England in general, it's just so superior. It's dumb, but also super funny to me. Wait, which part? The driving? It is. It's hilariously dumb. It's infuriating. Because as a dumb American, I'm like, I can see the entirety of the UK in a week. Child's play. No, you can't. Not unless you want to be in the car the whole time. Did they shoot any Game of Thrones in Wales? I don't know if they did. Does anybody know if they shot Game of Thrones in Wales at all? I think Game of Thrones was shot like all over the world, wasn't it? They did many different film locations. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh my god, one of my dogs farted and it's so bad. You know what, Tiberius? I think you're right. Now that I think back on it, there was so much construction going on all the time. Like anytime we wanted to drive anywhere, it was you would go like, the speed limit for a bit and then you'd stop and just be sitting there. There is a lot of construction going on the highways all the time, or whatever you guys call them, interstate, highway, freeway. The fast road takes 6 to 8 hours. That's insane to me. Why? Is it because the roads are like this? Or is it just traffic and all that? In your opinion, since you're local. Literally, I'm just curious. Because I am not a local there. I don't want to put my opinion. I've only been there a couple times. The Mona Lisa thing is dumb. What I meant, oh yeah, same. It is funny but dumb. I just don't get it. How does it? I don't. Yeah, same. Like ruining such such a piece of art is dumb, but it's so surreal that it was because of a cake. I know. It's funnier when you think about it like that, isn't it? The great fall of the Mona Lisa was cake. Motorway. There you go. There's another one for it. Everyone, even in the US, every state has a different name for the roads where you go super fast that have multiple lanes. In Washington state, not DC. Well, in DC it's kind of similar actually, but in Washington state, we have like just your back roads, your highways, the roads that kind of go off into nowhere where there's not very many houses. And then you've got your freeways, which are the interstates. So like I-9 or I-5 or whatever, the interstate. We call them all freeways though. No one says interstate, or we just call it like I-5, I-9. That's just what we call it. But when I went onto the East Coast, it's interstate. Everybody calls it an interstate. Interstate 9. They say the full fucking thing. It's weird. And I was like, really though? And when I said freeway, no one had any idea what I was talking about. That word doesn't even exist over there. Everyone calls them something different. It's kind of like roundabouts. Like it's a roundabout, a traffic circle, insert here. There's so many names for those stupid islands that they stick in the middle and make people go in a circle. We talk about him. Oh my god, Lilith's farting so bad. We talk about him a lot because my mom is the type of person who stops at roundabouts. Sarah knows. I think it might be time for a break because my dogs smell like they're dying inside. Oh, it's a Queensway is a highway. No shit. Weird. That is bizarre. I've never heard of that. They shot a lot in Belfast, but I don't know about Wales. Wait, I mean, Wales is so pretty, man. Holy shit. I would, if I had to move to the UK for some unknown reason, I would move to the Wales. Seriously, it was just so astoundingly beautiful. And it felt very small towny. I remember planning my trip to the US and finding out it's even bigger than I thought. Oh man, the US is a big fucking place. But the cool thing is that you can go from one side to the other and you don't need a passport. There's no border checks. There's nothing weird like that. Half the states you go through, you'll find some nice legal weed. Like I like that is kind of nice. And like there's a weird like kind of pretentiousness to going to Europe in America. Like if you are capable of affording a trip to Europe, if you've been to Europe, people think you're like rich or you're just, gifted things or whatever. It's kind of because it is insane expensive. You guys know what the flights cost just to get to Europe, which I get, but they will they'll just wallow in the fact that like I can't afford a flight to Europe, so I'm never traveling. You can go a couple states south and not be able to understand how people are speaking in the US. You do not need to go to Europe just to find some culture that's different from where you're used to, you know what I mean? And I know US people know this. Like we're very we're just very But if you haven't ever been to the US, it's really fucking cool. Like, you can drive from Maine to Florida and hear 20 different accents, and half of them you won't understand, and 20 different, food locales that are phenomenal. It's just amazing. Like, the culture in America is we're still kind of a beautiful melting pot. You don't have to be able to afford a $2,000 flight across the pond to travel. And a lot of people look at me like I'm an idiot when I say that, and I'm like, "Really then? So you're gonna say, like, you're just gonna assume no place in the US is interesting, so you just won't go? Okay. Wallow in your own shit. I don't wanna wallow in your shit with you." Don't forget to vote. Vote, vote, vote. The stupid roundabout fuckers, I hate them. I don't think they help anything other than they break down brakes fast. Mel, no, you're totally good. Wait. Oh, I'm not island crazy as I believe it, or not. I haven't seen everything yet, even though I've lived here for 6 years. There's so much here to experience. I'm also a bit bound to the limitations of my wife's condition. Yeah. So as caretaker, I don't have interest in being gone. 100%. I just always wondered because, like, one of my favorite places I've ever been in the world is Hawaii, and it's. I know that sounds so lame, but I went to Maui and I stayed on the side of the island where there's no touristy stuff because it was cheap. I got a really nice cheap Airbnb, and it was just so insanely peaceful and quiet there. So quiet and peaceful. And it's really easy to just find solitary places to sit and watch water or watch something beautiful. But I think about that, like, would I go insane living on an island? Like, you actually have a physical limit to the driving, whereas I've never had a physical limit to where I can drive. Again, the US, you can just keep going forever. As someone who would have been totally fucked over without free healthcare, I actually feel weird about going to the US. I get it. No, I totally get it. If most Canadians, I just know this because I lived on the Canadian border and had a lot of Canadian friends, but in Canada, you can get this really cheapy, it's not cheap, but like a quick add-on to your insurance, this travel insurance, and they get it literally just across the border to have lunch for the day in America, in the US, because they're afraid, what if I trip and fall and break my hip in the US? They ain't gonna transport you across the border to a hospital. They're gonna take you to a US hospital. And I don't know what happens, honestly. I'm not part of the billing. We got some coders in chat though. They could probably tell us the nightmares. Drive across Texas and you'll see all different kinds of customs, heritage, coastal people, Mexicans, Germans, 100%. Yeah, one state. That's like Washington state is very similar. It's not near the size of Texas. I mean, it's a big state though, I think. But you can drive from like the just from, the actual coast of Washington, not the Puget Sound, and then go into the Puget Sound and you've got two different people, like two completely different populations of people who sound different the way they speak, and that's just going like a couple hours. It's wild, and it's just the difference between people who have grown up on that harsh ass coast and then the people who live on the Puget Sound, just different people, but it's cool. I don't know why people like limit themselves. I don't know. Maybe I'm very adventurous. Oh, that's nice, Kino. I mean, they are nice. Like, I like a roundabout if it's like a blind corner or something, especially I talk about Washington all the time, but that's where I grew up. In Washington State, there's a lot of back road highways where driveways are hidden, completely hidden by a turn or a curve or a tree branch or something. And I do appreciate roundabouts in those areas because I'm so terrified I'm gonna hit a kid. Like, my worst nightmare in my life is a little kid running out of the driveway on one of those blind driveways and me just, oh my fucking god. Or clipping a car or anything. Like, no one wants to get in an accident, but that shit scares me. And there's so many. I mean, it's more often than not. It's like a joke. I remember as a kid trying to find my friends' houses to go to birthday parties. My mom trying to find people's houses. There was no such thing as GPS or phones or anything like that. It was, like looking at a map. But the hidden driveways, like, we would spend hours. Half the time, I was just ended up never going to a birthday party because we couldn't find the house because the driveway was some hidden fuck up in the mountains somewhere. It was so weird. It would take a lot for me to cross the border into the US. I love a lot of you people who are fabulous, but your country's completely fucking insane. Nah, dude, I feel like the US is not. I mean, even though we have a lot of cool stuff, the overall temperature is sad. you know? And especially post-pandemic, like, all of the cool cultural local businesses in the cool little communities, like college towns and stuff, are dead. They all died. Every single one is dead. Like, we are a country of chain restaurants at this point. Do you like Red Robin or Taco Bell? Welcome to America. Like, these little personal businesses, that aren't franchises could not survive the shutdown. So they're all gone. And it's really sad. Like, a lot of the character from a lot of America just died because of capitalism and, dumbness. And it breaks my heart. And so if you, like, are not from America and you've never been here, I wouldn't say this is the best time to come. Just because, like, we're just not in a good mood overall, I think. Also, like, every single day this week, there's been a school shooting. So there was one today in Oklahoma, if you're wondering. Uh, Peabody and Worcestershire list? Wait, what are we talking about? Peabody and Worcestershire. Or am I saying Worcestershire wrong? Probably. Is it Worcestershire? Worcestershire is how I learned how to say the sauce. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Was it a children's hospital? It came up and I saw kids on it. I didn't read the article. I just saw it pop up on Reddit. I did not read it because I didn't want to get super depressed before a stream. I thought I saw it am I totally off? Worcester. Oh, Worcester. Worcester. So it's like Gloucester. Gloucester. Like in Boston. What are we talking? Where are these places? Are we talking about East Coast or England? Because a lot of the names on the East Coast we just stole from other countries. And they're pronounced totally different though. You know this. But I was pronouncing it like it was English. My bad. We have family in Gloucester. Yeah. East Coast. You gotta get lobster in Gloucester. It's wonderful. What do they say? It's wicked awesome. A little hard, but it's wicked. We have family there. We stayed in an Airbnb there, and man, the accent is hard. It's a hard one. It's a wicked pissa. I'm saying, like, I consider myself pretty worldly in terms of not just my traveling, but like where I've lived. I've moved a lot, and there are places on the East Coast where I'm just like, huh? Oh my god. Speaking of, hold up. Before we take a break, I started a movie last night, but I didn't finish it because I really want to watch it with Zach. Because it's kind of scary and there's like murder and shit, and I get scared easily, but I gotta look up the name of it. But regardless, it is kills. If you're still here, you're gonna die. It's placed in Philly. It's called In the Shadow of the Moon. I have not finished it. Please, no spoilers. However, it's based in Philly, and the accents are fucking gnarly as fuck. Oh my! It's like Howard County up in the Philly. Like, imagine your grandmother has a cold. Your Philly grandmother has a cold. Like, it's that accent. Dexter's in it from Dexter, like the not Dexter's Laboratory, obviously, like Dexter the show. He's in it, and he's just you gonna put those flares in the water on the table up in here, like it's so. Oh my god. It's like a caricature of the Mid-Atlantic accent. I love it. I mean, I feel at home in it, but also it's a weird one. Like, I respect it's a weird one to grasp. But they talk like everything's up in here. It's great. But it's literally only like the first 5 minutes of every character's introduction, they have the accent, and then it's gone. Weird. Still stays in Philly. Accent gone. Good morning. Rub it too hard? Always. You know me. It's like you can't once you stop, you can't stop. Once you start, you can't stop. What's the commercial for that? I don't even know. Wasn't that a food? Thank you for the resub, Banana Hammock. That's a long 37 months. And
Hail yourself! Motherfucker. Did you see we got a warning for a torrential snowstorm? Very excited.
as much as I totally agree with the sickening amount of chains, I've been glad to see a few small businesses reopen. Oh, thank fuck. I don't like chain restaurants. I've never have. I've always been like you guys know. I eat like once a day, maybe with a few snacks, and I want my one food to be good, not McDonald's. Like if you're eating once a day, you should probably go for high quality, man. Once you pop the fun, don't stop. Lay's potato chips. Boom. Thank you. I thought it might have been Pringles. I couldn't remember. I didn't grow up with TV, so a lot of these commercials are like, I saw them once at a friend's house and it burned into me. Go vote. Yes. We will be here. We need to take a break. We've been live for 2 hours. It is time to stand up, stretch your dicks, get a beverage, load a bowl, clean your bong if you didn't. Fungal pneumonia is real. For more branches to come down in my yard and on my fence. Oh, God. We've been getting quoted for new fences, and so far it's going to be around $12,000. But my fence is literally melting, and I got to keep my dog safe. I don't know what else to do. All I can say is, when you live in the country, you don't have to worry about this shit. I never had to buy a fence. My dogs could just run. But yes, this is my life now. Never again. Never. Okay, break. Stand up, stretch your dicks, all the things. Every couple of hours, I encourage you to take a break yourself and get some circulation in your body and get some water or something. I run a little 3-minute ad block so that Twitch doesn't run them over our conversation because I think that's bullshit. And not fair to those who, cause, we've all been there where $5 is a lot of fucking money. Like, I hate when people are like, it's only $5. Like, go fuck yourself. I've been down to the point where I have $2 and I'm like, how many penny candies can I get with this and survive for the next month? I get it. Entertainment should be free. Enjoy the music and the flowers blooming, though. But get up and stretch your legs. But enjoy the flowers. But get up and stretch your legs. And don't be too weird. I'll be back. Ed Hakalugi. It's so fucking windy outside. It made my eyes cry a lot. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about, well, not really. We took a break. I peed. I washed my hands. I hope it was good. You want to know my favorite part about living with a large man? The large shits I get welcomed to in my toilet sometimes. It's my favorite part. I decided to share that with you guys. We're friends and we're close like that. What up, Myron? How are you? Smack the pony? What the fuck? Smack. Dude, Zach and I like had a like not a fight, but we were like arguing last night because he was saying iron like it was 2 syllables, and I was like, wait, what? And I guess it is 2 syllables, and then I felt really stupid.
Thanks very much.
Stop auto-playing, you stupid cock fuck. Okay, let's listen to I gotta hear this. Smack the pony, whatever the fuck that is. I'm excited. Like, don't smack ponies. Well, ponies are kind of dicks, but like, don't smack a pony. Do I need to say don't smack a pony? Probably not. Fuck out of my way.
In a few weeks. Thanks very much. Is this free? Yes.
Great.
It is only in one
Can I
ear.
register for one of your courses, please?
Of course you can. Do you have the reference number there?
I do. It's EF4, English as a foreign language, beginner's level.
And can I take your name?
Yes, you can.
What?
It's Jackie O'Farrell.
And
Hi,
the name of the
King. How
person
are you,
taking
love?
the course?
Jackie O'Farrell.
Sorry, it's for yourself.
Well, yes.
You are English.
Well, I know that.
So you speak English already then, presumably?
Well, of course I do, but I only speak English. I don't know how to speak it as a foreign language.
There's maybe been a bit of a
No,
misunderstanding.
just listen. Foreign people can't understand a word I'm saying at the moment. I travel abroad quite often.
Thank
so
you,
it's gonna
Banana,
benefit
very much.
them
I'm very
and
excited.
me.
Yeah, but English as a foreign
$13,000
language
is just
is
wow.
English.
And we only have 200 feet. I know
That's
that.
not a problem.
Look, I think maybe with the communication abroad thing, what you're really looking for is just a simple foreign language.
Could you, don't tell me what I do and don't want to study. I don't want to do that. That is too difficult. I want to start with something easy.
Oh, bless her.
I think you may find it of limited use, given that you do already speak English.
I want to learn it as a foreign language.
English is just English. What about teaching as a foreign
fucking hit my
language?
teeth.
Yeah,
Teaching English as a
well,
foreign
until I can speak English as a foreign language, I can't very well teach it to anyone, can I?
English is only a foreign language to foreign people. You can only learn English as foreign if you yourself are foreign to English. Shall I do a Venn diagram?
Don't draw anything. Do you do foreign as an English language?
I mean, this is pretty good.
I think he's in charge of that.
Do I need to draw a Venn diagram? You know, I literally have drawn pictures when talking to Zach sometimes because words just don't do it. I've been there. Where, like, I can explain it 5 different ways, and he like, not just him, someone will be like, "I don't get it," and I'm like, "You know what? Let's pull out some crayons. I bet we can make this easier for both of us." Been there, done that. That next person, oh, man, can you I mean, we've all had that customer, though, right? Like, dude, oh my god. There was a Karen video on my Instagram, and it's very short, but I laugh so hard. I don't know if it'll even show up if I show you guys, but I'm gonna try, because it makes me laugh a lot. Where the fuck did it go? Letting me over! No, I'm not. Ma'am, hurry, please, hurry! Mike! Mike! The Karens in the world just kill me, and I laugh so much at them all the time. Yeah, the car is parked, and the person that was driving the car is filming, and she's screaming, "He's running me over." And just clipping to her husband dancing in the house is just, I don't know. I cry laughing watching that a lot. I saved it for that reason. I have a lot of things. I have a picture of a hairless cat, like, hissing at its own nutsack, because when I'm, like, super sad, it always lifts my spirits. Cheers, hippie. How are you? I was just gonna cheers. How did you know? Sally Phillips, it is. Yep. I knew she was familiar. Familiar. I mean, that's why charts and diagrams are created to visually display and communicate a complex thought or series of data. 100%. Words just don't do it sometimes. And some people, like, I'm that person. It's really hard for me to hold words in my head, as opposed to just immediately processing them and making a response. Or explaining that accents aren't in fact a speech disorder to some humans. Oh my god. I've heard some horribly racist things in terms of just regarding accents when I was working at the hospital. Holy shit. People are ignorant fucks. Cheers. Not to that. Such a nice strain. Speak English. I can't. I can't stand anyone that says that. It's so degrading. They're speaking English, right? Like, you are being an ignorant cuck. Stop it. That shit is so irritating to me. Cheers, caffeinated cheers. Oh yeah, that's the same with like on the East Coast. I feel like the East Coast has a larger pool of, various people who either have a foreign language is their first language, or they have a hard time with English. And it's a mixed bag. Like, you're getting people from all over the world come to the ports of the East Coast to come and move or come just for medical care and stuff like that. And they would struggle with words, and I would see, like, a doctor snicker or something, and I'm like, "Motherfucker, that bitch already is better than you just by knowing 2 languages. What do you do? Shut the fuck up. Let them work through their shit." It's so degrading, I hate it. Oh, speak America, shut the fuck up. There's a population of people who seriously think English is the official language of America. We don't have an official language, you guys know this. I think that's pretty common knowledge. We don't have America, the United States of America, we don't have an official language at all. We teach English, and Spanish is overwhelmingly offered for the most part because we have a huge Spanish population, which is very helpful. But we don't have an official language. So the people that are like, "Speak America, if you're gonna move, you're fucking go fuck yourself." I can't even finish that sentence. It's so fucking offensive. Hell, technically, we don't even speak English. Word on that. Seriously, we don't. I mean, we speak like an amalgamation of shit. You have to say no to some. Wait. The shit you have to say no to in some school districts, really? Like what? I don't think Americans give people who speak English as a second language enough credit. I don't speak any other language. For someone to speak two has one up on me. You just took the words out of my mouth. 100% agree. Like, that is phenomenal. Phenomenal to me. It's one thing, like, I took Russian in college. Cute. Am I going to fly to Russia in a non-wartime? Obviously, like, we're not going to take into the current political atmosphere. Am I going to go to Russia and feel confident just like whipping out my Russian and being conversational? Absolutely not. That takes balls. That's a lot of balls. Like, I'm going to struggle through some American and I can understand some of what they're saying, but I'm not confident in that way in my Russian skills in any way, shape, or form. And for someone to like, that's communication is hard. I can't stand anyone. That's why like when people apologize for a mistype or something in chat, I always say don't apologize. I mistype. I do typos all the time and I don't correct myself anymore because this is not a thesis paper we are writing. We're not turning anything into a professor. We're having a fucking conversation. I stumble over my words all the time and I'm not like uh some people just think they're way more important than they are, you know? Or assume the opposite of others. I only have problems when I can't understand them, but usually it's because of their accent more than their words. 100%. But I think I could speak for most of us here. I would never aim to make them feel bad because I was struggling. That's never been an instinct of mine or even crossed my mind to make someone else feel bad because I'm struggling. Like, I will do my damnedest. I will whip out my phone and get translators. I will do my absolute hardest to try to communicate with someone because when you can't communicate, like, man, that's a hurdle. Humans, to look at another human who is like human and you can't connect with a language is really, I mean, it's hard. But when maybe I have that sympathy because whenever I've traveled, I've gone to many countries where they don't speak English barely at all, and people are so nice and they try so hard to help me understand and to equally try to understand me when I speak to them. Like, they're laughing, I'm laughing, we all look ridiculous, but they're so kind. Everywhere I've ever been, I've never run into someone cruel. Like, I just don't understand these people that just want to like knock someone down for trying and having courage about like that, something like that, just whipping out their second language that they're not great at. That takes balls because you don't know what you're going to say. What if you said like monkey cock's my favorite before dinner, but you meant to say chocolate? We don't know. At one point in my life, I would have grew past that. Had managers that would do that all the time though at my last job. Really? Like, would make fun of people? Icky. No, that's not okay. When I worked on the factory floor as a team lead, I had two ladies that spoke broken English, which was light years beyond my Sesame Street Spanish. Word. Oh my God, that's such a good. I'm gonna read that one more time. That's so well put. If I could, I'm gonna use. Can I take that and use that when I try to explain to people my levels of Spanish? Like, I could speak medical Spanish out of necessity for a hospital, but other than that, 100%. When I worked on the factory floor as the team lead, I had two ladies that spoke broken English, which was light years beyond my Sesame Street Spanish. I would pull out my phone and use Translate, and they would laugh, but they said they appreciated it. I mean, I'll do that. That's my last resort. I always try, but 100%. Like, I'd rather be able to communicate with someone than not. And I will use any resource possible to show them, like, I really want to try. Like, I am acknowledging how much of an ignorant American I am. Let's go. This isn't a shot against French people, but I'm Cajun French. Our French is a bit different after a few hundred years in America. It's kind of like Canadian French versus French, right? Um, Actual French people always talk shit to me because of the way Cajuns. I've seen like documentaries and I've heard from Canadians, like the Quebec, French speaking Canadians, that the language is so minutely different. I mean, the language is pretty much across the board French, but there's something about it where like a Quebecian, if that's what you call a Quebec person, and a French person, no, they're not. Like, they could be speaking over the phone and they'll know, like, oh, you're not French. You speak flawless French, but you're not from France. It's kind of the same like contention. I love Cajun. The Cajun accent's fucking hot. Dude, I heard it for the very first time on a train in DC. The conductor was Cajun and he spoke over the intercom and I was just sitting there like, does anyone have a diaper? Um, Ignore that moist place. That was a time for me. It is hard to understand though sometimes, like wow. But honestly, it's not even I don't even think it's the accent, it's because it's faster speaking than I do. Like, the words are more like they remove more syllables than I remove from words. You know what I'm saying? Which is a lot. But it's cool. I love it. It's fun to listen to. The inflection, yes. Quebec, do they say Quebec or Quebec? Is it Quebec? For real, I don't know if I'm saying it right or not. When I was a child, I was taught it was Quebec. So we've grown beyond that. What's a lemon, though? Having children that are learning English, needing speech, know they need classroom support from your teacher. Children that lisp, but their family speaks a dialect of Spanish where that's normal. Yes. Even turning the TH into a D is normal. Yep. R is also a huge thing that varies greatly. 100%. I mean, it's when you get down to the science of it, like when you're born, I mean, your whole life, you have millions, hundreds of millions of microscopic hairs all over inside your ears. And then you have your eardrums, and all those little bones, those little tiny little vibrating bones that we hear sounds with. And if you grow up not hearing certain sounds, those little hairs die. And it takes a lot of effort to hear them. I'll admit it straight up. Like, there's a lot of sounds in French I straight up cannot hear. I'm like, what are you doing with your mouth? Or is it, or is it, I can't hear it anymore. Like, that's just, it's so, because American English is so consonant heavy. The language bifurcated in the 1800s. Oh, between Quebec, if I'm saying it right now, who knows? Quebec? Between Quebec and France. On the flip side of in the super wealthy schools, we would get full speech consult requests for children because there's something wrong with their honor student because they got a fucking B in history. What? That poor child. I wonder if they have any self-esteem left. If they don't understand their language, I can understand some poking fun on certain things though. Like we would get English speakers that want you to tell them what they want. This included like what paint color they wanted. Those folks deserve a little bit of ridicule. Wait, what? We would get English speakers that would want you to tell them what they want. Yeah, I don't know if I could help but make fun of that. What? French is a very precise language, Katie. Not a lot is needed for them to not understand it. French people will struggle with Canadian French. That's what I've heard. I watched a documentary on it when I was in school, when I was taking a class on child psychology, because there's a really interesting psychological component to that, where a lot of children from Quebec will use French at school almost exclusively. And when they go home and they're talking to their parents about homework, they'll be speaking in French. But if their mom says, "Have you fed the dog?" This 5-year-old, 6-year-old will immediately start to go into English because they've only spoke English when in terms of talking about their dog. They know how to say dog in French, but it's like segmenting their brain. I can't remember all of it. This was many years ago, but it was super interesting, and that's where I learned about that. The accent differences. The reason I can learn languages and hear shit like that, even now in my 40s and my autism, really, what does that have to do with it? For lack of a better way to ask that. French in Quebec is the old French. French in France is new French. Oh, really? Interesting. Probably because it's segmented in the 1800s, right? I've had people who speak Portuguese and who speak Portuguese and Spanish are the same. They can understand each other, but it sounds like it was put together by a 5-year-old. That's kind of how I feel when I not the 5-year-old part, but when I hear like Ukrainian, it's like I'm listening to jumbled English. I've always been better at like understanding Russian than just speaking it conversationally because I speak way faster than I think, so English is just my fallback, as is most people's. But when I hear Ukrainian, because it's not the same language, the alphabet looks very, very similar. They have some different little minor differences, but have you ever watched one of those videos where it's like, this is what English sounds like to non-English speakers? And if you turn your head away, it's almost like hearing garbled English, like a sitcom in the other room, but they're actually saying nothing. That's what it sounds like to me, and it hurts my head. Because I'm like, my brain wants to make sense of it, but it's not the same. It's like Italian and Spanish. There's words will be spelt really similarly, but like for instance, double L is a Y versus an actual L sound, and they're pronounced and mean something totally different. So your brain's like, no. I love learning different languages. I was kind of good at it, I guess. I think because I found it fun. Probably. I don't think I have a talent for it. You see the same differentiation between Spanish and Mexico Spanish. Oh my gosh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. I never really thought about that. You spy? I know. I mean, I'm not even kidding you, Tank. I would not be shocked if I'm on a government list. I took so much European history and Russian when I was in college just for fun, literally filler classes. But I fell in love with one professor. She was just amazing. She was so engaging and enthralling. One of the very few lecturing professors I've ever in my life been able to literally just listen because she was so interesting. And so every time I saw a class available by her, I was just like, yep. And I ended up taking a ton. I probably could have had a minor in European history or something if I wanted to, but I didn't care. But I took Russian as well because it why if you I don't remember why I took the first one. There was a reason why. I think it was like a companion class to one of the Eastern European classes I took. But when I took my first one, I just thought the language was beautiful, so I just kept going. But I guarantee they have me on some stupid list. Like, look at this white girl learning all that Russian. The fuck? Me too, Bubblicious. I don't think there's ridiculing at all. I think it's beautiful. I love accents and different languages, and I think the way people speak is pretty. And I never try to correct people because it's just who you are, you know. Unless obviously, like if you're like me and you say compromise instead of compromise because you grew up reading books instead of talking to people. You guys can correct me on that one. That one's pretty bad. Still happens. The feminine and male versions. Yeah, it's like some of it I feel like is easy, quote unquote, because it's like if I'm speaking, I just smack the feminine end on a lot of words. But there are some words who are just decidedly a feminine word. Why? I don't know. There's no reason behind it, so it's hard for me. That was hard for me too. Information density and word order is an interesting subfield in linguistics. Subject verb or verb object versus verb subject object. Oh, dude, man, Aspects, I think I've told you guys this before. I took one linguistics class in college. I really love the study of linguistics. And I was super stoked because this class was really hard to get into. Like linguistics it's a small field and it's interesting. And I got into it and I was so excited. And my professor, I shit you not, was like a Ben Stein clone, but less interesting. Like imagine Ben Stein minus the funny for a linguistics intro course. Am I the only one that finds that? What the fuck? So, like, going from, my Eastern European history class teacher who was so enthralling I could not stop listening. This guy could put you to sleep. Like, he could make an app that was tell you stories to put you to sleep or something. So fucking dull. And I don't know if he knew, but every test he gave us, we could Google them and find them online before he gave them to us with all the answers. Like, he was just pulling from some test bank online somewhere that we could also pull from. So I just stopped going to class, but I got an A. It was horrible. I was so sad about it though, because it just killed my want to do anything about that because I didn't want to ever have another class by that dude. But linguistics is fascinating. Books were kinder, word. Way more interesting too. My girlfriend has an exchange student from Spain. We took her to San Antonio for a weekend trip, and she said talking with Mexican Spanish people was like talking to an uneducated child. Oh, that's so mean. But I mean, language barriers, right? We'll give them credit on the language barrier. But I get that. I mean, I think a lot of, kind of ignorant Americans say that when they go south. I mean, think about it. Anytime there's someone who's ignorant in a movie, they sound like this. Immediately, they start getting either a nice twang or they start getting that drawl and they don't have any ahs in anything they're saying. Immediately. I know a lot of people from the South who are highly intelligent, but it's the stupid ass stereotype. Ben Stein without the humor is just the current Ben Stein, which is terrible. Dude, you know what's crazy is I used to love that show he had when he was a kid. When he was a kid. Win Ben Stein's Money, just because I love trivia shows. I've always been a crackhead for like Jeopardy and shit like that. And then like 15 years goes by, I start streaming, and I mentioned that on stream, and you guys enlightened me. I had no idea what a dick fart Ben Stein is. He really is like just a true ass dick fart. Dry eyes. Punch Ben Stein's eyes. Hi, Lash Dude. How are you, love? I find Japanese amazing to just listen to. I love listening to Japanese as well, and Korean, and Chinese. I love listening to different languages, honestly. If I can get subtitles and actually listen to a movie in the true language, I will do it if I can. Playing the Yakuza games was mesmerizing to me just for the sound of the language. It's gorgeous. I mean, there's so many beautiful languages in this world that just, like, the English language does not encompass any pretty sounds. Like, we are just garbo, I feel like, comparatively. I'm smarts down here in the South. Even oh my God, my mom, I never forgot this for some reason. When I was really young, I was like 12. I said, Mom, I'd really like to go to Louisiana someday. And she goes, something about that heat makes them stupid, Katie. And she said, and like as a child, I was like, heat makes you stupid. I gotta click this link. Hold up. Work. Accent coach? Wait, what is this one? Hold up, I gotta move chat. Move out of my way. Get out of my way. Dude, Dutch is wild. I mean, I just don't like it's so many. It's like, again, a language there's a lot of sounds I don't hear. Over there, they're white and Mexicans would be they are white and Mexicans would be the minority. And some of their media there is very much that vibe. Really? Weird. Hi, Spiffy. How are you, love? Me too. I was super disappointed. Like, apparently he's a super right wing, like, yay, Trump, keep my money, fuck the poor kind of dude, which is so weird to me. I don't like it at all. Gotta jump into a meeting. Guys, you want to know how amazing Banana Ham Hock is? Real talk. He took one of my favorite photos of me and a group of you guys at a con I own to this day. I have it printed in my bathroom. Have a good meeting, lover. We could be worse. We could speak Dutch. There's nothing pretty in that language. It's pretty but daunting. I don't think I could ever learn it. Ever. The media has been portraying stupid by using a southern accent, right? And now I've noticed there's a shift where it's like, if you are intelligent, you're British, and dumb is just any American accent. Like, you could be my accent, whatever the fuck this thing is, and that's the kind of dumb or comical character, or the, angry Raphael of the group, which is bizarre. I think that puts a weird stigma on British people. Like, I don't think just because you have an accent means you're like, there's a lot of highly intelligent British people, but assuming everyone with a British accent is highly intelligent, little. Stop it. Stop it. Louisiana's weird. We have two systems here. If you can afford private schools, you can get a damn good education, but the public school system sucks. I noticed Maryland was really similar that way. There's, for as small of a state as Maryland is, like, it's such a little sliver wiener state, so many private schools, and every kid goes to private school. Every kid I knew went to private school. Like, that's just, when you have children in Maryland, you factor that in, which is weird. Comparatively, like, on the West Coast, I think there was one private school, and that's literally where all my drug dealers went to school, so don't do drugs. Spain's one country I haven't been to that I'd love to see. I don't think Americans are dumb. I think we're ignorant. Because dumb, I mean, I don't know, this is probably just me. Dumb implies, like, the inability to grow beyond. And, like, I consider myself very ignorant. But oh, the big spider's on my wall. Look. Look at that big fuck. That's my jumping spider that's been living with me for, like, 2 weeks now. Oh, he's looking at us. What up? Should we name him? He's facing us right now. See how big that shit is? And the flypaper, yuck. Ignore. Look at that giant spider, though. He's hunting. He's on the hunt. Crazy. Weeks now. He's just been my buddy. Just been living. I find him on my desk sometimes, on the walls. The other day, he was in between these cardboard pieces, just peeking out, staring at me. I was like, are you watching things? Like, how cognizant are you? It's very strange. But jumping spiders are weird. Ice falcon. Should we cheers? I could kill this bull. Which British accent? It's always like the RP. Always RP British. If it's anything else, you are like the comedic relief or a bad guy. Would anybody disagree? I feel like that is me. That's like Hollywood here in America. Yeah, Cockney British, it's like gangster, or you're like the dumbass, like the what's the word? The stogie? Stogie? Is that the word? Usually like the kind of shorter, tough little of the bully dudes of like the I can't words are not working today. The gang? I don't know. They don't. Cheers. Fuck it. I'm not high enough for this. Yeah, Spain is actually trying to pass a law saying that if you have bad cramps, you can get like days off during the month, which is incredible. I wonder if they will honor that for trans women. How is Spain on trans rights? Are they I have no idea. I'm not being sarcastic. I really don't know. So teach me like I'm a 5-year-old. But I've thought about that. If women get 5 days off, women get 5 days off, right? Or whatever the amount of days they dictate for our various hormonal imbalances. But I mean, I think that's the first country ever to even acknowledge, I mean, the fact that we just go to work in excruciating pain and still manage to pull our job off. I know. We're the only country that doesn't even offer, that doesn't have mandated paternal leave, I think, at this point. One of the, not the only country, one of the only established countries. What are we? I don't know. I have a really hard time saying we're a world power country or whatever. First world country. Because we ain't. We're in so much goddamn debt. A single human being. Like, there's a handful of people in our country alone who could just buy us. I have a hard time believing we're a world power if that's a fact. I'm packing a bowl. Question. Ooh, yeah. For cigars, I know you shouldn't use a normal Bic to light because of the type of gas used. Would you consider using a butane refillable lighter for your weed? What do you mean? What kind of lighter? Isn't it the same, though, if it's butane? Because that's all lighters are, is butane. I'm honestly, I don't know. I've honestly searched for, like, better methods of lighting weed. The only method I've found, really, that's, like, tried and true and makes logical sense as to being better for you so you're not, like, sucking on butane is hemp wick. The problem with hemp wick is that it's not really a problem. It's just me. You're literally lighting a hemp wick on fire and then lighting your bowl. And then now you're pulling on a bong, but you've got a piece of waxy hemp in your hand on fire. It's not like a hot coal. It's straight up just burning to your hand. So while you're pulling on your bong, you got to figure out what the fuck to do with this thing on fire in your hand. It doesn't turn off. And that freaks me out. I've burned my desk multiple times, like trying to put it out. I just don't that's a lot of multitasking. If anybody knows, like, is there some mechanism that you roll the hemp wick up and down that puts it out? I have no idea. As far as I know, you just gotta fucking smother it in something. And you're not really conserving lighters because you're literally lighting your lighter to light your hemp wick. So you're saving yourself from inhaling the butane, but you're still technically burning butane directly in front of your face constantly. Into your atmosphere, whatever. I don't know. The problem with it is there's, like, because marijuana is still what is it? I never remember the word. Class 1, station 1, whatever. They think it's heroin. Does it start with an A? Why am I so bad at that? Why? Schedule 1, thank you. Because it's a Schedule 1, nobody can study it very effectively. They can only study weed up to like 2% THC. The weed I purchase is up to 40, 70, 80% THC. So we don't know. Like, until they decide that weed isn't heroin, we really can't, like, conclusively say anything. But I've definitely fucked with hemp wick. It's a great option. I just don't know what to do with the flame floating in my hand. There are some states that don't do any parental leave. That's disgusting. What are you supposed to do? Just, like, birth on the floor and, like, get up? I have, like, 3 Zippo lighters, and I actually do have lighter fluid for them, but they run out so insanely fast. I'm just lazy. I never refill them. Like, I just stop using them and look for a normal lighter. I'm like, I can't stand this. Why are you empty already? A very small fireproof jar, of course. So, like, but here's the thing. So seriously, I'm being an idiot, but I need to be literally teached like I'm an idiot. So you've got your spool of hemp wick, right? Do you cut a piece off so you're just holding a piece that you then are dropping into a jar that's fireproof? Because that's so many steps to light a bong. Like you need a lighter, hemp wick, scissors, jar. Or is it connected to the spool and you're like dropping a whole spool into a jar? Like help. Oh, Mel, we have to implode first. I truly believe that. Like, our country has to have its pivotal low before anything will change. Odious, I really don't know. Because I have lots of mechanisms that hold hempwick, feed hempwick, but all of them, you still have to find a way to put out this piece of waxy cord in your hand that's on fire. Because it will burn to your hand, like, or eventually just burn the whole cord up. I don't know. I'm legitimately asking because I'd love to use something that's not involving chemicals burning all the time. And those of you who use lighters know we all have this disgusting callus on our thumb right here. Kind of like your writing callus. If you look at your writing hand, whatever finger your pencil leans on, you know how you got that lump right there? It's from years of writing horrible things you didn't want to write down. You get one on your thumb from lighters. I'd like to not have that. But it's just so high maintenance. Like, I smoke too much. I would never do it. I won't keep up with it, and I know myself. I do not use a Zippo for lighting weed. It was immediately a terrible idea. Like, I think I filled a Zippo and then watched Zach, like, roll the fire right now. He's like, yeah, you got to burn all the fluid off the outside of the Zippo. I'm like, I'm not putting that on my weed. Hell no. It's in my car. Left it in the Jeep. No, I was too lazy to get it this morning like an idiot. Think of how stupid. Oh, this is Carlin. Look at it this way. Think of how stupid the average person is, then realize that half of them are stupider than that. Facts. Facts. Odious, dude, I'm splitting too. I love it. I mean, it's good. Hempwick is a great option. I have a really cool tool. I'm trying to think where it is. That actually has like a built-in spool for it. But again, it's just the putting it out safely. And I live in a desert. And I'm sure you guys hear about how Colorado's on fire all summer. Like, everyone bitches about Colorado fire smoke is drowning out every other state in the world. So I'm hyper vigilant about flame. It's very dry here. Like, we're a matchstick. You drive a Jeep disappointed? I worked really hard and saved up money to buy my Jeep with cash. I'm very proud of my beautiful Jeep. Suck my juicy anus. Do Toger Pokers hold hempwick? Do they really? I had no idea. I didn't know it did that, actually. I might go get it out of my Jeep during the break then, because now I'm curious. I did not know that. Taco, bless your heart. Thank you for the biddies. I was going to say I worked really hard selling my butthole to buy the Jeep, but I didn't want to give that impression straight up, but... Packable. Fear of drinking it, right? And that's like, I'd be afraid I'd drop the entire spool of fucking hempwick into the water, and then I'd be like, God damn it. But if I had like a tiny glass of water and hempwick somehow spooled inside the toker poker, you could literally just dip it in the water, just like a little, not even a dip, you know what I'm saying? Like a little kiss, just to put the flame out, but not soak the cord. That's actually a good idea. Water. I never thought about that. Water on my desk is questionable. I do have long arms that swing a lot, but it's the best idea thus far. I know, Falcon. Well, you never know. I mean, people wouldn't exactly look at my Twitch channel and be like, wow, she rolling. Oh, dude, I love my Jeep. I did extensive psychotic like levels of research on Jeeps because I've wanted one my entire life. Like, it's kind of been a weird fantasy of mine to have a Jeep. I don't know why. and I finally live in a place where it kind of makes sense, you know, because of our weather. I needed something with four-wheel drive, but I wanted something that I could like go into the woods and drive up and down the mountains and take my dogs and not. I don't really care if I fuck it up because it's a fucking Jeep. Um, and I did a ton of research, and what I found was it's the years like I can't remember now because I bought it like over a year ago now, but I think it's the years between 2012 and 2015. Something changed about the Jeeps, and they just ended up shit. They were terrible for some reason. They got a horrible name because of it. I don't know. I don't remember what they changed, but they went back. It's the I have a Jeep Wrangler, Rubicon. I call her Connie. She's pretty hardcore. Hi, Viking Coder. How are you, love? A little exactly, just that little like, but not to soak the cord. Dude, I'm gonna get it on my brake spiff because I did not know that, and I've even had you know this. I've had a toker poker before. I didn't know that, but I don't have any hemp cord. I don't think I have any hemp wick right now. I think I don't have any hemp wick. That's what I'm lacking. Maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll order. I'll fucking order some. As a tall boob loving, boob having person, I also have and said love said Jeep. I do have a good mechanic though. I grew up with with mechanics. I don't know. I feel really safe around cars because I know so many people who know about cars. Like I can call my dad up, put him on fucking FaceTime or FaceCam or whatever, and he could diagnose shit. He's so smart when it comes to cars. Um, but I Auspex. How does it feel to fit in a car for the first time in your life? Because we can trash Jeeps all day. It is the first vehicle I've ever sat in my life that I didn't immediately have to either lower the seat or jack it backwards. I just sat in it and I was like, oh my God, they made a car for me. Like, my head is nowhere near hitting the ceiling. I can see above the steering column, but I'm not getting cut off by anything coming down on my. I mean, tall people get these issues. You know it. Driving for a tall person can be very dangerous sometimes because cars are just not built for our bodies. So a lot of the time we're like gangster lean driving just so we can see through the windshield. And it was the very first car I've ever sat in my life, and I didn't feel like a monster. I didn't feel like I was climbing out of a clown car at the end of the day, you know? That was really nice, but I don't have a fucking truck. We already have a pickup truck. We don't need another truck. I just wanted something I can go up in the mountains with, have fun. It can get dirty. I got a white one, so it looks dirty. Like, I ain't about getting that four-wheel drive truck and fucking keeping it clean. I want to see what the fuck I did to it because I take it out. Like, that's what I wanted, was something fun but also practical, and it is very fun. And I fit in it, which is just the best. And I've taken it on a few road trips, actually, and it's really fucking comfortable. Like, really comfortable. Wait, what is this? Hold on, I'm clicking it. I got this. My chat did the double again. For the water? I mean, it's not a bad idea. I have a shit ton of, like, ball jars and stuff. I used to can. After 2015 Jeep engines, ball bearings, struts, and etc. that were supposed to be new and better, but that's what happened was, so it was the ball bearings, struts, was it just like a ton of pieces that they just cheaply started buying? Because I know there was a chunk of years where Jeeps, I mean, you can't resell them. No one will buy your 2012 Jeep. Not worth a damn because you can't get the parts because they just said, oh, sorry, we started buying really cheap parts. Oh my God, like a Mini Cooper. Amelia has a Mini Cooper, and let me tell you, it was like, I'm not exaggerating, this was me in the Mini Cooper. Fuck, my fucking shoes are too slippery. Yeah, the English countryside it's really beautiful. Oh, my legs are fine. I lost feeling hours ago. It's fine. Are we in Wales yet? Oh, 4 more hours? Okay. My knees were seriously higher than the fucking the dashboard. It was humorous. That being said, I'm not only tall, I am all legs. I should throw that out there. So my legs are kind of excessively long, but it was fun. It was a fun time. Cute. I mean, it was a comfortable car, honestly. Like, if I wasn't just a beast of giraffe proportions, then it probably would have been really comfortable, but planes suck for me too. My knees just get fucked. The Bic lighter Snoop Dogg did a commercial for? What? It's meant to not burn yourself when lighting a bowl. How do people burn themselves? Oh, like if the wheel gets hot? Is it like got a guard or something? Weird. I never burn myself anymore, but skills. What are you gonna do? Oh God. Oh my gosh, Spiff. My mom's car. I would love to see a creature like you get into because it'd be hilarious. My sister and I try to get in my mom's car, and we're like this on the ceiling. It's a Toyota Solara, I think. It's the little Toyota sports car that's sometimes a convertible, sometimes not a convertible. I think it's a Solara or Solaris or something like that. But I quite literally have to recline it back. I always pass out in her car because I'm so reclined, and my sister lays sideways in the back seat. It's humorous how small. Solaris, thank you. That one. It is comical, like straight up clown car comical to watch us climb out of this car. And it's only a 2-door, so whichever one of us pulls the ugly stick and has to get in the back has to like fucking do some yoga to climb over the seats. It's just amazing. I'm only 6 feet tall is tall, but we're not getting into like, does she have issues tall? And I don't fit in half the cars in the world. It's like a barbecue torch and Bic at but the size of a Bic. Oh, weird. I'm gonna have to look that up. Wasn't there a rollover issue with them having to have a center of gravity years back? The minis? I don't know. Ooh. Ooh. Hi, Gucci. How are you, love? I become a question mark in the back seat. I always just I do this sideways. Like where my back's kind of against the window. And I just don't. I mean, back seats honestly are oftentimes more spacious and bigger than a front seat just because you're not up against the engine, but it's a give or take. My Golf is the first one of the cars I can sit. Golf was literally the only other car I was looking at when I was living in Maryland and I was still commuting all the time to work. I love a Golf. They're so fun to drive. It's one of the few tiny cars I fit in. Yeah. It's weird though. I don't know why. In a Prius. Dude, I drove Scott and his family to the airport in their Prius and I felt like if I got in an accident, I was cannon fodder. Like there's nothing between you and anything else. It was so weird. I felt like I was driving a bubble. No, I didn't fit. But they didn't want to go in my car. They had to go in their car. So I drove them in their car and they have a Prius. Because that's safe in an accident. Lean up against the outside door. Exactly. Don't have the cash for it though. Exactly. Like I would love an electric car. And when that's feasible in my country, I totally will. There's a fuzz on my nose. I can feel it. Oh my God. When that's like feasible in my country, I totally will. But unfortunately, with the amount that I drive around the country, travel and whatnot, our country doesn't supply enough plugins and shit. Like my car would die in the middle of the country and I would get skinned and eaten by someone. Oh, is this the Bic? Oh my God. And it's with motherfucking Martha Stewart. Oh my fuck, my nose. It's just so bad. Ugh! Every once in a while, just like a microscopic little fuzz from the air will get stuck on the rhinestones of my nose ring, and I can feel it. Will feels the same. Don't lick your snatch on stream. No! God damn it. Can't stand it. I've had a nose ring since I was 12. You'd think this shit would become something you didn't notice anymore. Daily dose of cute. What the fuck is that? No, really. What? How dare you? Oh my God, do you imagine? Like, what is that shit called? Oh, that stuff you use to like, spray on your couch? That's one of the cutest things I've ever seen in my entire life. Why are puppies so perfect in every way? I'm a piranha. so cute. It started with an F. What is that shit called? Was it an F? No, S? Shit. Scotch Brite. Scotch Brite? Scotch Brite. Scotch something. Scotch spray. And you'd, in the olden days, you know, your Nana would Scotch Guard. Thank you. Your Nana would spray the couches down. So, like, if you spilled on them, it would just roll off. But it made everything smell like Scotch Guard, which essentially just became old people smell mixed with mothballs. Wait, did I miss a fun fact? God damn it. Ooh, fun fact about the new all-electric Prius, the Prius. To replace the whole main battery for it, you have to be Master Toyota certified for just that battery. Due to, if you messed up one little thing, it would instantly kill you from the shock. I mean, that makes sense with how big the battery is, but that's terrifying. I was one of the few people in my dealership that had to replace one. How, like, often do they have to replace them? You probably have to go. I have so many questions. We'll talk about it when you get back. Run. Go. That's insane. I'm glad you're not dead. But that's pretty scary. Them termites, though, they growing. They got it. They got into Nana's steroids again. I love dogs more than most things in the world. It's an illness, but they are so just... They're perfect. Even when I hate them, they're still better than most things in the world. Fuck yes, dude. I have so many questions about that because I mean, Ice Falcons, go. I will ask you again. I've always wondered, like, what do we do with the giant batteries once we replace them? Are they recyclable, or are we just replacing one, you know, problem with another problem? Like, instead of fossil fuel reliance, it's landfills full of car-sized batteries? I don't know. I hope they can recycle them, though. I feel like that should be required for how big they are, because I've seen them. They're enormous. Really? Recycle and rebuild? Awesome. That makes me feel good. Good. I'm glad. Because otherwise, there'd be no point. Like, I mean, there's no other way to word it. It's literally just, like, exchanging Band-Aids. Viata, I just packed a new bowl. Cheers! Good time zone to you, love. How are you? We're starting to see more wind and solar farms, so we'll see how it goes. I think solar farms are a great idea. For all the, I mean, in terms of just the open space in the US we have a lot. If you ever get a chance to drive across the US, you'll see it. It's vast, and it is empty. And unused, because it's just like nothing. I mean, there's nothing there. No one wants to live there. Unless you're a Wyoming. Whatever, cheers. Don't, just ignore me. Ooh, nice. Decent day, good, I'm glad. People are probably exhausted from the weekend. We still gotta mine for the materials for recyclable stuff. This is true, which is no good. Dogs are like derpy little children, except when they grow up and talk back, it's still cute. Exactly. And it's completely legal to make them shit in the yard. Naked. Cheers. Adam, that's dope. I want to read that out loud. Hold on, for those just listening. That's really cool. Adam said some batteries taken out of cars can still be used for less demanding applications too, which can extend their life. That's awesome. So basically, like, when the car thinks it's out of juice, it's just out of enough juice to run the car. So you could just apply it. I love that. Batteries are a huge contention when it comes to stuff like that, because a lot of people don't know to recycle batteries. There's a lot of battery refuse in our dumps and shit. It's terrible. Like, I'm sure you guys have all seen a battery explode inside of an item, like something you find deep in your closet you forgot you had, some old dildo, and you go to knock the batteries out and they won't come out because it's just like that crystally white formation around them of the battery acid leaking. Imagine that, like, exponentiated in the ground. Ooh, speaking of voting, there was an infographic on voting, but it was done with circles based on population density, and it shows just how empty the US is. Oh my god, do you have a link? I would love to look at that. Coffee and PB&J. Oh my god. How do you make your PB&J anime? No, Spiff. Oh my god. Didn't someone make like a joke commercial about that? I feel like SNL did or something. Like they literally had a car made of batteries. Like the doors were batteries. No stress, Odious. I was just curious. That'd be cool to see. Because the US is very weird that way. We have very densely populated areas, and then areas that literally not a human goes. Lots of newer LifePo batteries can be taken out of cars when depleted, rebuilt, and then used for other industrial applications. I also know some people working on algae energy farms. Dude, that's huge. Oh, fruit fly. That's really, really big in the Pacific Northwest. Honestly, unfortunately, it was one of the things that drove me away from the biology program just because I like animals. I love plants, but animals are kind of my thing. And my school, Western Washington University up in Bellingham, Washington, their biology program is kind of pioneering these algae studies. It's kind of crazy because up in the Pacific Northwest, it's wet, it's cold, it's damp, lots of algae. And so they're pioneering these incredible studies. Not only that, using algae to create energy via photosynthesis, blah, 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 but algae converts CO2 to oxygen faster than any other plant on Earth or something crazy like that. Or it's one of the fastest. So we're learning to cultivate algae farms to help, clean up a lot of the CO2 buildup that we've made by driving cars and shit. It's fascinating now that I'm an adult and understand it. But when I was a child, I was like, I want to know about a horse penis. And they were like, algae. Oh, lithium polymer. Oh, see, I don't know these things. Thank you, banana. Lipo or lithium polymer. See, I don't know. I would have just gone with lipo. Could have been a brand. Nobody knows. We still have to mine for the resources. Most of it's going to come from Africa, a continent of countries. U.S. foreign policy has been fucking over since we started this experiment. Word. In the meantime, excuse me. Russia and China have spent money developing a lot of goodwill there, so you can imagine how our mining is. Oh well, I don't need to say it, right? Like, U.S. companies will use the cheapest mode of getting what they need until someone calls them out on it, and then they'll pretend to fix the problem or pretend to care, but not really. Blood diamonds. I mean, we could go on. Whoa, that's really cool. That's the map. Whoa, okay, let's look at this together. This is really sick. If you guys want to see it, I'll show you the picture first. The GIF is pretty crazy. Let me blow it up. Hold up. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, so this is the map of the US and just the density population of. What's the exact stats of this? It's the density of population of people who vote. Yeah? It's not just population density. Or is it actually this is the population density of people? Dude, Ice Falcon, if you want to throw it in the Discord, I mean, I can't watch a 12-minute video on stream. I'll get busted, but I'd want to watch it later. That'd be dope. It's more because the algae breed like crazy will multiply. So even though algae is like hella small, it still makes up the difference with like how fast it replicates, I guess we could say. Fucks. It's voting density. That is, I mean, wow. This is where I grew up right there. Boop. Right, that little red bubble. That's crazy. So this is what I'm saying about all that empty space. This is like, so here's the GIF. The GIF is pretty wild. Land doesn't vote, people do. Check that. So it shows the states versus the actual voting populace. That's kind of insane. I know, we're very overcrowded. Replacement theory and no one has, like, testosterone. What is it? Like, masculinity is being bred out of people? I don't fucking know what they said. True. Saltwater. You're right. I kind of forgot about that. I haven't lived on the ocean in a bit, which is weird. Not a fan. No, it's cool. I love watching this. I'm very visual. So seeing the visual stuff before reading about it kind of helps me. So, done properly, the art of data visualization can be an incredibly powerful tool for educating people. It allows us to understand things that would otherwise be ungraspable due to their sheer complexity. Amen to that. I'm totally about a visual representation as long as it's backed up. Done improperly, data visualization can be incredibly misleading. Oh my God, I love this. So, basically, they're showing, like, oh, that's so great. I don't know how to word that, but I bet you guys get it without me wording it because you're smarter than me. Done improperly, data visualization can be incredibly misleading. It's important that we have talented and hopefully unbiased, I know, what are the odds, designers presenting the information. I love this already. As one example of how bad visualization can be misled, take a look at this map below, which is the first one here, the filled in one. As one example of how bad visualization can be misled, wow, can mislead, take a look at this map below. What you're seeing is a map of how each country in the United States, county, I can read, I swear to fuck, how each county in the United States voted in the 2016 presidential election. Red, Republican, blue, Democrat, who the fuck doesn't know that? It looks like a landslide because visually it is. However, this is wildly inaccurate representation of proportionality vis-a-vis the population because of all those little shapes representing counties. Katie can read. Fucking Christ. Counties. County. There are not countries in the U.S., Katie. Fucking Christ. Because of all those little shapes representing country. Reading's not my forte today. Counties have vastly different amounts of people living within them. As some might put it, land doesn't vote, people do. I like that saying. I've never heard that before, but it's good. It's well put. Data scientist Kareem, I don't want to Duyeb. Did I say that right? I hope I didn't butcher their name. I'm trying not to be insulting. Figured that a more accurate way to represent how people voted is to use colored dots varied in size proportionally to the population of each county. I did it right. He turned the results into this GIF, which provides a clearer picture. That's kind of phenomenal to watch. Damn. I appreciate you guys trying for me. Sometimes, man, some days, my brain just gives up. I think I'm emotionally exhausted from all the small talk yesterday. It was too much. Too much of it. The algae have 71% of the, wow, Katie, have 71% of the Earth's surface times 3 meters depth to inhabit. Wow. So they're kind of like up there in amazingness with like mushrooms and shit. Not as cool, but cool. Margarine, the gathering thinks straight people are going extinct. I can't believe it's not butter. Oh no. I'm sorry, banana. I'm a dork. Crack myself up sometimes. Stupid. Oh, it's beautiful. It's scary though. Really. I mean, how it reminds me of the way like lawyers go to school and are taught to use language to win an argument. I mean, whether it's for good or bad, they are trying to win and they're masters of the English language, you know, or whatever language they speak, I should say. Oh, exclamation Discord in the chat should pull up a link for you, Ice Falcon. I don't put a link below my channel, I don't think anymore. I removed it at one time because we had people that would like, they were just trolls looking to like post, you know, either meat spin because they think that's new, which is cute, or racist shit. Gotta be in my channel. Come look for it. Cause we looking for you, bitch. You know what's up. There it is. Boosh, you got it. And just click that. How are you, Trove? How's your day? Did you see that I can't remember what his position is, but a governmental positioned human in I think he's the mayor of Pittsburgh, like actually proved some voting fraud, but it was a Republican voting for his dead mom. Like he voted on his dead mom's ballot or something. It was comical. If it weren't for the Electoral College, Bush the first would have been the last GOP president. I still don't know how Electoral College is legal or how it even counts. Like, it's wild to me. I mean, the fact that anything is wild to me makes me an ignorant fucking cuck of a human. We're just gonna throw that out there right now. Nothing should be shocking anymore. But I live in my own happy place of Lexapro and things. Please, what? Please tell me that's not real, Kino. Help me. That's not real. That's not real, right? That's not real, right? Mm, mm. I'm really glad I don't have kids. I don't know what to do in the world anymore. I used to have a lot of hope, like unicorn thoughts and things. They're dead now. Dead unicorn thoughts. And now I just beat them to death with sad puns. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. I wouldn't. Uh, what the fuck do you say to that? I have a lot of fury in my heart for people that want to put a big, dangerous death weapon in the hands of a toddler. It's weird. Who was holes? We are all holes. Holes was the most inclusive word I could think of to involve my community because everyone has at least a hole, an orifice, if you will. So we are holes. Oh, Mickey, you're right. Oh, absolutely. I've talked about that a lot because where I grew up was like that. Like Washington State is one of those states that always goes blue, but the people living in 80% of the state are very Republican. Not highly, that's not a word, but are very Republican, but they get just completely smothered out by the blue vote. Like they don't take into, I mean, I think it's hard to take into every factor. I don't know how someone that doesn't have the inside shit do that. Yeah, be sure to start early. Good fucking Christ. I just want to throw out there a dead giveaway that this was made by just some like chode is the watch placement. Military people wear it with the watch face on their wrist so that they can see their watch while they're aiming their weapon. So, if any of y'all are looking to fake being ex-military, this is not the way you wear a watch. This is just a chode trying to look cool. Probably tells everyone he was in fucking like Desert Storm or some shit. His son thinks he was in Desert Storm. He played a video game once called Desert Storm. He didn't beat it. You know, we are all holes. It's true. Facts. It's the little details you look for that you can call these gifts out on. Fuck these people and their fucking fake shit. The more you know. Doodle-doo-doo-doo.
If you guys could maybe give me a minute, I'm gonna beat off now.
I am a wealth of worthless trivia that does me no good in life other than calling out a stupid gif like that. Or not a gif, a meme. What would you call that? Propaganda? What the fuck is that banana? He just won so many brownie points. All my family is almost 100% in the Marines. I recognized at a very young age also had some things on my record that prevented me from joining the military, that I was not meant for that life. But I very much respect any human being who gives their life to our country and tries to protect us. And I just am inundated in it. And every single man in my family has the watch face there. So when they aim their weapon, whatever handed they are, they can see their watch without moving the weapon. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to do this when there's a sniper on the other building. Propaganda. Yeah. I think that's a good overall word for it. Hello, Marilyn Maverick. How are you, love? Are we all whole holes or holy holes? I think we're whole holy holios holes. Wow. I hate it. You can be whatever kind of hole you want to be. Army for life or Twitch anal. Word. Amen. I don't understand the differences. I know y'all hate each other, but I think it's all like fake rivalry that really y'all got each other's backs pretty well. That's like the gist I get. But my whole, I mean, tends to be like, if your father was in the Marines, you go to the Marines. So my whole family just did the Marines. Because my grandpa was a merchant Marine in World War II. I think that was like the first. When were the Marines established? I don't want to say. I don't want to be. I'm ignorant. I have no idea. But my grandfather was a merchant Marine, and he wasn't considered a veteran until he was 68 years old, even though he had half a lung because he was shot on the ship by a Nazi. Cough, cough. 1775, damn, that's really cool. I wonder what the oldest, does anybody know off the top of their head what the oldest branch is? I really don't know, I'm just curious. I don't need you guys being my Google. You don't, I mean, I'd love for you to be, but you don't have to. Just saying, just curious. I know a lot of people that are in the military, like you learn about it being in it. You probably just know it a lot better than I do. We're class holes. Oh, god damn it, Viata. Cheers to that. Fucking A. That Chode probably played Spec Ops, the line, and missed the point entirely. He's the one that talks about fucking your mom all day. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, basically an agreement between states that says once there are enough states part of the compact to exceed 270 electoral votes, all of the member states will commit the total of their electoral votes to whomever wins the popular vote nationally. And it was created because they didn't trust the human people. They were like, we need something to fall back on when people vote for what we don't want. I think that's literally what the electoral, but it was, shrouded in something else. Some other, fucking Falcon, yes. I was trying to open up Discord, but it's slow. That's the battery. Holy shit, it's $2,000. How big is it? Does it say this, like the dimensions? Just curious. Features. Damn, dude, look at this. This is for the Toyota Prius. This is a battery. How big is it though? Like, can you compare it to something just for us that are 5 years old and don't own a Prius? I'm very curious. My car takes gas. It gets pretty good gas mileage for a Jeep, though, I must say. I also drive it responsibly, and it's a stick. Oh, Army, technically. All started from Army. When Army, National... See, Ice Falcon. See, people that are in the... You guys learn this shit. So when Army, National Guard, Marines, Navy, Air Force. Sick. Thank you. I didn't know that. I've had a lot of friends in the Air Force, too. They enjoyed it. One of my friends was the guy who had to, like, fix the engines of, like, airplanes in a second with his brain. He showed me the book he had to memorize, and it was, like, 3 telephone books put together. It was insane. Someone says the whole every Marine is a rifle is stupid as fuck. Show me a cook outshoot me. A what? What's a cook? Wait. Every Marine is a rifle. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh, so the Marines predate the US, but the Army is the oldest US armed force. That's really cool. I'd like to read. I mean, I wish they'd made a book to read the history on that stuff that wasn't like insanely detailed for people like me. Like, I'd like a general knowledge, but not like so much that I go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? That's really cool. It's huge though. I mean, Jesus Christ. That's a big fat battery. It's the size of your Jeep sideways. Holy shit! From passenger door to driver door, how much do they weigh? I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but this is very interesting. What's a lemon? Well, I thought cook was it like a shorthand, like a derogatory term for a marine? I don't know. I was literally serious because there's like as far as I know from all of my friends, it's like a fake rivalry between the military branches, but like at the end of the day, they don't actually hate each other. So when you said cook, I was like, oh, is that like a word for a marine? What's a cook? I mean, I don't cook, so it's totally legit. What is a lemon? God damn it. I mean, I said to Rod not to feel bad because I do the same shit. So really clipping that might help him. It might give him a boost. Oh, so the NAPO Volunteer Co. is a way to hack the Electoral College because it makes the electoral vote reflect the result of national popular vote. Oh my god. Imagine hacking it to do the right thing. For real, though. Just a little mind bleach. Because this is what I've been staring at while we talk. Look at that. But they don't ever let it go with me, Katie. Well, maybe it's because you're not consistent enough in the dumb shit you do. Like, you have to do too much for them to grasp onto. You know what I'm saying? So, like, every few seconds, you gotta fuck up, do something stupid, say something stupid, call yourself an ignorant hoe, maybe fart. And then at the end of the day, it's like, what what to focus on? Consistency is key. In stupidity. Oh, is that like lifting the engine up? Yeah. My dad made me learn about changing a transmission. My whole family's mechanics. And that was like watching a heart get lifted out of a body. That was weird. The battery's 130 pounds. Jesus Christ, that's big. So it's basically the weight of the car. Civic responsibilities have been completed, and the people rejoice. I was just about to cheers. I owe one. I don't remember why, but I just kept talking as usual. I think I have an illness. Should wire her shut for a day. Oh, cheers. Let's just go for two, yeah. Oh, wow, Mishy, I didn't know that. Hold on, I want to read that out loud. But not cough all over it. This shit should be taught to kids, I swear to fuck. The Electoral College was also a compromise with the southern colonies, as there were not as many eligible voters in the South because slavery. Three-fifths compromise, check that one. And the southern delegates were worried that they would never win the popular vote. Ew. What a thing to worry about. I wonder if they sleep at night. I hope they didn't. My grandpa was a Marine. He was pretty darn smart. He pulled a slug out of my mouth when I tried to eat it. But he was a Marine in the 30s and 40s. So maybe that's different. I don't know. Thank you, Ice Falcon. Ooh, there's a great doorstop of a book about it called The Words That Made Us by Akhil Reed Amar, a Yale law professor. Ooh, I am, Marilyn. Bitch, I'm always looking for shit to read. You know me. I usually have like 4 books going at a time. I'm missing my notebook though. Where the fuck did I put that? Probably carried it off. Covered in sanding dust. Absolutely, yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna write it down still just because it'll remind me, but if you DM it to me, it's double the reminder, and that's nice, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I read pretty darn fast. I tend to pick up a lot of like, you know, I wouldn't call them junk novels, but fast. I prefer a physical book. However, I have dipped my dick into a lot of digital books lately just because of the pandemic. There were no bookstores. So I have been reading a lot of digital books, but love I mean, I still write on journals with pens. I'm very analog. It's something about it is like I don't think it's better than digital. It just feels nice to me personally. I don't know why though. Oh, spiff. Dude, the smell, I mean, the smell of an old book. Do I have those out still? I fed all my spiders yesterday, so I did a lot of reorganizing. But I pulled out my a couple of my treasures, my like first editions the other day on stream, and the smell of them, like that old, like decaying book smell is just so good. I love it. I die for it. It is. I fucking dude. It's from Etsy. Rod's wonderful neighbor lady, alleged wife, got it for me on Etsy. It's so fucking nice. It's handmade. It's like felt and super soft. Right. Oh man, when you get what's your favorite pen, Viata? Do you have a favorite, or do you just like know the type of pen? I have a few that are. Oh, they're over here. I have a few that are like my favorites, but I there's an in general like feel to a pen that that's what I look for. But let me grab them. They're down here. She's my wife. Oh, that's one of my favorite gel pens, dude. I actually had a huge stack of them, and Zach kept taking them, so I gave them to him because they're not my absolute favorite, and he really loved them. Spelling is overrated. Fuck it. Not to say the North were saints. They were decreeing slavery in the North, or in the, see, I can't read. You can't spell. It's cool. We're a pair made in heaven. They were decreeing slavery in the South while still engaging it in the North. Decreeing? What's the word we're looking for? They were like damning it, basically, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like, I mean, I'm sure we all were a certain age when we found out Abraham Lincoln had slaves. I think everyone decrying. Oh, is that like a word? I want to look it up. New word alert. I love words. Words are fun. Decry, depreciate, disparage. Oh, okay, yeah. To express a low opinion of something. Wow. I love learning. Decry. I guess it's one word. I did it with the hyphen, and Webster's corrected me and said it's one word without a hyphen, but who the fuck cares? We all know what it means now. To criticize something as bad without value or unnecessary. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you for the education. We learned a word today. I love learning words. Oh,
If you guys could
is that the right
maybe
one? It's
give
not,
me.
is it? Fuck.
Did you take your joy today?
No, my earphones
Never
in.
forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Energel? I've never heard of Energel. Ooh. I haven't heard of Energel. Interesting. Harry Potter's basically a rewrite of Star Wars. Everything's a rewrite of everything. We're at the end of humanity at this point, man. Nothing's new. Me pens. I'm bad at remembering what pens I like. Um, Mickey, so the next 5 days at any time during my stream. Those are the specifics we're given when we're not special. This is one of my favorite pens. I think this is a gel, or not a gel. I think this is a rollerball. Yeah, it's rollerball. If you guys like rollerballs, it's the Uni 1.0 Jetstream. This guy. These are one of the best, like, just taking notes, random, like, you're not, like, looking for fancy writing or anything. So smooth, so flawless, never a missed. I mean, damn. Cheap pen. I mean, they're not cheap, like they're like an inexpensive, not too. They're not a flouncy pen, but damn, I love these Jetstreams. It's called the Uniball Jetstream 1.0. I fucking die for these though. They're really good. Aw, Mickey, that's okay. You'll be here on one of them. I mean, it'll probably be exhausting. Hydrate yourselves, motherfuckers. I should. Give me my water. Far away. Check for spider. Oh, I don't want to drink that little guy, man. That'd be a weird end to our relationship. We're gonna ignore the hole in my lip. One of the big cries that you always hear about in the U.S. Revolutionary War is taxation without representation. D.C. Residents don't have senators and only get one representative that can propose bills but can't vote on anything. 100%. Also, you can't buy weed, but you can buy a $250 t-shirt and get a free gift of an ounce of weed with it in Washington, D.C., the capital of the U.S., which is weird. A picture of that pen, but all I find are linking to Target to buy them. But my fave is the Pentel RSVP refillable. I think I know the exact one you're talking about. I might actually have it in here. I have like this. This is my spinny. I have way more pens than this, but this is where I keep the ones that I use the most, I think. I might have that one in here. I know I have some Pentels. Not terrible. They're good, I should say. That was rude. I've got a lot of Korean and Japanese pens that can't I can't read the language. I don't know what they say, but they write really nice. Like these ones. Anybody speak Japanese? I could probably do a Google Translate on it with a picture or something. But these are what do you call these? They're like fine tip, like a felt tip, but with a loose ink, not goopy ink. Just a felt tip, right? You know what I'm talking about. You know the word. There's different words for all sorts of pens. But they're nice and it writes like super fine. They're pretty decent. Yeah, I have no idea. It says it's a D500.5 tip. And then I don't what is that Japanese? I think so. It looks like Japanese to me, but I am an ignorant white girl and I'm fully aware of this. I would like to exchange. Point 3 to point 1. That's usually what I use. Um the only time I use anything bigger is if I'm doing fast notes. Like during stream, I like the 1.0 because I just want it out fast. I want it to be big and bold and to remind me it's there. But if I'm writing like journaling or actually organizing notes or doing D&D notes, I like the finer tips better a lot. And these are nice. I got them on Amazon, but I could not tell you what that says. I wish. Oh, thank you. It's getting there, huh? It's a process, man. Zach makes fun of me for it because it's like, oh, those are great. Yep, the Pentel RSVPs. That's the one. I think that's the one Viata was talking about too. I think I have those in my bedroom. I have so many pens though, because like different paper requires a different pen because the texture can get like scratchy or gross, and I don't want a scratchy, gross texture when I write. These are pretty decent. These are super cheap. Cheap. They're kind of I think they're like a store brand pen by the Container Store. The brand is Poppin, Poppin, but they were on sale for like $1, and I just needed some pens for my purse, and I picked them up, and they write so fucking nice. I'm thoroughly impressed. It's a rollerball, by the way, but I think it's a rollerball. It's a gel, man. I think it might be gel. I wish I could show you how it writes. I don't think you can see this. It's extremely smooth for a rollerball. I'm thinking this might be gel, not felt tip. I think it's gel. But they write so nice, and they're really fine tip and super inexpensive is a good word for it because Cheap denotes low quality. I don't think they're low quality. Me too, Bubblicious, same. I will not write with something that's scratchy. Oh god, no. Worst nightmare. Space pens write actually pretty fucking smooth. I used to have one. I got lost it in college or something. Borg, I totally get it. I have some very what I would call pretentious pens. I have like an Edison fucking I have some very like it I totally get it. Sometimes when you're writing, you need to feel it, like the pleasure of it. And there are some pens that deliver. I did, Mickey, but all the shipping got delayed because of all that fucking snow we got, which is exactly like the torch I ordered went there, and I ordered one other like a hose for my yard. It went to the out for delivered, but now we don't know where it is. Space black hole because we got snow and everybody flipped out. Great. We're having a great time. A lined or an unlined journal page person? It depends. For journals, I'm gonna straight up say lined because I'm way too anal about organization on it. Like if I have unlined and I start writing and I can see it's at an angle, I have to throw the whole journal away or rip the page out and burn it so there's no evidence. Like it like I'll start to physically tick or something. Like I can't do it. I'm all about lined or dotted. If I'm writing, if it's like a straight up writing journal, absolutely. But if it's like I have some journals that are like watercolor journals where I take them to sketch out in nature or journal when I'm traveling, so I'm like taping stuff in it and stuff, then I get blank. I like blank with like thick fucking paper. Like dumb thick. Cuz then you can like staple a train ticket inside, you know? Ooh, heft. Oh, I love heft in a pen. Hell yeah. Ooh, it has such a nice size. I was gonna say there are some really nice pens out there that are like brass or steel or something, but they always make them so narrow, like a little like weird sounding toy. Don't Google sounding if you don't know what that is. Don't do it. And I hate that. I want some beef to the pen, like at least this big when I write. I don't know if that's a thing. I need some beef, like the actual diameter of the pen. That looks nice and beefy, and I like the look of it. And I might have to, yeah, that's a nice thing to drool over. Me neither. I can't. There are some. So if you ever want to try pencils, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I did get these as a gift from like a family member because my family basically is like Katie does art, and that's like Katie to my entire family. So I always get art stuff, which I'm not complaining. But these black wings, I can't remember what if these are like the soft or hard or whatever. But the number is the Blackwing 602s. I swear to fucking all the fucks. What a pleasant journey these have been. Like soft, but not in the way that like the point disintegrates after you write one sentence. You know what I'm talking about? Like if you got like a soft pencil and you're like, I have to sharpen it every 3 minutes, but that's fine. Not like that at all. These Blackwings are dope. And look at this eraser. No other pencil has figured this out, and it's phenomenal to me. So it's kind of a weird eraser. It's like a square. Oh my god, it's the exact color of my flesh. That's cool. Look at this eraser. It's like a square. So way more conducive for erasing actual writing and shit like that. But check this. It comes out like it's bigger on the inside. It pops out like this. And you've got even more erasers. So like as you use up your eraser, you can like extend it. Why hasn't anyone done this yet? Because eraser heads were the stupidest thing anyone's ever had to use ever. I had bags of them. Right? I'm saying. Like, if this doesn't make sense, you pull it out all the way and then you would, like, pull the eraser up a bit on the little mechanism, you know? And then when you put her back in, it squeezes it and holds it in place. Amazing. But Blackwing has a lot of different softnesses and hardnesses to the lead, which is not actually lead anymore. It's graphite. You guys know. But this one's 602. And for someone who I cannot, with a scratchy pencil, no, I'll just burn it for you. Like, I will take your pencil and do you a favor. They're just disgusting and give me creepy jeebies. These are very pleasant. And it's the 602 is the only identifying piece of anything on this pencil. I hope that helps. It's a Blackwing 602. No sponsor, no ad. Just trying to help out a bitch. I get it. I can't. And I love these though. And they last. I mean, I can't even tell. I bought these when I lived in Bellingham and I still have some unsharpened. That's how long they last. 2014, 13. That's kind of phenomenal. Never thought about that until this exact moment. I should do a commercial. I'm just saying. Decent pencil, and they write so smooth. Holy shit. And like the lead doesn't break when you fucking sharpen them, which is everyone's pet peeve. Oh, Marilyn, you spoil me. Nuh-uh. Oh, I'm so excited. We should look at it on stream. That'd be fucking sick. I love getting educated. Fussy, I love you more. How are you, love? They're amazing, and they're just all over a decent pencil. I seriously, what did I just watch? I just watched something recently, and the movie or show or whatever it was opened up with someone doing a crossword, and the pencil was basically like the hardest pencil, like a 1. I don't know what's the hardest pencil, a 1A, the hardest pencil you can get, where you basically have to like claw through the paper. And he was sitting there. It's hurting my ears thinking about it. That's how much it freaks me out. I'm sorry. I'm actually like getting a little grossed out. Just gonna say it real quick. He was using this pencil on newspaper doing a crossword on newspaper paper that was really soft. It's a bad. I could never. I would burn it for him. It's the worst. Was it Stranger Things? Yeah. I'm so glad I'm not the only one, Merman. I literally was just sitting there like plugging my ears. I was like, I can't. Why is it so why that pencil though? Aren't there pens in the 80s? Ugh. Dude, thank you. I've been, I need a good book. I've been reading just some the top book list where we all go when we're desperate. It's not good. Don't go there. I read Midnight Library. Disappointed. Level 45. How do you feel? Do you feel successful? Do you feel like you've accomplished things? The same. I feel that. The scrappy. No, I can't with the screech. Nope. Literal chalk on a chalkboard has never bothered me. But like the sound of styrofoam, like pulling a styrofoam like thing out of a box that's held in styrofoam, that squeak. Oh my god, it's hurting. I can't even think about it too hard. I'll have to go vomit. Oh, I can't stand that. Styrofoam gets me real bad. I'm a bit curious about the Faber-Castell pencil set. Oh, ouch. With the matte graphite. Interesting. Matte graphite. I kind of just like the shininess from. Oh, everybody hates it. It shows through any like if or just coming from the angle of a watercolorist. Fuck graphite in its dry anus. Even when you erase it, whatever that shiny aspect is to the graphite comes through watercolors. It's the most fucking irritating. Like, you cannot use graphite if you're going to watercolor if you fuck up like me and it's going to be in it. I'm not perfect. Yeah, same, Marilyn. I can't with the styrofoam. Oh god. You know what? It's a really good time for a break. We should all go shake off this styrofoam and not talk about feelings that make us want to vom anymore. Some sounds, but chalk on a chalkboard never did it. Sometimes a whiteboard will do it. Like if someone just there's a particular pen. I don't know if it's old, new, what the fuck it is. Sometimes the Expo pen they use is like, and you just want to go up there and light their head on fire. I have a good sound for you. Hold up. I know what to do. I have the remedy for this. Don't worry. I might be, well, no, that's quick. Hold on. I have the remedy to the gross sounds in our, oh, I can't. I'm going to have to sit and listen to this too. It's fine. Perfect. Someone's having a bad day. No one hates this sound. Alright. This video that's going to be playing during my break is not my content. This is, rest in peace, beloved Lil Bub. The most loved kitty on the internet, I believe at the time, other than maybe Grumpy Cat, I don't know. Lil Bub had the best owner in the world, gave Lil Bub the perfect life. Lil Bub was born with so many issues, I can't even tell you them all, but there's literally, you can go look it up. But this is Lil Bub enjoying a Yuletide fire and purring, which is already soothing my soul from the fucking styrofoam. Ugh. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta pee really bad. Pee. Wash your hands. Load a bowl. Stand up. Stretch your legs. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad break block just so Twitch doesn't do it for me over our conversation, because that's rude. My dogs shit, and I said hurry, and they did it, and we're here. Cheers. It's 4:20. What's up? Katie made it. Ha! Ah! Ah! I don't have a bowl packed. I failed anyways. Fuck! God. Fuck a dick. I ran from my pee place. Ugh. Mate, your song is right. What are you talking about? Wait, what? What are you doing? You're white. Yes, I'm not a racist piece of shit asshole. Boot. Wait, that's a song? Wait, what? Who misses 420 like every day? ClassyKatie. Oh no. Who misses 420? Loving and caring gorgeously. ClassyKatie. Oh no. She loves all those spiders and stonies alike. ClassyKatie. So pull out a duchy and pass her a light. Oh! ClassyKatie. Save this. Hold on. This is too good. That's beautiful. I have to grind weed and pack a bowl. I failed hard for 420. God damn it. But I have to, that's just think. I will cheers to that as well as 420. Give me 1 second. That's too good. Fuck, dude. I've made so many joke songs about that with the tune of that, and never has it been that good. Goddamn talented fuck. Did you all enjoy Bub? I hope you did. Bub is a precious creature that is in Valhalla with Millie amongst all the other furred holes. And they party. That was beautiful. It's 4:22. Well, we have 4:26 as well. We decided 4:26 was like our designated late time. Because I'm who the fuck? What stoner's on time? I'm gonna grind up this new strain I got. It's called Apple Fritter. Pairs well with originality. Oh, that's not me. It's an indica hybrid, sour apple and animal cookies. Rejuvenate, hand-grown, harvested, trimmed, and packaged in Denver, Colorado. The terpene profile is humulene. I'm sorry, my balls dropped just then. B-caryophyllene and limonene. I think that's just the smell and the flavor profile, really. What's the fuck's the THC? Help me. 23.34. There we go. Thor's in Valhalla partying. I mean, seriously, it's like forever scritches. They get to cling and scratch and tear apart all the forearms in the world. I mean, it's selfish of me to wish Millie would have stuck around because of the party she's inevitably having somewhere. All the bitches, all the snatches to sniff. Kids used to stick together and stomp white kids who said horrible racist shit to our friends. I was kind of, I don't know, abrasive when it came to that shit. I think I was maybe one of 2 people in my school that would stand up not necessarily stand up, but just say something verbally if someone said something mildly homophobic. But I had my pretty much my very best friend in high school, who I still talk to, was very gay, but extremely closeted because of the type of town I grew up in, you know. And a couple times I remember I almost got in trouble. Just I can't really control it. Like when it comes to me, if someone comes after me, like, trying to insult me, I can keep my cool. That doesn't even bother me. Like, I can be witty and shit. But when someone goes after someone I care about, it's like red. That's where my anger issues tend to surmount is when I go into like mama bear mode on accident. And there was this kid in my school who my school was very small, like barely big enough to even have a sports team. We did not have like JV and varsity. We had a sports team. And this kid was like captain of the football team, like the quintessential whatever. His mom was principal of the elementary school. His aunt was superintendent. Like their last name was, honestly, if I was a local, I would not fuck anyone in that family because you're probably related to them, like that kind of family. And this kid was just overall the biggest asshole you'd ever meet in your life. Just overbearingly rude. Would pick on and was mean to like the meekest, most defenseless people. I hate to say that, but people that like you just stop it. Like they obviously are having a hard time. He would just say horrible things about them and stuff. And one time he said something we were in math class, which was weird that he was in a math class to be fair. And me and AJ were sitting next to each other and he called AJ a faggot. And y'all know how I feel about that word. I completely respect that within the gay community, mainly gay men, it's widely used and totally okay. Cool. I am not a gay man. And in my world, it's been used horribly. And he said something to that effect. And in the middle of this very quiet class, and my teacher, I wish I could explain to you, my teacher, his name was, won't tell you his name. That's outing someone horribly. But he spoke like this all the time. And getting loud for him was this. I'm not exaggerating. More soft spoken than Bob Ross. Almost a whisper and a little effeminate, and just very like this. And I fucking turned towards this kid who called my friend a faggot and just, I don't even know, I went red and just started screaming at him and flipped out and I got sent to the principal's office. But that kind of shit, I can't stand to see someone I love hurt. I think that's really where that core comes from. But it's the only time I really lose control is when someone does that. When it's me, I think I just am used to it. Oh my God, Cesar! What up, honey bean? How are you? Summer break. We're always breaking alone. 15. That's actually higher than it was when I lived there. It was like 14 when I lived there. So someone had some babies. I know. That's it. 6 older siblings. And on top of that, like, kids are bullies. I was heavily. You guys know my fucking nickname in elementary school before I moved to Kettle was Beached Whale. They're mean. Kids are mean. I've had people be calling me like horrible things since before I was a conscious human. So people doing it now to me, doesn't really get me. But I think it's like I grew up with no friends because we moved constantly. When you're a kid, it takes a long time to like actually establish a friendship. And there was no phones, there was no social media, so staying in contact when you moved was a nil. And so when I have people close to me later in life, like it's so precious, I think. And when I see someone attack them or I see them hurt, I'm just like, and I go red. I don't know. It's weird. No shit. Oh my God. Your post. So what they said was, I'm great. I cleaned some today and my postpartum depression is finally down after 7 months. That's fucking incredible. That's amazing. Seriously, like, can we cheers to that? I packed a bowl for 426 because I missed 420. And then my lip felt like it was going to crack, so I desperately needed chapstick. But cheers to that. Seriously, guys, if you have never experienced a partner going through postpartum yourself, it can take up to 5 years to truly start feeling like yourself again. Birth hormones and all the shit that goes along with it, and being a milk factory and trying to find sexuality in your tits after someone chews them off. The whole basket can really fuck you up mentally. 7 months is a goddamn accomplishment. Cheers to you, B, and I'm happy to see your beautiful face.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Want to know what's crazy about this kid that called my friend the F word? I don't want to say it anymore. You guys know what I'm talking about. Now, I don't you guys know I'm not, like, religious. I'm not very superstitious other than naming my bong, because that's just crazy. Don't name your bong. But this kid who would victimize, the meekest kids in school, he had no limits to who he would bully or what he would say because he could get away with virtually anything. His family was the school system. The year after we graduated high school, he, of course, went nowhere with it because I think he got pushed out of high school. I don't think he actually graduated. I'm not a hundo on that one. But the summer after we graduated, he got drunk, dove into Lake Roosevelt, snapped his neck, and has lived in a wheelchair that moves via the breath of a straw ever since. And that's weird because my memories of him are the tan, stacked guy who looks like he probably shouldn't be in high school, bleach blonde hair, like the popular guy, who fucks everyone. And we're still Facebook friends because how do you unfriend that? And I mean, just I never wish anything horrible on anyone. I don't wish ill will or death on anyone except Trump. Sometimes Trump's just the worst. Whatever, he can die. I don't give a fuck. But sometimes you look at situations and you're like, is karma real though? Because I mean, I would watch him break people down to crying and then laugh about it and walk away and call them a pussy for crying. Like just innocent, nerdy girls in the library. Like just horrible things you see in movies that you're like, bullying is not that bad. I saw him do those things. He was a horrible human. I do not wish a snapped neck nor a wheelchair life on any human being, and I don't think anyone in a wheelchair would wish that on anyone ever. That's not my place to judge, but he got drunk, dove into a shallow part of the lake, snapped his neck, and lives in a wheelchair, and you gotta sometimes wonder. Sometimes. Putin apparently has cancer. So, I don't know. I don't know about karma. Like, I'm not special, but he was a very, very hurtful person. Not just a kid regurgitating hurtful things. He was evil. Evil, hurtful, horrible things. He never bullied me because my brothers were popular. Ugh, I was protected by that nastiness, unfortunately. But I watched it and did not stand for it. I mean, technically, everybody gets cancer at a certain point. It's just like, are you going to live long enough to see the results of the cancer? Or are you going to die because you're old? Same, Robo, that's me too. Like, I don't think karma has anything to do with religion. I think there's like a balance of the universe. Everything balances. There's no loss or gain of energy ever, all the stupid rules of science. And there's a balance somewhere. And I don't think anyone deserves to have their neck snapped. I don't think that's the rightful answer. I would never. I know I'm repeating myself, but that's a horrible, horrible thing. I cried when it happened. I got like a text about it or something when I was working at Lowe's in the returns corner, and I cried. I mean, that's horrible. You don't wish that on anybody, even the guy you saw do horrible things. But later in life, I've never stopped thinking about it, and you just like wonder, like, it feels very karmic. Yeah, I think there's a balance. I think there's a true balance to just like everything. Like there can't be too much. It's kind of like fucking. We could talk about Star Wars all day and how the world is real with Star Wars. Vader brought balance. But according to Russia, he doesn't. Wow, I sounded like a motor. I'm a dirt bike. Can you tell I'm easily entertained and spent a lot of time as a child alone? Balance in the world. I mean, it's wild. It is wild. I think balance can be achieved in other ways other than putting someone in a wheelchair. But I mean, he was just a bad person. He was so bad. It's very rare. It's such a young age. You can see someone so like a true, like truly having psychopathic tendencies. True, like not like, oh, he's a psycho, but true psychopathic, like not giving a fuck about any consequence. and, not really no empathy at all. Like, empathy was just lacking, which is weird because usually when you're young, you can't really hide your empathy. I'm also RC, so the shame of the evil thoughts is the best part. Word. The tears of the world are a constant quantity. Where one starts, another stops. Oh, God. I'm gonna cry. That's horribly wonderful, and it's like it's beautiful in like the tragic Shakespeare way, It was me. I am the train saw. What is that called? Vocal fry? I had a opera teacher when I was younger that told me it's the worst thing you can ever do to your vocal cords, but I learned later in life via science that that's a lie. It's not the worst. It's not great, but it's not the worst. Hello, Unique. How are you, love? Mm, 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 mm. I think I can't remember the exact, I could just grab my DSM to look up the difference between sociopath and psychopath. There's a difference now, but my is a little outdated. So I don't know if they've, let me grab it. It's real close by. Ah! Calm down. I never remember. Because one is born, one is made, and I can never remember the exact difference. But I got this big old bitch. And, things change, but I don't think anything wildly has changed since 2011. I don't think. Maybe. When did they make ADHD a spectrum instead of ADD and ADHD? I wonder. That could be the test. Yeah, Kel, it's the vocal fry while screaming, I think, is the one that like actually degrades your vocal cords, but some people have a low register and just talking it like myself. Or I hate to say it, Kim Kardashian. But it's same shit. I just talk here where it's gravelly. I'm not like doing it on purpose or stressing myself out, and I've been doing it every day for like 34 years. So I think I'm like okay. But maybe not. I don't know. DSM-5. So this is the 4TR. Just means text revision because they revise them a ton before they actually release a new one. But you can literally just flip to psychopath and then we'll look up sociopath because one's made and one's born, and I can never remember which one. He's psychopath. Postpartum onset specifier. Oh my god, there we go. Say, what's up? Anxiety disorders. I'm just gonna look at the index. Hold up. There's so much writing in here from when I was youthful. Strange. My handwriting hasn't changed at all. I talk pretty low when I'm in a chill voice. When I teach, though, I go higher, and I think that's why I hurt some days. You know what's crazy is if you ever are really bored, go to my YouTube channel and watch like the oldest clip of me on there. My voice is like a whole register higher, and I think I don't think I remember when I first started going full time streaming. After about 3 weeks of streaming, like 6 days a week, I completely lost my voice. Like it was just sounded total shit, like gone beyond the gravel. Like I sounded like I had a lung infection. And it took a long time. It took like almost half a year to get my regular voice back. But ever since then, I've talked in a lower register, and I think I naturally did that without even thinking about it to save myself. Like I think I was the same just from like working customer service jobs my whole life. Hi, this is Katie at Taco Time. How can I help you today? But that is not sustainable. Like you're squeezing, and like pressurizing your vocal cords. And so I just got late. I mean, you could say I got lazy. I got lazy. I just naturally flowed into way lower, but it's weird for me to listen to. I'm like, damn, that high pitched shit is weird. Can the made one be unmade? We can look at it. Hold on. A, B, C, D. What are we looking at? Sociopath and psychopath. E. If anyone has the new one, you could, if you're bored, you could follow along and see if it's different. Psychotic disorders, brief, delusional, due to medical conditions, schizophrenia, no. Oh my god, there's so much notes on schizophrenia, though. I did a huge paper on that shit. on that shit, on that horrible, horrible suffering disease. There's so much psychopath in here, though. Female sexual arousal disorders. Sick. Let me look up sociopath. I think that has way less subcategories. My customer service voice. Mm-hmm. Hi, how can I help you today? You know what? I don't know where the galvanized nails are, but I can definitely find someone to help you. Yeah. I used to have friends come through the drive-thru at Taco Time and not know who I was, so they got to the window and they'd be like, "Was that you on the intercom?" I was like, "Yeah, please don't tell anybody." Here we go. Sociophobia, sofas. Sofas. Where the fuck is sociopath? Here it is, 450. Right? Yeah. 450. This is a fun book. If you're just ever bored, put it on your coffee table and let people just like turn to a random page. They get very interested. Every page is interesting. It's amazing. So I think, wait. That's the wrong one. Man, this is organized weird. I haven't looked in this book forever. I feel bad. It might be a sex line. I mean, who knows? Malicious Space Panda. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. Watch me flip through the DSM in silence. Super interesting, huh? I swear. I'll find it. It's just the book is organized interestingly. It's not schizophrenia. Psychotic disorders. It is psychotic disorders, but I didn't see sociopathy in there. We'll go there. 297. We'll see. Mild mental retardation. Wow, I did not think we used that word anymore. Sick. What page did I say? Sorry, that ruined me. 297. Dementia. Ugh, that's a worst fear. Cocaine abuse. Cocaine dependence. I forgot the page. 297. Here we go. Schizophrenia and psychotic disorders. I don't want schizophrenia. I mean, who does? I washed my hands, thank fuck. Otherwise, this would be gross. I did check the index. The index had so many different ones. I'm hoping that there's just I was looking for more of a broad, like a, an abstract of it. I did do the index first. There's just so many subcategories. All I wanted was born with or made into. And one is one and one is the other. And I can't remember. That's all I want, book. This book is damn detailed. Shared psychotic disorder. Oh, God. Shared psychotic disorder. The essential feature of shared psychotic disorder, folie à deux, I pronounced that wrong. It's French, is a delusion that develops in an individual who's involved in a close relationship with another person, sometimes termed the inducer or the primary case, who already has a psychotic disorder with prominent delusions. Criterion A. The individual comes to share the delusional beliefs of the primary case. That's a scary one. I don't want that one. Under the TV stand? Oh my god. Once I found out I could go under things, I lived under them. I've always been a little gremlin child. Substance-induced psychosis, psychotic disorder not otherwise specified. I don't remember how to use this index. It's crazy detailed. I feel a little stupid, but I can't honestly say I've opened this book in like a year, It's whatever. It's fine. We're doing great. Yeah, the index just has like all the psychotic disorders, like all of them. Hold on, 343. See, I'm just it's fine. This is why I hate school. I was bad at this part would frustrate me. The internet's a blessing and is a blessing. Y'all are lucky, you fucks. Oh my god, bipolar. It's me. I thought this was gonna be psychotic episodes. No. Bless the CRTC. What the what? I'm really bad with acronyms. Help. Yeah, it just took me back to the exact same place. I don't want schizophrenia. Help. I mean, who does? Come on. I don't even keep saying that. It's an old joke. Stop it. But for real. Why? It's because it's not under sociopathy. It's under something else, which you would think would be psychotic disorders, but it's not under psychotic disorders. You would think. It's not, though. Which is frustrating. Are you getting nervous? Are you having fun? It's almost over. It's just begun. Where the fuck is sociopathy? I'm just looking at everything now. I'm gonna find it eventually. I just don't know what it's under. That's drugs. It's not drugs. It's not catatonia. Nope. Nope. Snope. Snope. It's a Snope. Impulse control. They have everything. Fuck's sake. You think it's personality disorder? We could Google it, but I kind of enjoy the challenge of using a book. I know that's really weird. Let's look up personality disorder. Paraphilias, personalities. Personality disorders, antisocial, which I think sociopathy is basically just considered antisocial disorder nowadays, isn't it? I think. Under personality disorders, antisocial personality disorder, avoidant poisonality. I can read. Avoidant personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, dependent personality, histrionic, narcissistic, not otherwise specified, obsessive compulsive, paranoid, schizophrenic, schizotypal, pervasive. Asperger's is in here. That dates the book. Asperger's is not considered a thing anymore because he did child experiments. Autistic disorder, autistic disorder? Is it actually called autistic disorder? Phase of life problem. Physical abuse. Pica. That's when you eat your skin and hair, I think. Manic episodes. No. Yeah, nothing. That's so weird. I really don't know what it'd be under. But I like the challenge a little bit. Asperger's, it got folded in autism, right? And autism's a spectrum. PICA. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the differentiation. That's all I wanted to find. And now I'm kind of like, I should be able to find this in this book. Even though it's organized weird, I should be able to find it because it's in here. That's not an old concept. The one is born and one is made. I just can't remember which is which. And one is like aware of what they're doing and can, purposefully be kind and not be soulless. And one can't or doesn't care to or something like that. I can't remember. I did not specialize in that shit. I did schizophrenia. Feeding disorder of infancy? Holy shit. Weird. I don't know. It's not paranoid if they're really out to get you. Word. What does it say for avoidant personality disorder? Let me look. Hold on. There's bipolar again. Nope, that's not what I want. Under avoidant, 718. Holy shit, I literally flipped to 738. That was pretty close. Good job, Katie. said 718, right? Yeah. Let's see. 718. Avoidant personality disorder. I encourage all of you to not self-diagnose. It's a key feature in all psychology students, in that they all self-diagnose, and that's the only reason why they're doing the program. However, it's real fun to read about. It's like doing horoscopes. Diagnostic features. The essential feature of avoidant personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of social inhibition, feelings of inadequacy, or hypersensitivity to negative evaluation that begins by early adulthood and is present in a variety of contexts. Excuse me. Individuals with avoidant personality disorder avoid work or school activities that involve significant interpersonal contact because of fears of criticism, disapproval, or rejection. Offers of job promotions may be declined because the new responsibilities might result in criticism from coworkers. These individuals avoid making new friends unless they are certain they'll be liked and accepted without criticism. Unless they pass stringent tests proving the contrary, other people are assumed to be critical and disapproving. Individuals with this disorder will not join in group activities unless they are repeated and generous offers of support and nurturance. Oh my God, I've been around these people. No shade. Interpersonal intimacy is often difficult for these individuals, although they're able to establish intimate relationships when there is assurance of uncritical acceptance. They may act with restraint, having difficulty talking about themselves, and withhold intimate feelings for fear of being exposed, ridiculed, or shamed. Because individuals with this disorder are preoccupied with being criticized or rejected in social situations, they may have a markedly low threshold for detaching such reactions. If someone is even slightly disapproving or critical, they may feel extremely hurt. They tend to be shy, quiet, inhibited, and invisible, quote unquote, because of the fear that any attention would be degrading or rejecting. They expect that they expect that no matter what they say, others will see it as wrong, quote unquote. So they may say nothing at all. They react strongly to subtle cues that are suggestive of mockery or derision. Despite their longing to be active participants in social life, they fear placing their welfare in the hands of others. Individuals with avoidant personality disorder are inhibited in their new interpersonal situations because they feel inadequate and have low self-esteem. Doubts concerning social competence and personal appeal become especially manifest in settings involving interactions with strangers. These individuals believe themselves to be socially inept, personally unappealing, or inferior to others. They are unusually too many L's. They are unusually reluctant to take personal risks or to engage in any new activities because these may prove embarrassing, quote unquote. They're prone to exaggerate the potential dangers of ordinary situations, and restricted lifestyle may result from their need for certainty and security. Someone with this disorder may cancel a job interview for fear of being embarrassed by not dressing appropriately. Marginal somatic symptoms or other problems may become the reason for avoiding new activities. See what I mean by reading a horoscope? I bet you could identify with a lot of that, huh? Because so could I. But it's so much deeper. That's the abstract. That's what I say. Like, it's really hard. You have to be, a mature consumer of information when you read shit like the DSM, because it's really hard not to just say, I have everything. The book is that. It's a fatty. You don't have everything. You're very welcome. I like reading this stuff because everybody has a little bit of everything. I truly believe that. That's what makes us balanced people. It's not the lack of all of this that makes us a balanced person. It's a tad bit of all the spices that makes you a balanced person. It's when you got way too much salt in the batch, you know what I'm saying? Or someone replaced the sugar with salt. That's when this becomes a problem, And that's when we go seek help, talk to a doctor, get meds, therapy, whatever. Spiff. Oh man, I honestly I wanted to be a counselor, like a therapist, but I did a minor. I finished a minor. I completed all the credits for a minor, and I just couldn't stand the people in my class anymore because all they wanted to do was raise their hand, get called on, and tell their personal story to the teacher and get some pity. That's all it was. The entire 2 hour, 1 hour, whatever long the class was just listening to a bunch of people who had a hard life talk about it in an auditorium in front of a class of 1,000 kids, which was weird, but I couldn't fucking take it anymore. It was exhausting for me. I was like, Everybody has suffered. I'm sad no one told you you aren't special yet. Sit down so mama can learn about schizophrenia. Pyro, be safe and have a good day. Adam, oh fuck yes. What? Adam, I believe psychopathy and sociopathy come under antisocial personality disorder. Oh fuck yes. That's like right next to this. There goes our hero. Watch him as he goes. There's histrionic. Hold up. Let's look at the index. Make sure I'm right. Before I go fucking on a goose chase. Thank you. And thank you for pointing that out. Because I was reading a lot. I probably missed some chat. I appreciate you guys helping. You're the best. You're so nice. I did not grow up with nice people. I grew up with the kind of people that would play Monopoly. And like, if you didn't see them land on your property, they would just not say anything. And then never pay you rent. And then call you a pussy when you asked for rent later. Let's see. Antisocial? 701. Not that lucky. I've turned to 750. Then 680. It's not my day. Let's see. Antisocial. So, that's what I think we call it now, is just antisocial, right? I don't think schizophrenia is not schizophrenia. I don't think we use the word professionally sociopathy anymore. Am I wrong in that? Are there any psychologists in chat for real? Like, not to out you, but I only have a minor. I am in no way your intelligence level. I'm not that smart. I just did some papers. Thank you, Melody. I appreciate you. I'll just read. I think we just call it antisocial, but I'll read it. Let's see. Antisocial personality disorder. This book is so big. I want to face you, but goddamn, she a hefty bitch. The essential feature of antisocial personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others that begin in childhood or early adolescence and continues into adulthood. Come on. Come on. Thick fucking pages. Split, you fucking slut fuck. Sorry. In the psychogenic voice disorders, but usually they're tackled in conjunction with psychologists, psychiatrists. What is it? Oh my god, Odious, what's a psychogenic voice disorder? I've never even heard of that before. Maybe I have, I just don't remember, but teach me. So continued, excuse me. This pattern has also been referred to as psychopathy, sociopathy. Oh, bitch. Adam Scars for the fucking win. It's the first button I picked. I don't know what else is on this one.
Scary clown says run away.
I touched myself to Drew Carey on The Price is Right.
Don't worry about that one. Sociopathy. Boom. Rod! I'm so sorry. I'll continue. Let's cheers. I'm glad we found sociopathy. It says, I'll finish the sentence. This pattern has also been referred to as psychopathy, sociopathy, or dissocial. Is it dissocial or disocial? Dissocial. I feel like I'm getting a pimple. ADHD is the worst thing. Or dissocial personality disorder. Because deceit and manipulation are central features of antisocial personality disorder, it may be especially helpful to integrate information acquired from systemic clinical assessment with information collected from collateral sources. What they're saying is your patient is lying off their ass to you. So hopefully they have more than one therapist you can put all the information together and try to figure out the truth. Cheers. But usually it develops, I think, because of it's a survival tactic, because telling the truth got them punished or beat to death or something by their horrible parents or otherwise. You know. Oh, and disassociate. Thank you, Scrappy. I appreciate you. Cheers. If you like. Or with orange juice, or with a monster, or with water. Hydrate is important. Hydrate is important. Katie can speak. English me to favor. By the way, the other night, I fell asleep upright in bed with a bong and a full bowl like this, and Zach took a picture of it, and I look like a corpse. I haven't decided whether or not to share it with you, but it's a funny corpse picture. Oh yes, I know exactly what you mean. Now, thank you for clarifying that, though. Like someone that develops a stutter from being like beat or something, like for talking. Ugh, so sad. Can you even imagine hitting your child? I know none of you can. There's no fucking way you could be here, but Jesus Christ. Can't imagine hitting my child. Like a flick on the nose or a smack on the ass for being a smartass is one thing, but just that level of just abuse. I can't with it. Tit tight. I want to call you tit so bad, but I'll call you tight. Tight. What's up? Thanks for the follow. Welcome to my channel. What's up? Thank you. You can't describe the epic masterpiece and then keep it to yourself. Oh, but I can. It's. I have to ask Zach, honestly. It's on his phone still. I don't even think he sent it to me, but it's. I was so fucking tired. He showed it to me the night he took it, but I thought I dreamed it. Like, I was so tired. I just, like, was one of those, like, I could speak, apparently, but was not cognizant of any of it. I was just exhausted. Just like, and I'm totally upright in bed like this. You know, mouth part open as it does when you sleep. No one's cute when they sleep. It's so weird to see a picture of yourself sleeping. It's very, like, not something you see, really, you know? It's creepy. I'm glad I washed my makeup off, otherwise I'd be outing myself. Yeah, because your face is all slack, which it never is, even if you're, like, emotionless. There's muscles, like, your jaw is tense and stuff, but when you're sleeping, you're like, just not, it's not cute. But it's hilarious. Like, if it was anybody else, I would put it on Reddit immediately. Like, that's front page material, but because it's me, I'm like, I look gross. Anyways, um, I think it's gonna break down. I hope we get the information because I'm curious now. I hope is this interesting? I hope you guys are finding this interesting because this is fun. For me, at least. For this diagnosis to be given, the individual must be at least 18 years of age and must have had a history of some symptoms of conduct disorder before age 15. Conduct disorder involves a repetitive or persistent pattern of behavior in which the basic rights of others or major age appropriate societal norms or rules are violated. The specific, do you want me to read that one again? That was a lot of $50 words. I'm going to just repeat it because, damn. I know I read fast. I speak fast. It's one of my weaknesses, I guess. I get a lot of complaints. You know, in my complaint box. It's all Zach. Help. For this diagnosis to be given, the individual must be at least 18 years old, and must have had a history of symptoms of conduct disorder before age 15. This is conduct disorder. Conduct disorder involves a repetitive and persistent pattern of behavior in which the basic rights of others or major age appropriate societal norms or rules are violated. So, by this definition, like everyone in the United States government. Tell me I'm wrong. Let me read it again. Conduct disorder involves a repetitive and persistent pattern of behavior in which the basic rights of others, i.e., healthcare of trans children or people born with vaginas, where the basic rights of others or major age appropriate societal norms or rules are violated, i.e., being an 80-year-old white man and having a say in my reproductive organs. Hmm. 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 Uh. Hmm. Hmm. would it be offbeat of me to argue that making the rules the way they made them is misconduct? Like, in itself, and following it is just, salt on the wound? I can be wrong. I'm welcome to it. But Katie, they have a God-given right to have a say in your reproductive organs because they're men and they know your body better than you do. Besides, women are so emotional you can't trust them to be right. True, you can't trust anything that bleeds for 5 to 7 days a month and lives. According to my dad. Right? Like, being bipolar isn't going to get me anywhere. Nobody who's, like, doing well has, like, ever since Kanye came out as bipolar, it's been like, so you don't build a career on the bipolar, unfortunately. I just get to be funny or not. Anyways, sorry, I got hooked on that one. The specific behaviors characteristic of conduct disorder fall into one of 4 categories: aggression to people and animals, destruction of property, deceitfulness or theft, or serious violation of rules. These are described in more detail on page 93. What? Should we go to 90? Is this like a Goosebumps choose your own adventure? Schizophrenia was not this complicated. Let's see. Conduct disorder, diagnostic features. The essential feature of conduct disorder is a repetitive and persistent pattern of behavior in which the basic rights of others or major age appropriate societal norms or rules are violated. Sip. These behaviors fall into 4 main groupings: aggressive conduct that causes or threatens physical harm to other people or animals, non aggressive conduct that causes property loss or damage, deceitfulness or theft, and serious violations of rules. 3 or more characteristic behaviors must have been present during the past 12 months, with at least one behavior present in the past 6 months. Wow, that's a lot of criteria. Who decides these months things? The disturbance in behavior causes clinically significant impairment in social, academic, or occupational functioning. Conduct disorder may be diagnosed in individuals who are older than age 18, but only if the criteria for antisocial personality disorder are not met. Okay, so antisocial disorder includes conduct disorder. Is that literally just what it's called? It's conduct disorder, right? Conduct disorder, but you can't be diagnosed with conduct disorder if you have antisocial disorder. Because bigger picture. Again, it's like reading horoscopes. Everybody can identify on a certain level. It's dangerous to do that. Children or adolescents with this disorder often initiate aggressive behavior and react aggressively to others. They may display bullying, threatening, or intimidating behavior, initiate frequent physical fights, use a weapon that can cause serious physical harm. It gives examples: a bat, a brick, broken bottle, knife, or gun. Be physically cruel to people or animals, steal while confronting a victim. Examples: mugging, purse snatching, extortion, or armed robbery, or force someone into sexual activity. Rape. You can say it, book. Physical violence may take the form of rape, assault. Oh, there we go. Rape, assault, or in rare cases, homicide. Oh, really? Physical violence, they can get. Okay. Deliberate destruction of others' property may include deliberate fire setting with the intention of causing serious damage, or deliberately destroying other people's property in other ways. Blah, blah. Okay, back to antisocial. I'm gonna burp. I mean, who the fuck doesn't have conduct disorder at a certain age? I think that's why they say you can't be diagnosed until you're 18 years of age for either of these. Because before the age of 18, like, you're a kid. To be fair, honestly, after 18, you're still a kid, but sure. We got a weird obsession with the 18 number for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. The pattern of antisocial behavior continues into adulthood. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder fail to conform to societal norms with respect to lawful excuse me. With respect to I lost my place. With respect to lawful behavior. They may repeatedly perform acts that are grounds for arrest, whether they are arrested or not. such as destroying property, harassing others, stealing, or pursuing illegal occupations. Persons with this disorder disregard the wishes, rights, or feelings of others. They're frequently deceitful and manipulative in order to gain personal profit or pleasure. It gives a really good example. Quote, I just grab him in the pussy. End quote. Oddly specific. Anyways. They may repeatedly lie, use an alias, I used to think I was Elias. This is what happens when you read instead of speak as a child. Use an alias, con others, or malinger. I love the word malinger. What a good use. A pattern of impulsivity may be manifested by a failure to plan ahead. Decisions are made on the spur of the moment without forethought and without consideration for the consequences to self or others. This may lead to sudden changes of jobs, resistances, or relationships. Resistances or relationships. Wait. It just says relationship. Sick. So like any of them. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder tend to be irritable and aggressive and may repeatedly get into physical fights or commit acts of physical assault, including spouse beating or child beating. Aggressive acts that are required to defend oneself or someone else are not considered to be evidence for this item. There you go. My mama bear menace made me not antisocial. Stop thinking it. I know you were. Stop it. I'm fine. I have plenty of diagnoses. Thank you very much. These individuals also display a reckless disregard for the safety of themselves or others. This may be evidence. There's like a glowy spot in my vision because I looked at you and there's a fucking light behind you. Hold up. I really can't see my book at the moment. I gotta look away. I have what do you call that? A glow bug. Hate it. All right. I lost my spot. Pattern, blah, blah. Pussy grabbing, malinger. Oh, these individuals also display a reckless disregard for the safety of themselves or others. This may be evidenced in their driving behavior, recurrent speeding, driving while intoxicated, multiple accidents, etc. They may engage in sexual behavior or substance use that has a high risk for harmful consequences. They may neglect or fail to care for a child in a way that puts the child in danger. Train spotting. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder also tend to be consistently and extremely irresponsible. Irresponsible work behavior may be indicated by significant periods of unemployment despite available job opportunities, or by abandonment of several jobs without a realistic plan for getting another job. Example, flying to Cancun while your entire state dies by freezing to death and or CO2 poisoning. Oddly specific again. There may also be a pattern of repeated absences from work that are not explained by illness, either in themselves or in their family. Example, golfing. Thank you for the follow, amputated squid. Financial irresponsibility is indicated by acts such as defaulting on debts. Example, the United States government. I'm feeling attacked. Failing to provide child support or failing to support other dependents on a regular basis. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder show little remorse for the consequences of their acts. They may be indifferent to or provide a superficial realization for having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from someone. Example, my daughter and her friends wanted to see Mexico. What does that have to do with it? These individuals may blame the victims for being foolish, helpless, or deserving their fate. Example, damn poor people. They may minimize the harmful consequences of their actions, or they may simply indicate complete indifference. Example, guns aren't the problem. I swear, this book is haunted. This is the demon in my life. This might be what's been bruising me. They generally fail to compensate or make amends for their behavior. They may believe that everyone is out to help number one, and that one should stop at nothing to avoid being pushed around. The antisocial behavior must not occur exclusively during the course of schizophrenia or a manic episode. See? I can't have it. I have manic. Stop thinking it. Associated features and disorders. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder frequently lack empathy and tend to be callous, cynical, and contemptuous of the feelings, rights, and sufferings of others. Example, the United States government. I wonder if I have the US version or if this was like written by a country that hates us. I don't know what's happening. They may have inflated an arrogant self-appraisal. Example, women love me, they let me grab their pussy. And may be excessively opinionated, self-assured, or cocky. They may display a glib, superficial charm and can be quite voluble. New word. Don't know what it means. Gotta look it up. Hold up. Voluble. Talking fluently, readily, or incessantly. Oh my god, I am voluble. Fuck. I'm an incessant talker, that's for sure. Yeah, voluble. Never seen that one before. At least not in a book. I probably heard someone say it. I lost my spot. Oh. They may display a glib, superficial charm and can be quite voluble incessantly about themselves in talking, and verbally facile, using technical terms or jargon that might impress someone who is unfamiliar with the topic. Is that like being a pretentious prick, like just using big words for the sake of everyone around you doesn't know what they mean? That sounds about. I mean, right? Correct. Cool. Thank you. I don't. I've worked with a lot of people in the medical world are that way. A little scary. Lack of empathy, inflated self-appraisal, and superficial charm are features that have been commonly included in traditional conceptions of psychopathy that may be particularly distinguishing of the disorder and more predictive of recidivism in prison. In prison? Oh, yeah, going back to prison. Excuse me. Or forensic settings where criminal, delinquent, or aggressive acts are likely to be non-specific. These individuals may also be irresponsible and exploitive, I'm saying the syllable in the wrong place. Who cares? Exploitive in their sexual relationships. They may have a history of many sexual partners and may never have sustained a monogamous relationship. They may be irresponsible as parents, as evidenced by malnutrition of a child, an illness in the child resulting from a lack of minimal hygiene, a child's dependence on neighbors or non-residential neighbor or non-resident relatives for food or shelter, a failure to rearrange for a caretaker for a young child when the individual is away from home, or repeated squandering of money required for household necessities, e.g. diapers. Oh my god, you just let your baby shit everywhere? Sorry, I died inside. These individuals may receive dishonorable discharges from the armed services, may fail to be self-supporting, may become impoverished or even homeless, or may spend many years in penal institutions. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder are more likely than people in the general population to die prematurely by violent means. Well, they just fucking cut to it, huh? Individuals with this disorder may also experience dysphoria, including complaints of tension, inability to tolerate boredom, and depressed mood. They may have associated anxiety disorders, depressive disorders, substance related disorders, somatization disorder, pathological gambling, and other disorders of impulse control. Damn. So they put it together, I guess. I'm kind of glad they're making things more of a spectrum because people are far too diverse on the inside. We're too big on the inside to put into, just one word, one category kind of shit. You know? Dude, I'm like the opposite. I have like crippling empathy sometimes. I can't even fathom. I mean, I wish. I wish I could turn it off sometimes because I just bleed I can't help it. Like my heart falls out and plops on the ground. Everyone's like, who took a dump on the ground? I'm like, no, that's my heart. Don't worry. It's just a little brown. It's fine. It's been beat up. Rode hard and put away wet, if you will. I can't help it. I mean, what was this chapter called? 301.7, page 701, How to Become a United States of America Politician. I didn't sign up for this book. Adam, it's hard for me. The only way I consume the news is by watching people like late night hosts or like Philip DeFranco, where they are just inherently funny. And so even if it's horrible news, something about it makes me not cry, but I still get it. I need to know it, you know? Step one, be rich. Word. And like when and how, though. What up, Martio? How are you, love? We've been reading all about antisocial personality disorder, and I shit you not, like the very first sentence is just like politician. It's a little frightening. Listen to this. This is the very, very first sentence of cheers, Vissy. I will cheers with you in 1 second. I want to read this before I lose the page, but you'll love this. This is the very, very first sentence of antisocial personality disorder, which has taken the place of like sociopathy, psychopathy. You know, we're always like, they're a sociopath or they're a psychopath. It's a spectrum of antisocial personality disorder now. The first sentence. The essential feature of antisocial personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others that begins in childhood or early adolescence and continues into adulthood. I'm just getting like horrible, nightmarish flashes of Trump behind my eyelids. It just goes worse. Like it's just, and this is the DSM. Like this is the, it's outdated by a couple years, but if you think it's outdated, I can fact check it to the new one that's online. I think I still have my password. It's creepy though. Tucker Carlson, dude, though. Tucker Carlson's, I don't want to give him that much credit because this means he thinks and is smart. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to give him that much credit. It definitely fits the way he speaks, but I feel like there's got to be something in here about like fetal alcohol syndrome or something that explains him. It's just so evil. The books are cool though. I mean, anybody can buy this. DSM, lots of people have them. It's a cool coffee book table because you can just flip open to any page. Like, bam! The diagnostic criteria for dysthymic disorder. Oh, I didn't start at the beginning. A depressive mood for most of the day, for more days than not, as indicated either by subjective account or observation by others, for at least 2 years. Presence while depressed, or 2 or more of the following: poor appetite, insomnia, low energy or fatigue, low self-esteem, low concentration of difficulty making decisions, low concentration or or difficulty, feelings of hopelessness. See what I mean? They're horoscopes. Anybody can identify with these. That's why it's meant. We are not meant to use this. It's for the prepesh. A lot of people out here try to watch out for. Oh my god, chat just did the stop double. The double bubble. I just got at a store where I rented a spot because the owner was a textbook manipulator. Spent 3 months at it only because she was abusing a volunteer employee who adored her. So I spent months slowly helping her see how she was being abused. Finally clicked for her a couple days ago. Oh my fucking god. It took 3 months. See, and my brain immediately goes to like, what has this person survived that has made them think that what was happening here wasn't being abused? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I know that came out funny. I don't know English as well as any other language. You know what I mean? Like, in order for a grown adult to not see that, not sense it, something's double. They've already survived. That's all a tough skin is. It means you've just survived something worse. Hi, DJ. How are you, love? Speaking of passports, a lady tried to get in today with a passport that expired in 2007. The copy of it on a university website? No shit. So you can just get them for free now? I used to have, like, a link to just go to, like, the DFSM website, and it would be, like, the most updated, like, to the second, but that doesn't we can Google. That's awesome. I'm glad it's available because they're fun to go through. I mean, I think it's fun. I mean, that sounds terrible. It's not fun to think of people who suffer with this stuff. But, like, I just opened to a very random page, and it's OCD. Oh, we could read all about OCD. Like, every page is a fun new adventure. She'd been volunteering for over a year? Jesus fuck. That'd be illegal here, technically. If the antisocial were also reliably idiots. Dude, for real, though. Unfortunately, all that antisocial behavior makes it so they stay at home and read books. Ugh! And was super fragile, so easily, yeah, means she survived something, dude. That's fucking... Ugh. Good for you. You got some angel feathers this week. The moment I got her to wake up, the owner already had another person with disabilities lined up. Shut up. Okay, let's cheer. I got to cheers, Vissy. That's disgusting. Let's cheers to Martio for fucking helping someone, because that is... I don't know if you heard about this. Recently in the US, something similar happened. It was a mentally disabled black man who was working for a business owner for, like, since he was, like 14 or something, way back in the 50s. And the business owner, I think, passed away or something, and the family sold the business. And the person who took over the business slowly, this is too long, didn't read, obviously. Please research it if you're interested. Slowly just stopped giving this man any sort of income, was physically beating him, emotionally abusing him. Literally, he was a slave now. Like, he had become a slave, but he was, special. I don't know the exact what was up, but he has the mentality of a child, was doing some menial tasks and getting paid for it, and did not know to ask for help. Did not know that what was happening was wrong. And thank fuck a friend or something. Someone close by noticed the behavior change in the man who was being beaten and abused and not paid anymore and all this stuff. And it's all gone through court, and it was like unanimous. The judge is ordered the slave person, the person who turned this man into a slave, all the reparations. Is that the word? The reparations times a bajillion. Like, this man is gonna get a lot of money, but, like, what kind of emotional nonsense did that do to him? That can you recover from that? I don't fucking know. Cheers to the people who help the innocent souls get out of those situations, though. And Martio's the name I know now. Cheers, bro. Cal, I'll burn something for you. Drive safe, love. Would the owner do something? Like, when you say the owner knows how to find them, is the owner, like, gonna punish them for trying to quit or something? Is the owner a psycho? Like, do you have effective police force? Because in America, we would not say call the cops. Having a corrupt, manipulated piece of garbage trying to influence me into making biased and bigoted decisions in that kind of environment is hard no for me. Yeah, fuck no. I need to be able to sleep at night. Like, I don't care what kind of money I make. At the end of the day, if I can't go to sleep, I don't want it. I'm considering going behind the owner's back and buying her out of the location she's at just to kill the entire project. She sounds like a horrible person. And, like, as much as I seriously don't wish ill will on people, that kind of personality can, attract more of that personality. And is that something you want to, like, nurture? I wouldn't. Fuck that. Sounds like an ass. Devolver, there are no words adequate enough in any language to describe the special hell that people deserve if they can do that to someone. Let alone a special needs man. A human. Like, it's always horrible, but Jesus fucking what? and that dude slept at night. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, how I need to be able to sleep at night. That is the goal for my day. Every action I take, can I sleep after this one? I don't know how people go about their day like that, just being so fucking like soulless. Like, not, it's again, it's that lack of empathy. And I don't even know if empathy is like considered a real word or if it's just like a flouncy emotion word that everybody in science discounts. I don't know. I believe in empathy. I bleed for people when they're hurting around me. I do not want to incite hurt in anything in my environment. But some people, like, they live for it, they strive for it, they walk away from it with a smile. Truly, they're not like faking it. And it's, I don't know what happened. She's vindictive as fuck. When I was getting out, she went from lying to me in order to incentivize me to stay. So saying I owed her money and shit, shut the fuck up. Did she have any proof? Or was she just like, you owe me money and don't leave? And then like showed you a nipple and claimed sexual harassment or something? She sounds like that kind of person. Gaslight, intimidate, and debt. Literally what's happening to Martio right now. Literally. Same, Devolver. I can't help it. It's crazy. I just, like, I can't turn it off, which is why I can't watch movies where a puppy dies. Everybody comes at me because I can't watch that fucking Kiana movie, but I can't move past the stomped puppy. I'm sorry. I kind of think it's crazy that anybody can, but you do you, boo-boo. I can't do it. I rely on that website, Does the Dog Die? Heavily. Same. I'm sorry that happens to you. As someone who also cries for no reason all the time at happy and sad things, I'm so sorry. It's the worst. She never had me sign the contract. She knows I'm not dumb. Good. I mean, she knows you're not dumb, but like tries to blackmail you with you owe me money. Like maybe that's a panic move. I try to me too, Adam. Like I read a book when I was a kid that taught me this, and I couldn't tell you what the book was or anything. I've read way too many books. Obviously, it wasn't a great book, but there was something in it. And the guy in the book said, I always try to leave the people I'm around or the situation I'm in with a positive feeling. Like I won't leave the room if everybody's feeling shitty. And I try that. Like obviously you can't fix everything. Like that's not possible. But I never try to walk away from a conversation in a bad light, I guess. I don't know how to word that. I always try to leave someone with a laugh or a smile or a hug if they fucking need a hug. You know, something like that. Because I think those things last more than first impressions or anything like that. She was super controlling while I was there because she was probably suspected. She probably suspected what I was doing. Oh. Trying to help somebody realize that she's an evil cunt? Interesting. Weird that she's suspicious like that, huh? She wanted me to report to her what I talked with her volunteer about to help protect her. Uh-uh. Nah, bitch. Nope. I'm out on that one. That's a hell no. In the end, I broke my abuser. He tried to manipulate me with one of his bullshit schmoozola. I know that word. I just, for some reason, my mouth didn't do it. Conversations. I asked him to document it and called him out for always making things verbal instead of documenting important conversations. He cried to his boss and hasn't contacted me since. Dude, that is always so sketch. I used to have bosses that did that too, and I was like, why are we not in an office doing this officially? Why are we in a dark hall? This is weird. I don't like it at all. Imagine feeling so viscerally for people that aren't even real. Empathetic. Oh my god. I've never identified with this statement more. The amount of times I've almost spiraled into a true depression from a book. This is pre-diagnosis, pre-medication, by the way. Holy dick farts. I once read a book. I got about halfway through it. Something happened that affected me so highly. I threw the book away and wrote a diatribe on Facebook about it. To no one. I was just so fucked up over some fake people in a book. But also, I think that's why I enjoy reading so much because on the flip side, I can really envelop myself, which I'm sure you can too. Like that's the beauty of reading. It just fucked me up. Don't go to bed angry, exactly. Never go to bed on a fight. Yeah, like it's just that kind of stuff even if it's not conscious, it festers. And I think with even if without anyone else involved, everyone is going through something on the inside. Like little, big, whatever it is, you can't compare. We all have like just little tiny internal battles. I don't want to add to that bullshit. Like I would rather leave someone with a hug that maybe puts a cloud over that for a minute, if that. You know? Like there's so much noise out there already that we're taking in when we don't want to. That's just cluster fucking our heads. I don't want to add to that in any way. If I can help it, you know? Welcome home, Vile Dreams. How you doing, honey boo? How are you, love? Ooh, what would you say is the big difference about Japanese whiskey versus American whiskey? I've never had Japanese whiskey, so I'm just curious. I do love me some whiskey though. I'm a big fan of scotch. I know. It tastes like mold and peat, but it's tasty in front of a fire when you're cold. All my thoughts fester like all the time. I'm basically just skin covering a horrifying conglomeration of anxieties at this point. Word. You ever have a like one of those like half panic attacks where you just sweat out the middle of your hands for an hour, but it's not real enough to like go to the doctor because you remember something you did when you were 5? Because same. I can relive shit I did when I was like a fetus and go into a full on adult emotions about it spiral. It's the worst. It's the worst. So I avoid it. Buzz on my mic. I can feel it. DDO. Congratulations. You're living a great life. Honestly, I didn't do a lot of shit when I was a kid that embarrassed me. Most of the stuff that fucks me up is like, I'll just remember like my sister Katrina imitating Fat Bastard from uh Austin Powers. Wow. Austin Powers. And then like it's like like it feels like a good 15-minute period. I'm pretty sure it's like a millisecond. I forget she's dead. And that shit fucks me up. I think more than anything. Because I don't embarrass. There's something broken in me. I don't really get embarrassed. I just laugh with everybody. I like to laugh. Fruit fly. I didn't block anything on purpose, but there's a huge chunk of my childhood I really don't remember. Like my dad died when I was 7, but I couldn't tell you what he looked like or sounded like without a picture. I'm a bit weird on the empathy front. I'll cry at the Silver Fang scene where a dog leaves his teenage owner to go fight a bear, but I'm a funeral singer and that shit doesn't affect me most of the time. I'm the exact same. It's fine. Human death doesn't get it. We're fine. I'm fine. But same. I wanted to be a veterinarian my entire life. Like that, like from fetalhood, I was like, I saw the first like veterinary show on Animal Planet or whatever, and I was like, I'm gonna be a fucking veterinarian. Like that's my goal. And then somewhere in my youth, I found out you had to put animals down, like euthanize, and I was like, absolutely not. I can't be a veterinarian anymore. So I was like, oh, I'll do chemistry. I like chemistry stuff. I like blew up a chemistry set when I was a kid, one of those ones with all the caustic shit you could definitely set your house on fire with. And on accident became the person that unplugged your Nana instead of your dog. That being said, I wouldn't do it differently. I would still rather unplug Nana than a dog. And that's sick. But fuck. Animals are too fucking innocent. They're just it's the pervasive, overflowing, just nauseating amounts of innocence in their eyes. And they don't age mentally, like they're still the puppy inside. Ugh. About Ghostwire and reading the animals, what the fuck? Wait, I don't want to know that. Will I break down? Maybe send me an article somewhere else I can break down after stream. Combining that stoicism with the investigative and deductive skill of XSDD and LARP planning makes me decent at dealing with shitty people in the long term, apparently, or at least maneuvering their games. The hospital gave me that and customer service at Lowe's. two different skill sets, obviously. Like, one is handling people when they are at their worst because of pain or sickness or something. And one is handling people when they're at their absolute worst because they think they have the upper hand on you because you're just a lowly Lowe's customer service associate and they've got a credit card. Hmm. Two different skill sets, but damn, do they help. I mean, grandma's lived a great life. She probably has some sort of 10 cancers going on. Like, the dog, on the other hand, fucking A, man. It's the worst. Not the oh, I'm not even kidding you. I've Martio, I had customers at Lowe's when I worked in the paint department who like would come up, ask me a question. I would do the whole spiel about every paint we sold because I'm a robot. I would just repeat like, and Valspar, blah blah, and Olympic, da da da. And they would wait for the whole thing and then go, "Is there a man I can talk to?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, 1 second." And I'd like walk down an aisle and call my zone manager and be like, "Some fucking prick up here that won't talk to me because I have a vagina." And my boss would walk up, my zone manager, he was super tall. He'd walk up to the dude. It was always a dude. I don't mean to gender usually, but it was always a dude. And he'd walk up to him and go, "Sir, how can I help you today?" Dude give him his like, "Oh, I just wanted to get a real man's opinion on this, da 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 da." My boss would wait for the dude to give his whole spiel and then go, "Well, Katie here is our expert in paint, so I'm going to let her help you today. Have a wonderful day, sir." And then just fucking flatline walk away. And it was some of the most just pretty sure I have fingered myself multiple times to those moments because so few are they that a boss like stands up for an employee. Holy dick. And the man's jaw, like I think I heard it like on the floor because it was rotten and squishy, but it was just I couldn't make that up. It was like it was written. It was just beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, sweet moments sometimes. Oh yeah, Silverheart. It had happened multiple times. That was just the like such a good comeback. It was so my boss was so witty and in the moment. I just that one's burned in. But I mean, once a week I'd get a dude. Is there a man I can talk to? My dick's bigger than his, but I'll go get him. Whatever. This is incredible. It's my absolute favorite air purifier of the four, simply because it doesn't require an $80 filter. I'm not shitting you. Almost every air purifier sends you with a filter, but then the filter is literally half the cost of a new air purifier. It's insane. This one, you can just spray it out. Like, take it to your sink, spray it out. It has two filters. It has, like, the black, looser, you know, fibery one that you take off, and you can just rinse that off in your sink or your bathtub. And then it has the actual filter, but it's just like those paper ones that go in the window units and stuff from back in the day. I still use these things, but they're old. It didn't happen while we ended up getting slammed with so much rain that my yard turned into a kind of a slippery death trap of quick mud. It's like quicksand, but mud. You sink eternally, but it's mud. It's totally not safe to be on ladders outside putting up giant AC units, unfortunately. So no AC, but it's not hot, so that's the flip side. No AC. Yeah, this one. I'll tell you exactly what it is. Because I like it a lot. That's why I keep it here, actually. And it's got three different strengths as well as an auto mode. But my favorite is it's got a HEPA mode or an odor mode. So, like, if someone drives past your house with horrible exhaust and your house fills up with exhaust, you can just slam that button and it puts it on odor mode and somehow eliminates nasty fuck. But it's not like putting anything in the air. There's no Febreze or anything involved. Y'all know my opinions on that fake ass bullshit. AP1512 is the model number. Conway. Yeah. Oh, it's nice. Literally, the front just cracks off like a clamshell, and you just tug the filter out. It's so easy to clean, though. Whereas I have a Dyson one right here, the one that's like the circle that spins. What is that calling? What is that? What is that calling? What is that called? There's a word for it where it does the slow like me. It won't work because it has a filter in it that it deems is now unworthy. and you can't trick it because you have to scan a barcode in an app on your phone, and the new filters are $80 minimum. And that's not a joke. Oscillate, thank you so much. Yep. $80. $80 for a goddamn filter? Dyson can suck my fat spiritual dick. Hell to the nah. Thankfully, I got the fan for free, so I don't feel like I lost out. I haven't tried farting into it, but I have blown weed smoke into it, and it's gone. Like, I've had Zach stand above it. Because the air blowing out the top is the fresh air, and it sucks in this side, that circle thing. And I've literally sat there and been like, and smoke's gone. I don't understand filters, but they work in this. Dude, and what's killer is I fucking love my Dyson vacuum. They truly are hardcore. Like, Dyson vacuum, I've had 2 now. I had an X Steel one, fucking dick fart. But I bought myself a cheaper one, like one of the rollerball ones, like half the price or whatever. But if you own an animal, man, Dysons are nice. They're just hardy. It's really hard to break a Dyson vacuum. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of vacuums can suck up something like a toothpick and you're just fucked. The hose gets stabbed or something. Your Dyson will beep at you to pull something out of it, but it's pretty hard to fuck up. It's nice. Dyson makes a sex toy suck your dick. Oh my god, but what if it sucked it off or bit it or something? My cat buttholes are out today. No, don't look. One bad human interaction scares me for no reason, and I know it's no reason in my head, but I can't help it, right? It's so weird. I kind of feel that. I don't know, I can't remember I don't go out enough to have bad interactions with people, to be honest. Most of them are at the hospital, and most of the time it's because people were high out of their mind. I don't know. I grew up with a lot of my siblings all have really bad anger issues for some reason. And it's like spontaneous anger issues, not like built up anger issues, but just like out of nowhere explosive. So they would say really horrible things. I think I very young understood the not personal concept, but I don't know how. I think it was survival. Because my brother would flip out, like, if he was having a bad day, he would throw my head through a wall because he deemed I was breathing too loud on the other side of the house or something. So now no one can hear me breathe ever. Weird shit like that. But, I mean, at a certain point, I was like, all right, fucker, get over yourself. No one breathes too loud. I don't. What, lamb? I don't know. Let's see some Ricola. Oh, God. I feel that ghetto hard. I mean, I don't know what happened, but something flipped inside of me in the last, like, 10 years where I just was like, some people won't like me, and I just have to deal with that. Because dealing with that is easier than trying to be liked by everybody. That's exhausting. I felt like a chameleon. Like, every person I was around, I was like, all right, which background am I? You know? I don't like that at all. I don't like, no matter what you do, no matter like how many people like you, there will always be some people who don't like you. And that's okay. That's not on me. Unless I'm doing something malicious or, evil, like inherently rude or mean, then sure, that's on me. But if you just don't like me for me, like I'm pretty set in at this point. I hate being around my dad because of his whistling breathing, but I have misphonia, which is hatred of sound. Might be that. It's probably that. Also, sometimes, I don't know, like your relationship with your dad, but sometimes when there's like a tension in a relationship that you haven't addressed, it will manifest in being bothered by the most simple non actions of that person. They suddenly become as loud as a cymbal in your ear all the time. and it's your brain screaming, figure it out. I.e., when my mom and dad are fighting, she will remove all the chips from the house because suddenly the sound of my stepfather chewing on potato chips, i.e., crisps, is the most mind-curdling sound in the world, so she'll hide them. So he can't chew on chips for a few days while she's mad. Talk about sound sensitive. Chameleon people and it's like I feel like there's a turning point as I feel like a chameleon person sometimes just because I grew up in like such a and I don't use it as here's the thing. I think there's chameleon people like myself. It's still in me. I can see it because my family's alive and I still have to deal with them and all of them are so absurdly weird and volatile. It's like a survival instinct around them, but it's like acknowledging it as opposed to using it as a crutch to be a shitty person. You know what I mean? Like, oh, my daddy didn't hug me, and that's why I didn't tell you I wasn't going to show up at dinner tonight and didn't text you until 4 hours later and you thought I was dead. Tee hee ha ha, gotta go, love you. You know what I'm saying? It's like just acknowledging it. Like, it's a survival technique a lot of kids get from living in a narcissistic or a like alcoholic household or just a inherently violent household. But you can't just lean on it forever to be a little piece of shit. You gotta fucking own up, grow up. Own up and grow up. It's time. Me too. Because how else do you grow from it? Like, for real, how do you learn from and or grow from your moments of being shitty if you don't fucking own it? If you just ignore it, you never change. And I don't want to be shitty. I mean, maybe some people do. I don't. It's in all of us a little bit, but there are some people who entirely change for every person they're around. Oh, 100%. And I think that's on purpose. I think that's different. A little. Not totally. But I know exactly the people you're talking about. It's almost like a form of manipulation or manipulative behavior. Tell me if I'm totally off base, but I think I know the type of person you're talking about, and they're not fun. It's like I don't want to be around that person because we could be in the car talking, and the moment we get out of the car and enter the party, I don't know you anymore. Who are you? Like suddenly you don't know me, and I don't what like that kind of person. It's very bizarre. And it's just because they've gone into a different mode. This is me now. I don't make eye contact anymore because I'm not interested enough. That kind of shit, I can't do it. What up, Roland? How are you? I turn into a 70-year-old farmer whenever I talk with elder people at markets. Oh my god. Martio. Replace the old farmer at the market with the lovely woman working the quilting counter at the quilt store. This bitch go Little House on the Prairie real goddamn fast. Start talking about Sinatra and the old days. It's an illness that I love and I will give into every time I can. Soupy water, what up? Do you like soup? Does anybody remember when that happened to Lil Sia? That was fucking funny. Hey, streamer, you like soup? Ugh. I used to know a person who would pretend to be interested in things to fit in with a bunch of different people, and she would get caught in lies all the time because she contradicted herself a lot. Did you ever notice if it was only in a certain setting, like only around those people, or if it was kind of just exacerbated by that? Because I had a neighbor who was quite literally one of the coolest people I've ever met. She was so funny. I don't know if you've ever just got to be around a human being who just can't help but be inherently hilarious. Like I would suffocate breathing around her, and I'm talking like early high school, middle school. She was so funny about nothing. Just one of the funniest people I've ever known. But she was a kleptomaniac and a what's the word when you start to believe your own lies? Compulsive liar. And I tried so hard to ignore it for so many years because I enjoyed her so goddamn much. She was the closest neighbor I had, which was still like a mile up the road, middle of nowhere. But she was just fucking hilarious. Anytime I hung out with her, you were guaranteed to just laugh until every part of you ached. And she would keep going. She like lived in a bit. But then, you'd go home and your wallet would be empty. Like literally she would take all the cash out of your wallet. And just had these fantastical stories about shit. And she was going through shit like everybody's going through shit, but it was really hard to like distance myself from her because at a certain point I was going crazy. I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like I don't know what's real when you speak. No one wants to talk to someone like that. Like that's so hard to talk to. But we were so young, it was at the time I was angry, but looking back at it, like to think about a 13, 14-year-old with like what was going on. Lots of things. It was fucked up. It was weird. Weird family. The mirroring behavior is maddening because I find it's usually one of two things, a narcissistic or autistic, and they don't know it. What do you mean by mirroring? Mirroring behavior. Just curious. I don't know. A man picks up a rifle and no matter what else they do with their hands, build a house, change their kid's diaper, their hands always remember the rifle. Oh, God. Jarhead was such a good movie. So underrated. I don't know why people, like, I never hear people ever mention it. I thought it was really good. Aside from the fact, Gyllenhaal. Need I say more? It was a good movie. Sad, but good. Once in a blue moon, I let evil... Honestly, there should never be, like, a happy movie that has to do with war. That would be weird. That's not sending the right message. You know what I'm saying? Like, war never changes. I let evil ghetto get off the chain because some people just need to get put in their fucking place. The only time that ever happens for me is IRL. I don't think I've ever let go on the internet because it's just so fucking pointless. I feel like I'm screaming at a brick wall. It was pretty much anyone I saw her interact with. It was wild how often I noticed her lying. She would claim to play certain games or watch certain shows, but then not know basic information about them. Like, obviously, like in movies, like, in movies, they always do the setup of the liar. Like, that bad? She always pretended she knew different languages? You gotta wonder the fuck happened. Like, who made her feel so boring she felt she needed to do that? Or they felt they needed to do that, you know what I mean? Or whatever happened. I wonder what creates that mentality, because it's so... I find people very interesting for the most bizarrely mundane things they do. I don't know. I don't need a fantastical story to find people interesting. Jared was great. Thank you, BDO. I appreciate you. Full Metal Jacket was great, too. I don't know why Jarhead stuck out to me. I think because I like Jake Gyllenhaal a lot. Donnie Darko is one of my favorite movies ever. Still, I watch it constantly. I know. I don't know why. I'm obsessed with it. Hot Shots Part 2? Part 2. Which is that war itself creates nothing but victims. 100%. Jarhead does a good job. I think that was the great part of it, and I think a lot of people wrote it off because at the time, Jake Gyllenhaal he became a beefcake. Like, he wasn't in Johnny Darko, and he beefed himself out. Like, good for him. That's hard work, especially for someone thin like that. Like, anybody thin in chat ever try to put weight on? Not myself, but I've heard stories. It's a task. He did a great job, but because of that, I think people wrote it off as like, oh, it's a beefcake movie, and it was not. So autistic people will mirror what they see and appear to be fake from one environment to the next because they're masking and trying to assimilate. Narcissists do the same thing, but on purpose to manipulate people. Ew. In my life, usually the people that act this way fall into one of these groups, but obviously 98% of them are probs just narcissists. I think a lot of people are narcissists. A little bit. Like, not clinically. I think there's a lot of clinical narcissists out there. But I think, I've met a lot of them too. I feel that. My favorite war movie is Das Boot because the entire film basically comes down to the fact that war is pointless and there's no heroes in war, only victims. Full Metal Jacket Boot Camp. Those, I think I own those on VHS. It's somewhere in some dark box. Hi, Marley Pavel. How are you, love? She was like, I'm fluent in Japanese. And then I would try to say something to her and she would stare blankly. No shit. But she'd like keep owning it. Man, that's gotta be like a psychosis, right? That's like the damn. I mean, no effort in even learning like Konichiwa. Like, fuck it. Like, Spanglish it. You know what I'm saying? I'm the way that Vincent D'Onofrio on Full Metal Jacket. It's one of his best roles. I'm really bad with names. I have to Google that person. Hold up. It's terrible. I remember the most random names ever. I don't know why. Search it. Agreed, 100%. He's a great, another kind of weirdly underrated actor. You ever seen The Cell? Just watched a documentary about Anne Boleyn. Oddly, there was no mention of her sister, Tenpin. How dare you? Try so hard not to giggle. I don't want to give you that. I really don't want to give you this. That was decent. Ah, fuck it. Oh god. Aquarian, you want to know a weird habit I had when I was a kid? I might have told you guys about it. I think I have in the past. I mean, it sounds like something someone in middle school, like elementary school. My little sister used to do that when she was like 5. If we went somewhere and she heard a Spanish speaking family, she would mimic it. But she was 5. She just thought it was pretty sounds. She thought she was singing. The bug in Men in Black. Which bug? The coffee bug? Or the like this bug? More sugar. I'm sorry, what? Sugar. I need more sugar. Ugh. He does a great job, though. Holy shit. Holy shit. Edgar, your skin is hanging off your bones. She does a good job, too, honestly. They both do. What a great... Was that that's the opening scene, isn't it? Or does it start with schmackety schmack running? Chasing the alien. I can't remember which one it starts with. Fruit fly die. There's now a fruit fly dead on page 457. Rip. More. No. I know, BD. I was just giving you a shitty time. Maybe he voices the coffee. Well, they're not really bugs. I don't think they're confirmed bugs. The coffee aliens, you know the ones I'm talking about, right? They look like upright centipedes. Hey, what up, JK? How you doing? Hey, with the coffee. I've seen that movie a few times. Me too. Faces. I mean, I know they're like, for instance, I might be able to come up with a name. Nope, it's gone today. Some days I can come up with it. Snape, Professor Snape. I'll say that 9 times out of 10. And 1 time out of 10, I will know it is Alan Rickman. Oh, Katie did it. I swear to fuck, I didn't look at chat. It did it by its own. Sometimes my brain just does this. Neurons are like, I guess today, but never again. That was the 1 out of 10. You're welcome for witnessing that. It's never going to happen again. Are the moons aligning? What happened? Did I black out? It never happens. But I idolize, like, rest in peace. He was one of my favorites ever, and I idolize him. But why my brain can't figure out names for some fucking reason. That's why I love Google. I will always Google for the visual because I know, like, movies and stuff. I know what the video case looks like, but half the time I won't remember what the movie's called. I don't know why that wasn't important to my brain to remember words. But it's annoying. Oh my god, that unicorn is hilarious and I love it. Thank you for celebrating my brain connecting a neuron for once in its life. Oh, Rickman and Galaxy Quest. And Hitchhikers as the terminally depressed robot. Okay. Guess I'll go over here and just mope about my existence. Fuck if he isn't a goddamn mood in all the ways. Like, if you don't identify with him, you have to have been born today. You know, I still haven't watched The Punisher, but I've been told it's amazing. It's one of those ones that's on my list. I just haven't had time. I have a lot of shit backlogged, and I'm obsessed with the new season of Death and Robots. I can't stop watching it. I watch it like once a day. And now Bo Burnham came out with his new like extras thing on YouTube, which of course I watch once a day / sing to, annoyingly. Say the whole world ending. Honey, it already did. It's constant. I get so hyper focused. I'm surprised anyone wants to be around me. Thank you guys for putting up with this.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy,
Same
and I
ghetto.
guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Apparently, from their point of view, they aren't lying if they can get you to believe in their narrative aspects. My family did that heavily, and I didn't realize it till I went to therapy. And my therapist like said something so stupidly dumb. She was like, "Just because your mom said it wasn't that bad doesn't mean it wasn't that bad." And I was like, "What?" Mind fucking blown. Isn't it amazing what therapy does? The giant spiders on my roach colony behind me. I think it's gonna hunt a fruit fly. Get the fruit flies. Do it. Feast on them. It's wild how your brain does things like that, huh? And gross, but wild. I'm glad, it's such a flip coin because on one side, I'm very grateful my brain protects me because had I just had to like consciously relive every moment of everything I deem traumatic in my existence, I think I'd be locked up or a superhero, one of the two. But not well, not feeling good. So I'm glad it protects me, but also it's good to, for lack of a better word, metabolize that stuff. You know? Dude, I have fly tape literally like it's gnarly the amount of fly tape in my house because we have no AC, so we don't have like a central air moving through, which usually prevents a lot of flies. They don't like wind. They're not very strong. Fruit flies are like, 24-hour lifespan and pretty darn weak. But on top of that, I have geckos, and my geckos eat this. It's powder you add water to, but it's like powdered, like dehydrated fruit, and that attracts fruit flies, unfortunately. But for the past I mean, I have no sense of time anymore. I want to say it's like a month. There's been this jumping spider living in my house, and it's literally like this big. It's huge male jumping spider, and I just let him chill. Like sometimes he's crawling across my desk, but I'm pretty sure he's the one keeping all the fruit flies down, and I'm into it. Like you do you. They're harmless. He lives in a corner somewhere because I see him almost every day now. We've like had a lot of moments where we're suddenly very close to each other, and we make eye contact, and I go, "You're cool. I'm cool. Don't touch me." And he like backs up and I back up and we're down. We are like we're dudes. Bros, we're dude bros. I hate that. We are in an agreement. Dr. Lazarus is the best. I mean, it's not honestly, I don't know. I can't pick a best Rickman. How can you pick a best Rickman? It's like picking I don't know. How do you do that? Cuz like I know he didn't have a major role, but as the Metatron in Dogma with the no dick reveal, fuck, he's fantastic. But it's such a small role. Like I don't know, it's Professor Snape. I know it's made by a turf cunt, but fuck, he did a good job. Before we all knew she was a turf cunt, and I believe he spoke out against her before he passed away, which was great. Gnarly as fuck, bruh. Spoods are friends, unless it's like a Black Widow or something that could hurt you, in which case I just strongly advise you put it outside. They don't want to hurt you, but if you sit on one, all bets are off. Me and my spiders have an agreement. They stay in the basement and I let them be. As long as they don't touch me. That's the only thing that creeps me out. I don't want to feel a creepy crawly on my neck or my face or anywhere. So you can live on my desk. Like, you do your thing. They're harmless. It's the jumping spider's just doing his thing. Like, you do you, boo boo. I'm gonna do me. But if you touch me and my sudden, what the fuck is that? And you die, it's not on me anymore. You know? Right? He crushes. I mean, when has Rickman been? He can even do fucking Shakespeare. He's just great. He was legend, man. Rest. I hope Millie gets to hang out with him. Is demonstrably false. Like, it's not that cold outside. Like, I'm like, it's snowing. I can literally see water freezing as it falls to the earth. Yeah. Yeah. And just like put a little exponentiate on that, however you like. 100%. It's horrible. And when you're a kid, I mean, until someone tells you differently, you just instinctively believe to the core everything your parents tell you. So if they say it's not that bad, it's not that bad. And then you grow up and you're like, wait, that was rape, though. Is there a scale of not that bad? Or no, there isn't? Oh, shit. Shit fuck. You know? Wait, they're all expired, but my god. Wait, what's expired? Ooh, today, the RX I did inventory and just threw out 22 vials of Moderna COVID vax, 37 bottles of Pfizer, and 23 of the other kind. Wow. Just because they were all expired? Wow. How do they throw them away? Like, do you guys see how they dispose of them? I'm just curious. I don't know. When they help me pay the rent, man, that like the alternative to no spiders is like the bed bugs and ticks and fleas and mosquitoes and fruit flies. All of which kind of want to suck my blood other than the fruit flies, and the spider doesn't want to suck my blood. So I'm kind of on their side as long as they don't touch me. And not that I'm purposefully going to like kill them if they touch me, but I'm going to freak out. Like, I'm going to go, "Ah!" And if the spider dies, like, I'm sorry. That's pretty instinctual, you know? But fuck all those other bugs. I don't want none of that shit in my house. No. Every time I see like a juicy spider on the wall, I assume there's something juicy to eat inside, so I leave it alone. You know? Spiders aren't stupid. They don't go places there's no food, which means there's food. Eat up, little bro. Eat up! I'm good! Know what I'm saying? I think about this shit a lot, Dan, because I actually own like 50 tarantulas as pets, as well as having this just jumping spider that is not my pet. It's just native and lives in my house. And therefore, I end up in a lot of conversations with people who have legit arachnophobia. And I am not the type of person to just like bring spiders on my channel and try to scare people and be a dick about it. I keep them off my channel without a warning, without a special screen for it, above and beyond. I'm not here to torture a soul. But I end up educating a lot about spiders because the vast majority of fear about most things comes from just not knowing anything about it or knowing so little that it just becomes like a general thing you spread amongst all. So, like, we know black widows exist. All spiders are deadly. Kill them, burn them with fire, like applying that kind of base. So I end up educating a lot, and which makes me think a lot all the time. The more I talk about it, the more I think about it. And I've just come to that shit on my own. Like with my spiders. I have a lot of spiders as pets, and they don't leave their homes unless they're hungry and there's no food. If they're fed and happy and kept watered, I don't even see them. They live in a hole. They put them in a Ziploc bag and in a cooler with a big. So this is the Vaxes, and in a big BioWaste sticker on it. Then some McKenson delivery guy picks it up to dispose of when they drop their load off. Giggity. That's crazy. That's so many. It's wild. It's wild because I know, like, not just Colorado, we're doing like $1 million lotteries to get a vax. Like, even if I was socially an anti-vax, I would have secretly went and got vaccinated just for the $1 million and lied to my friends. 100%. Because you know they don't believe in that shit. They're just part of a group of people. and their community just happens to be kind of dumb. I have a friend who confided in me that he has psychotic breaks where he blacks out completely for days and just becomes a totally different human, which is totally not fucking terrifying. Yeah, I had a knot on accident with my head. That's terrifying. Because of all the mental health stigma, that's the number one undesirable. That's so sad. Because what if he has like dissociative personality disorder or something like that? That could be really dangerous. I hope he finds the oomph in himself to realize he deserves help and not to be afraid of it, you know? Because that's a hellscape. Man, I bitch about being bipolar, dude. I can't even fathom blacking out for days. At least I remember my psychosis. I don't know if that's better or worse. It's better. Probably better. At least I can say sorry afterwards. You can't dwell on that and let it consume you. Or you can focus on what to do and deal with it, and then it becomes easier to deal with. 100%. It's kind of like that goes along really well with me. It's what I said earlier about not using. A lot of people I've noticed throughout my life, really, really, really want to get a diagnosis, not because they want to go read about it and learn about their brain and function better with the world and lead a happier life, but just to throw it at people as a how dare you judge me? I have blank. It's just a crutch to lean on to never grow or self improve or anything. And like, regardless of your neurodivergence, we can all grow as a person. We grow in different directions, some of us two directions, but everybody can grow and try to be happier in themselves. And I firmly don't believe anybody feels good making other people feel icky. I don't think that's real. Unless you're that antisocial politician. A politician. English is a hard language. Fuck that. I agree. The irony is I've told more strangers about my diagnosis than my family. Same. My chat, Roland, my like community here on Twitch that I've cultivated throughout the years knows more intimate details about me and my inner thoughts and feelings and emotions than I think most of my family even deems me capable of, other than my sister Sarah. We are very close. I get it, man. It's crazy. And it's just like a lot of people like to put it up to the anonymity. Like I have no anonymity here though. My community, I say my community like I own anything here. The community that has created itself that I enjoy every day here gave me a comfortable place to like open up. You guys made me feel comfortable, which is not a frequent occurrence in anyone's life, I don't think. 4 minutes, by the way, thank you. Probably 3 minutes now. 3 minutes till 420, bitches. I had a form of dissociative identity disorder growing up where I would black out and lose time. I'm so sorry. Sometimes for weeks at a time. I'm so thankful that doesn't happen to me anymore. Me too. Have you ever talked to a therapist about it, though? I mean, just for peace in your soul about it. Unless you're not bothered. It's weird to me that I can't remember my dad. I'm still starting to figure out what the fuck happened there. He died when I was 7 and was in my life 24/7 until that point. I couldn't tell you what his voice sounded like. We don't have any video. I don't know what he sounded like. Without pictures, I have not a memory of this dude. I don't know why, though. And my mom doesn't either. It's weird. Brains, though. I agree, Ghetto. And that's a hard one. I feel like a lot of us feel that way. Roland, I mean, thank you. I think I can say that for myself and the mods. We it's an active goal. It's like a never ending, you know? It's not something that there's not an end in sight. It's just like a forever maintenance, like making sure we don't nurture icky because it's fucking everywhere. I don't need to live off a buzz title of negative news. You know what I mean? So why do it? Whereas a lot of newspapers, websites, buzz links, clicks, whatever, they that's the only way they can get any attention is by putting this negative shit out there, and I just am done with it. This is my family. Danlock, 100%. My community here on Twitch actually is the ones that taught me / convinced me of the idea that you can choose your family as an adult. Because I forever have just been like suffering because of this guilt, you know, like, well, what if they die and I regret not being around them? Like, that's never gonna happen. They literally make me want to like tear my eyes out and serve them on a plate with asparagus. And my life is so happy, like, not around these people who are just blood related. Like, that's it. That's this only stipulation that guilt is surrounded around. I'd rather surround myself with people that make me feel good. And I read this, I think this was on Reddit. I don't know who coined it. I have no idea. It was just like a random Reddit post, but it said, the family you choose is pretty fucking special because they have no obligation to love you. And yet they do. Out my butt. Fart out my ass on that one. I'd never thought of it that way before. It's like something you know inherently, but you just, when someone puts it into words, you just vomit emotions and it was beautiful though. Because that is, I mean, your time is so finite and so precious. That's why I thank you guys every day for hanging out with me on stream because you could do literally anything else. Anything. It's like that Bo Burnham song, like, welcome to the internet. Have a look around. We have everything. But you choose to spend it here with me, and I'm blessed because I have a good time. I love hanging out with you guys. I like my days off are the worst. I pace my house for at least 4 hours, just like, what do? I don't know what to do. Unless I have therapy, then I just have anxiety about therapy all day. Cheers. Is it 420 cheers or we just cheers? Yep, it's 420. My 420. Happy 420, cunts. I love you. Thanks for letting me be open and not feel judged here. On the internet where anyone can chat and be here listening. Anyone. Scary shit. Remember that happened to me when I moved to Baltimore. My family acted like I was betraying them, like I was the bright, shiny bubble of the family. And when I moved, it took 3 years for my mother to visit me, and not one family member has contacted me or talked to me since. Big, bright, shiny bubble. It's all about control. That's all it is. It's like convincing you to stay. If they win. If they didn't win, life goes on. Buzz. Flying Circus Monkey, I used to overstream a lot because I kind of had the same mentality, but this is what I ran into simply because, and this is probably very unique to just like chatting streamer, just chatting, whatever you want to call this. Streamers who like to bullshit with people all day because you're interesting and it's fun. Is that if I stream 24/7, I have nothing to talk about because I've not been not streaming. Seriously, I was like, I didn't do anything but stream. So I came to the decision that instead of like just streaming until I die, sleep, stream, I had to have some sort of exterior life. Even if there's a goddamn fuzz on my face. I'm gonna go crazy. Even if it's just my run in the morning, you know, like I see birds, I see a wild raccoon that hisses at me, I see some crazy people. Like, it's something, you know, to talk about, to add to the conversation, as opposed to just like commenting on everybody else's exciting lives away from the internet. Does that make sense? I tried getting my oh my god, the spider's on my desk. Is he gonna come over here? Just don't come on me, okay? Neither of the comes. Well, where you going? Where you going? Don't go this way. Don't go this way, bro. It's not safe. Is he on my can? No. He's on the desk somewhere. I'm always scared I'm gonna squish him, to be honest. He's big, but he's not that big. I don't want to kill him on purpose, on accident. That'd be sad. Same, Bernumber. Isn't that weird? Like they super. It's almost like they care about you as long as they can control you. But once they realized that's not there anymore, it was like conditional, you know, like a nonverbal conditional. It's weird. When can we see speeders next? Let's think. What's today? Thursday? Probably Saturday or Sunday. What I'm thinking about, I've got 2 containers of bugs. Can you see these right here? And they grow crazy fast. And so I'm waiting for them to get nice and fat, which should literally be like 2 days. I know that's crazy, but it's real. It's hornworms. If you've never seen hornworms, they're like these bright green caterpillars, and they triple in size in 24 hours. In under 24 hours. It's crazy. They grow so intensely fast. They never molt or anything. It's wild. They're really cute, but they bite and they're really mean, and I hate them. If you ever get bit by one, suddenly they're a lot less cute. And I feed them to my speeders. So I've just been waiting for them to chunk out, which should be this weekend, though. So probably Saturday or Sunday if you guys want to do a spider feeding day. I know a lot of people do not like that, so I will announce it so you don't get shocked and appalled by the spiders. With uncles, aunts, and grandma's cousins, I talk to a lot. My dad's side, I haven't spoken to in 4 years. I I mean, not even my siblings talk to me. I don't think my family is just very good at talking to anyone. Like, it's not like they're all talking to each other without me. None of them are talking to any of them, you know? My Nana was like the conduit that brought us all together for Christmas mainly. And oh my God, the fuzz came off my nose. I think I feel it on my hand. Yes. My Nana was like the conduit. She brought everyone together. She like, you better be at my fucking house for Christmas kind of thing. And then when she died, we had no one with that emotional gravity over anyone else to do that, you know? So everyone just started doing their own thing. Hornworms are really cool. I will tell you, the moth dies so fast. It's real sad. It's a really big, pretty moth, but it dies in like 24 hours because they don't eat. It's one of those, there's very few. I know, there's very few moths like this. I learned about it because of hornworms, because of course I was like, why did the moth die so fast? Now I'm sad. Similar to like silkworms. I guess silkworms, the caterpillar or the moth that comes out of the silkworm is similar. They go into a cocoon, become a moth, and if they can't fuck within 24 hours, they just die because they are born without any feeding apparatus as the moth. So they do all their eating as a caterpillar. Once they go cocoon, it's no more eat time, which is wild. I mean, what a weird evolutionary thing to do. 100%. Oh, they're great. Um, I try not to feed them too often, the hornworms, simply because they're not great nutritional value in terms of for spiders. They're mostly just like a sack of water. But because our weather just warmed up, like the 90% of my tarantulas have molted in the last week. It's crazy. They just keep molting because the weather turned and it's getting warm. And usually right after a molt, you leave them alone for a couple days and then they're starving but also super thirsty. So a meal that's also a huge hit of hydration is just like a double whammy. They love it. But I try to do like roaches, crickets. I try to keep it diverse, kind of like people. Weird. Literally live to fuck. I mean, seriously, like you become pretty and it's like fuck and die or die. And or met up. No one said a word to anyone until about 3 hours into the meetup. Just awkward silence. Oh, that's so creepy. My family, it was like, you know, like cordial hellos for about an hour, and by the time an hour and a half went by, they'd be plastered and it would just be a mess. White rednecks drunk in the woods. That's all you need. With fire and dirt bikes and danger, danger, Will Robinson. Is it because their moth form doesn't have a digestive system? Or is it literally they're just not born with a straw? It's very weird. They die so fast. Because I've had a couple, like, I fed a hornworm to a tarantula. The tarantula said, no, thank you. And the hornworm buried itself, cocooned, turned into a moth. And the moth died so fast, the tarantula didn't even get to eat it. The tarantula wanted to, but it was already dead. They just, sad. But they're pretty. They are really pretty. And I mean, you guys will see them. Right now, they're pretty small. They're literally, you see these tiny little green guys right here behind me. That's them right now. So they're real small. The camera wouldn't even pick them up. But in 2 or 3 days, they will be this big and that big around and have a big chomper on their mouth that hurts if they bite you. Don't get bit by one. It's not harmful. It's just like, you know, they eat like plants and shit. Uh, they are a gorgeous color though. One of the most beautiful like colors of like clear green water. So pretty. Oh, you're not right. You're not right. You're not right, Roland. Sticking to it. You're not wrong. 100%. I mean, everything's such a second, I feel like. I try never to just like wallow in anything. I always remind myself like there's going to be a day that you're going to curse this moment that you wallowed because you're going to be dying. Get up. I do that to myself a lot. And that's just a point of view I've gotten the blessing of via being around a lot of dying people, unfortunately. That's what you gotta do sometimes to get that point of view. Don't kill people. They're not designed to live long, right? They're literally, it's just like a cool 24, 48 hours of like find a mate or poof, become food. It's very sad because they're very beautiful. I build terrariums all the time. It's one of my absolute psycho hobbies. We could actually do that in the next couple days if you want, since I can't feed tarantulas yet because those things aren't chunky. We could do some tarantula cages. I have 5. I desperately need to rehouse. They're just too big for their enclosure, but they've got such a happy little they've got a happy place. So I'm like, "All right, you haven't." It's when they start destroying their own home, you're like, "All right, they don't like it there anymore. You got to move them." They're pretty happy. I do have a Discord. Exclamation Discord in the chat. And we have a Discord. I have a special Discord channel for aminals, which is for all animals. And then we have a very special one for spiders because one of my mods, among many people in the community, have legit phobias of spiders, and I ain't here to torture people. So we made a special category for like, the creepy, the arachnids, the stuff that's like universally pretty much gives people the EBGBs. So people aren't like scrolling puppies and then come across my redback from Australia. I don't want to do that. I would love that, but not. I must accept as an adult that the vast majority of people recognize creepy crawlies as creepy and crawly. But yeah, I actually made a special Instagram just for my spiders because so many people. I mean, when I started getting into the hobby years ago, they were like, we don't like I hate spiders," and I was like, "No shit," and I listened. Imagine listening to someone. What a concept these days. And just listening to the what arachnophobia really is and what fear does and the cold sweats and the shivers and the high blood pressure and the heart rate and all that, I was like, I would never do that to anyone, any of you on purpose, ever. Like, it's one thing to go, boo, and scare someone by walking up behind them, but putting their phobia on screen for shits and giggles is kind of fucked up. So the definition of a phobia is something traumatic to you has happened that has caused an involuntary reactionary fear to something. So it's something uncontrollable, i.e., if I start talking about snakes and you're afraid of snakes and your palms start sweating. I don't even have a snake yet, but your palms start getting sweaty. And you can feel your heart getting a little weird and you start getting a little uncomfortable. Maybe you need to take a shit suddenly because you've vasodilated. Those are usually phobia. You aren't born with a phobia. Phobias have to be something happened to you to cause this, like, i.e., I don't often talk about it, but I have a phobia of shots, which is super weird considering the job I had, I know. But whenever I get a shot, including my vaccination and my booster, I involuntarily faint. I can't help it. I can't. I've done it. I've taken different drugs for it. I've been in different, literally gotten a shot in my car for vaccinations and shit. Like, no, the environment doesn't matter. The person doing it doesn't matter. I faint for just a second. I just crumple. And it's from an incident when I was a kid. I got stitches and they didn't give me any numbing agent. They had 7 or 9, I can't remember the exact number. It was 7 or 9 nurses just pinned me down while a doctor sewed my lip up without any Novocaine. And now I faint when people give me shots. It sucks, but it's involuntary. It's not, someone crawling up a wall screaming at you because you won't kill the daddy long legs in the corner. That can be part of it, but it's never all of it. It's the worst. It's really embarrassing. I can give shots and take blood like a fucking pro, though, which is really creepy. Phobias are weird, man. Poop noodle. Poop noodle lives on forever. I can give shots, I can draw them. However, I can't watch them in a movie. Like if it's pretty real looking, Zach's losing his mind. If it looks legit, like someone getting a shot, I'll turn away. My mouth is actually watering like I'm gonna puke right now. You ever get the mouth sweats right before you faint? Thinking about it gives me the mouth sweats. Let's not anymore. Yeah, I don't. But I've done everything. Like I'm not gonna go to aversion therapy and get a million shots stuck in my skin. I'm cool. The rest of my life is going to be so far in few and in between that I have to get shots. I'm cool. I'm good. I mean, it kind of still is that Roland with like a pretty plastic case on it. It's still pretty darn archaic. CK, if it gets a giggle, I fuck with the nurses, doctors giving the vaccination jabs by standing up, pretending like I'm about to faint, and snap. Oh my god, that's pretty funny though. I'm sure they actually find it like a breath of fresh air just to have someone who has a sense of humor. Because I go in like ready to faint and die. Doesn't it sound crazy? And I don't remember it. I remember hurting myself. I got my lip stuck on like a hidden dilapidated piece of barbed wire fence in the woods playing with a friend. I was literally 3 years old. And I remember I was running after my friend Ginger, and all of a sudden I just wasn't running anymore because I was so small. I hooked myself on this rusty ass barbed wire and it tore my lip in half. Every incident I've ever had happens to my face. I don't know why. It's always my mouth. Maybe that's God saying shut the fuck up. I don't know. Anyways, I remember that happening, and but I don't remember any of the hospital. My mom told me this after I got my minor in psychology. I told her, I was like, you know what's weird, Mom? You know how I faint when I get shots, and you always told me it's because I'm just a big baby? I learned today that phobias there's something traumatic has to happen to you for a phobia to occur. And apparently fainting is a phobia. And my mom goes, well, remember when you were 3 and that barbed wire got caught on your lip? It did take like 7 nurses to pin you down just to keep you still to put the stitches in. And I was like, excuse me, what? She was like, yeah, in the 80s, we didn't really use ketamine or anything like that. We just kind of held you down and hope for the best. And I've heard multiple people around my age have similar stories of being held down for stitches and shit like that because you're a kid. They didn't give a fuck. I'm not that old. I'm 34, for fuck's sake. What in the tit, Christ? Like, how strong was I as a 3-year-old? Lay on top of me, for fuck's sake. It was my lip. I've laid on top of people. That's Kibari, thank you. Thank you. I said the same. Like, I'm huge now, but when I was 3, I looked like a 3-year-old. I wasn't some monster 3-year-old with, like, guns of steel. I know. Like, I've literally worked in a hospital. Like, I would lay on top of patients that were smaller than me to keep them down all the time. It's the safest way to hold someone down. Lay on top of them, because then they can't, like, bend their arm in a weird way that's going to hurt themselves or something. Or you. All the time. Lay on the kid. Hug them. I've hugged a lot of kids to do stuff like that. Like, there's so many ways. But again, medicine is kind of archaic depending on where you go. For the need to poop now, fear, anxiety response. So what happens is when your fight or flight response releases, that is caused the like feeling you get of like, I'm gonna fucking run or I'm gonna punch you in the skull and accidentally knock your head off because of all these extra woo, is caused by cortisol, which is your stress hormone released by the adrenal glands. Have you ever seen a picture of your kidneys like on the wall of a doctor's office? The fatty, fluffy, white, yellow, nasty stuff on the top of the kidneys, that's your adrenal glands. Those release cortisol. And what one effect of cortisol is it causes vasodilation, because the more oxygen that your heart can pump to your muscles at that exact moment is going to allow you to lift a car off your daughter, which is why we see that sometimes. Like, those moments have happened where a tiny 5-foot woman can lift a car high enough. I mean, they're not throwing a car like a superhero, but they're able to suddenly in the moment lift a car enough to get it off their child, or so on and so forth. You insert the scenario, and that's that cortisol, that vasodilation, rush of blood to the muscles gives you just that extra oomph to do what you need to do in your fight or flight moment. One result of vasodilation, which is also caused by smoking a cigarette first thing in the morning and or having a big black cup of coffee, is dilation of the mucous membrane of the intestinal lining and vasodilation of all the blood vessels of the intestinal lining, i.e., a big, very emergent dump. It's incredible. You just got to direct it. So, like, the woman who had to lift the car did not take the dump. But because, we don't actually have many fight or flight actual responses, like anxiety is defined as a fight or flight response with nothing real in our external environment that required that to happen. Instead of lifting a car up, we just shit our pants. Humanity has really gone to a beautiful place, hasn't it? We're living a great life. Whiplash duty? Stop it. Oh my god. Did you get snapped at all? I've been snapped by piano chords a few times, and that's worst fears. That shit cuts. I have a phobia on knowing what colors we humans are on the inside and knowing what our organs look like as well. Would it freak you out if I told you it's pretty much all the exact same shade of pink for the most part? Like 99.9% Pepto-Bismol pink? Or does that help to know that it's pretty much a wash of Pepto-Bismol pink going on in there? That's it. There's not as much variation as we like to think. Most posters and pictures you see, they do variation in colors just so we can see the difference on the poster, but for the most part, no. Just like kind of this color. Would it gross you out if I told you a story about a fetal pig's insides? For real, because I have an interesting story about that. But I don't want to gross you out. I can tell it at another time. It's the end of my stream anyways. I can make people wait till tomorrow. I can literally just leave you with fetal pig organs. Because I'm not here to torture you, Vile, as much as I love to. There was a chicken? Oh my god, did you catch it? Oh my god, is it cute? Oh no. Oh god. The dogs didn't get it, did they? I hope not. Only humans? Okay, good. I really didn't want to freak you out with this. So, fetal pig. I won't leave you with a cliffhanger. I'm not a dick. So many people can't be here first thing in the morning. That's such a dick move. So when I was in anatomy and physiology in school, some of the colleges you would get euthanized cats. Gross. I'm so happy my school didn't do that. I don't know if I could have skinned a cat. They literally had to skin cats. I don't know if I could have done that. So I'm really glad that wasn't my school. We got fetal pigs. So basically, it's pigs that. Bill, you're on my headphones, baby. It's fetal pigs that the mother was butchered, was in a processing facility, and then they found out she was pregnant, and they donate the fetal pigs to programs like for science and medicine and stuff, which is pretty cool. But I always, to this day, I feel like I was sold short because my group's fetal pig, the liver, I shit you not, like you knew exactly where the liver was supposed to be. Because pigs, the reason we do pigs is we do pigs. Wow, Katie. The reason we study pigs in science a lot is they are the most biologically similar in the chest cavity in terms of organs and stuff like that to humans. So it's easy to look at each and, put two and two together. Eventually you get cadavers, don't worry. They don't just leave us with pigs forever and then we go straight to humans. You do get human cadavers. But my pig's liver, I shit you not, looked like a golf ball of turquoise. Like The Rock. That vibrant, that bright, same like weird texture that like looks fluffy but is hard. And to this day, I mean, I have no idea why. My teacher couldn't tell me why my pig's liver looked like a piece of turquoise rock. Nothing I found on the internet ever told me what that was. I have no fucking idea. But she wouldn't give it, like, we would just have to, like, lean over to other groups and hope to God they had the liver out at that point so we could sketch it or something. Because my teacher was a bitch, so of course she wouldn't let us do anything about it. It was so dumb. But I'm not exaggerating. The color, it was like toxic, vibrant turquoise green. Crazy. I went to the school that I did anatomy and physiology at was a technical school. The school that got cats that were euthanized, like strays and stuff that they actually had to skin was not the tech. Well, no, it was the Community college got cats to skin. The university did not offer anatomy and physiology as courses. So you had to go to one of those two classes, one of those two schools, which were local. They were in the same area. It was easy. It literally, I mean, it was, I won't tell you. None of it, nothing else matters. It didn't feel like stone, but it looked like it. And just that, though, the rest of the fetal pig was phenomenal, was immaculate, and everyone else's fetal pigs were perfect. So, still to this day, no idea. It was so fucking weird. Humans are lots of pink on the inside. We're sadly not color coded. I know. That's what I was just saying, Anubis, but that didn't make Vile feel better, so I stopped. Sometimes that makes people feel better because some people can't stand the idea of being like a rainbow on the inside when we're just like Pepto Bismol. But, you know, more stringy. I'm going to stop with that. It was a magical wish granting pig. It didn't speak English. Can you not fit your fat ass under the arm of my... I'm so sorry. How's, What's up? This is my standard poodle. 75 pounds-ish. Oh my god! She's so fat. My dogs have a wonderful habit of telling me what time it is. Damn. Busy. Did I mention I have a poodle who likes to hug? Really, Chuck? Do you have a poodle? Do you have a dog who hugs? She straight up puts her arms on your shoulders and hugs you. Your foot stuck? Get it. You better? Just want to be famous? This is your show now. Entertain. Dance, monkey! Tongue's out. I can get her to face. Arati, I loved Arati so much. You're a little dumber than Arati, I think. Apparently, a standard poodle is the second smartest dog in the world, but I've owned Rotties, and these dogs are dopes. She's so heavy. Oh my god. Oh, they're so floppy too. It's great. This shit. She's so. They are. They're like the intelligent derps, right? Accidentally super smart. Way better. I have an earbud in. You can't lick my ear. Oh. I don't want her to lick my mouth. Is that weird? I think it's kind of gross. She like sucks her cooter, my dudes. I just can't with it. Oh, bless her though. Hey, trees can't scream. Good for her. How's my girl? What are you doing? What? They're so. I just love how just like you can tell they're thinking about stuff, but also a little like dunk dunk going on. You know. I like that. It's a good mix. They're goofy and I love them. The fact that, I mean, I want to move the camera down and show you how she's fitting on me. It's incredible. Millie could not figure out how to fit on my lap as well as this can. It's so weird. Like, look at her. That's this girl. Like, she's a dope. She clearly does not totally fit. I've also got a little black poodle right here. You can barely see him because he is the void. He's our void boy, but he's just like so dark. He's my beautiful boy though. But they're both just equally doofy loves. Lil, if you smack me in the face, our love is over. Is this okay? L is for the way you lean on me. O is for the only farts I've seen. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than any chewable fart I adore. And love was made for pee and poo. I call that song Cloaca. You are tied up, baby girl. All right, go on. Go on. Get off with you, beast. Leap to your freedom. Bye. I know. Their ears never. Well, it has been raining, though. They're fluffy when they get groomed, but the rain always flattens it out a lot. And then it turns into like this adorable Jerry curl, but I like the curls. I like the curls. Now they're just gonna fight. Sick. Like I said, they are super intelligent to the point where my dogs know like what time it is and that it's about time for them to get a walk. I don't have any clocks. I don't know how they do this, but magic, I guess. Yes! Oh my god, thank you, Vissy. I'm excited. Oh, she's right on my bladder and I have to pee so fucking bad. They're big. Like I think she's about 70 pounds. Heem, dude, he's at least 10 pounds heavier than her. I don't want to say he's 80 pounds, but he's so fucking solid. Just like like an accidental beefcake. It's amazing how fucking muscly he is. Isn't it? I know, Chuck, right? That's these guys. It's so weird. Like around 4:30, they start getting antsy. And then around this time, they do this. And I'm just like, why can't my internal clock work like this? Because I want that. Hi. You suck on things with that mouth. Can't do it. She's a precious girl, though. She's a precious girl. Don't eat my headphones. We'll have a bad talk. We'll have a bad conversation. Really? Okay, I'm so glad mine aren't the only ones, because it's just, I went from a pug to this. Shut up, Vile. I don't know what you're talking about. Ma'am, you are not fitting. You're gonna pull my shirt off. Then we'll lose our income, and then you'll die of starvation, and I will have to eat your corpse. I don't want that. Zero fucks. I don't think so, Adam, honestly. Sometimes I wonder if she thinks she's a person. Because she just is so this. I think she thinks she's people. And that Trick is like sub people. I don't know. It's so weird. But I mean, thankfully I got long legs, I guess. Because this is not, she's a big dog. Aw, Crimson, that's kind of precious though. Stealthily big is such a good way to put it, Gorg. I love that. They're stealthily big. Like, I don't really realize how big they are until, like, I see myself on camera and I see her head compared to mine. And then I'm like, whoa. Whoa. Because they're not, like, lumbering, and they don't have, like, some hellish deep bark, like a Roddy, grumbles, and they make funny, weird, high-pitched sounds. But I just don't, they're like pony-sized, kind of, a little. They're huge. They're just for scale. Give me that paw. Is your Tootsie? Look at that paw. That's a big foot. But I don't like. They don't. I don't know. They don't act like big dogs. I guess I've had big lumbering fucking dogs, like Rotties and stuff, and they're kind of nimble. Look at her. Hold on. It's like those 80s photos where there'd be a silhouette one of us as well. Hold on, let's spin, Bill. Now look cute again. Look at the camera, thoughtful. You're such a cute girl. We spoon every night. We're kind of close, huh? Hi, Tomadills. How are you, love? Yep, that's I honestly her. I think she thinks she's human because like when we go to the dog park, she goes and says hi to the other dogs and plays, but then like a kid who thinks they're an adult, she has to go like sit with the people and stare at all the other dogs judgingly for a while. Like with the owners, with the leashes. She'll just not look at us. She sits with us to examine the fuckery of the hounds. Yeah, it's very. Whereas Trick, he's a dog. He's a dog. He knows he's a dog. He knows he's a boy. I love them though. I've only been 1 year in my entire life without a dog. My freshman year of college, no dog. And then I got Moose. That was it. But that was only because rules dictated. Otherwise, I would have had a fucking dog. I don't know how people live without dogs. It's the only way I get through the day because they are, no matter what, they are always happy to see you. Huh. Bubba, there's happy boy. I love them. There's something in the eyeball tonight. Oh, God. They don't shed, but every once in a while, a tiny, weird little curly hair comes off of them, and it'll weave its way into my eyelashes, which are carnivorous plants under disguise. And it's an eternal hellscape. So weird. Poor Bud. He's like, Bob, I want a pet. Bob, give me attention. Hi, Bub. His head's even bigger, which is wild. Someday, when I'm rich and famous, I will get a nice camera that will show the lighting in here well. You can see how fucking huge this dog's skull is. It's just, I didn't know poodles were that big, to be honest. Before I owned standard poodles, I had no idea. They're just actually hunting dogs under the guise of curls. You know? Okay. Out, homie. Alright, should we pick someone to host and then we can play? Did she pass out in my arms already? Might have. Fuck. Right. Oh, you faker. Alright, Bill, you have to let me do this. I can't just leave my friends. That's weird. You can't Irish goodbye on the internet. That's only appropriate IRL. Duh. I mean, appropriate stretching it, I guess. You know what I mean? Who's that? Is that your dad? Is that better than me? Yes. Yes, it is. Oh my god, the tit. I'm so sorry. Just forewarning if my tit gets pulled out by my dog. I hope to God that never happens because Twitch is not forgiving. Jesus Christ. Happy Pride Month, Mayo. I was literally just holding my gay girl, but there's something in my eye tonight. Da-na-na-na-na. Something in my balls. Yeah, they will straight up come for me. Like, back in the day, I feel like we had a little bit more leniency because it was a lot more personal. Like, Twitch staff would literally be like, Katie's not a nefarious human. We've literally watched her channel. This was an accident during, cosplay or something. Nowadays, it's just, I ain't fucking around there, man. And my boobs are small. There's nothing keeping them in anything. It's a sniff from a peck. It's like a chubby peck. You know what I'm saying? And Lil's got big hands. There is something in this eye. Holy shit. All right. I will be back tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I can go get some allergy medicine tonight. It's not a holiday anymore, right? Holidays just fuck everything up and then everything's closed. No. So I won't be sneezing all morning. However, tomorrow's Faded Friday. I fucking knew there was something. Tomorrow is Faded Friday, which is the day of the celebrating of relaxation, whether that is something in this eye, so I'm just keeping it close. Whether that's marijuana or beers or coffee or snuggling a pupper or drawing a picture or painting something or sleeping in or whatever the fuck, we celebrate that tomorrow. And I encourage you all to join us and just enjoy the fuckery. I don't know what we're gonna do. I got a cool game where it's kind of like Sweeney Todd. You like slaughter people and make them into pies. Maybe we'll play that. That could be humorous. Anyways, clean your bongs, wash your face, and your hands. I meant to say your hands, but this thing in my eye feels like a worm and I feel like I'm dying. It's fine. It's paranoia. Seriously, though, wash your hands, drink some water, take your motherfucking joy.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
And have a wonderful fucking afternoon. I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers, bitches. I will post cheers you once to get whatever the fuck's in my eye out. Ah! I'm dying inside.